Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku had the power to take and give Quirks story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. When Izuku Midoriya was born, there was thunder and lightning. It had been misting when Inko and Hisoshi Midoriya drove to the hospital. It was spitting when the two of them signed in, and it was raining by the time the true contractions started. It was showering when the doctor shouted that she could see the head. And lighting cracked as Inko and Hisoshi held their baby boy in their arms for the first time. And for a moment, things were perfect. Izuku was 4 years old and he had no quirk, and not a single hint that it was coming anytime soon. You'll be fine. It's not like you're quirkless. Kaken shouted, the two of them sitting in the grass on a warm, overcast day. Their mothers sat on a bench a little ways away from them, laughing about something Inko had said. But what if I don't get one? Izuku teared up at the thought. His dream since the moment he could understand what the word meant was to be a hero, no matter what. And when Kaken had told him they would be heroes together, Izuku knew exactly what he was going to be. Of course, having no quirk would change everything really. That's not gonna happen. Kaken shouted again before quieting down and looking at his friend. You'll get your quirk. He scooted over to Izuku and took his hand. The two of them looked at each other, and will become the best heroes together. Better than Endeavor, or Best Jeanist. And better than All Might. Izuku sniffed his tears away and looked at their intertwined hands. Be better than All Might. Kaken giggled and said, yes, Zuzu, better than All Might. The Wonder Duo, remember. You promise. Izuku stuck out his pinky finger. Kaken huffed and locked his pinky with Izuku's. Yeah, I promise. Boys. They both swiveled their heads to their mothers. It's going to start raining. Time to go. As if on cue, Izuku felt something wet hit his nose. He giggled as he wiped it away. They both stood up. Kaken grabbed Izuku's hand and began to run towards the two women, dragging Izuku after him. And for a moment, things were perfect. Izuku was 6 when his parents got divorced. The two of them not feeling the love they had when they first got married, Inko becoming rapidly more depressed and withdrawn, and Hisahi constantly being a ball of nerves and always on edge whenever he came home. The divorce was probably the most amicable in history. He was out at the Bakugus for a sleepover and the two of them had the house to themselves. It had started simply enough, Hisahi coming home late from work. It was an occurrence that had been happening very often as of the last few months, and it was beginning to get on Inko's already fraying nerves. Then there was yelling when he got home, mostly Inko until Hisahi started yelling back, the two of them in a screaming match before tiring themselves out. What's wrong with us? Inko whispered after about 5 minutes of silence. The two of them sat back to back on the floor of the living room, hands intertwined at their sides. Hisahi huffed out a laugh before answering her. You know, for once I don't have an answer. So we're screwed. She laughed a little before falling silent again. Are you happy? He asked over his shoulder. He squeezed her hand and waited with bated breath for her to answer. She took a deep breath in. No. Are you? He sighed. No. Then what do we do? How do we fix it? She asked him. She always asked him, not because he was smarter than her, by any means necessary, just that he always had the answer she needed. Always. We don't. He felt her shoulders tense against his and he tightened his grip on her hand. We've tried, no amount of couples therapy, or reduced hours, or lying through our teeth to our son is going to make this better. Let's call it now. When Izuku got home the next day, they took him out for ice cream. And to the movies. When they got home, the three of them sat at the dinner table and talked. Izuku cried when his parents told him. Inko burst into tears after him and even Hisahi's eyes began to mist. And 3 weeks later Inko, Hisahi, and Izuku stood on the tarmac of an airstrp. Remember to call when you land, okay? Inko fussed. Yes, I remember. Hisahi laughed and kneeled down to look his son in the face. He held his little hand in his and squeezed slightly. I'm gonna call you every day, and it'll be like I never left at all. I promise. 𝐒𝐿 nodded, and made grabby hands with his one free hand. 𝐼𝐴 smiled widely at the action and picked his son up with ease. And you and 𝐭𝐴 can come and visit when you're off school, and I'll come back all the time. 𝐼𝐴 grinned. Please, no. 𝐭𝐴 laughed. American food is terrible and so greasy. The three of them laughed and talked as long as they could before 𝐼𝐴's flight left. 𝐭𝐴 and 𝐒𝐿 waved at his plan as it took off. How about ice cream? 𝐭𝐴 asked. 𝐒𝐿 nodded frantically. She laughed and the two of them walked back to their car. And wrapped in his mother's arms, with the promise of ice cream and the chance of greasy American food, 𝐒𝐿 smiled. And for a moment, things were perfect. 𝐒𝐿 𝐤𝐴𝐴𝐶𝐻𝑒𝐾 𝐻𝐿 was 7 when he was diagnosed as quirkless. Shut up, stupid Deku. 𝐂𝐠𝐿 wait 𝐒𝐿 was 9 the first time he really felt alone. His vision went white as Bakugo set off another explosion and his ears began to ring. He couldn't really make out what anyone was saying after that. One of Bakugo's friends kicked him hard in the side. He coughed hard and sobbed loudly. He didn't hear what was said, only the laughing and jeering surrounding him from all sides. The ringing subsided after another minute of the torture and he could finally hear what was being said again. You'll never be a hero. Stop chasing your. He was kicked hard in the stomach as Bakugo punctuated his next few words, stupid. Pointless. Dream. 𝐒𝐿 let out a scream as Bakugo burnt his shoulder, burning through the fabric and scorching his skin. He laughed cruelly and began to walk away, his cronies following closely behind. They left 𝐒𝐿 lying on the ground, covered in burns and bruises. He looked at his hands, a pair of simple light gray gloves. And staring at the gloves it felt like life had conspired against him. And like nothing would ever be okay. 𝐒𝐿 was 10 the last time he saw his dad. He could hear his mom on the phone in the living room but couldn't hear exactly what she was saying. She had started crying at some point, not the infamous Midoriya family tears, no, she was crying like she didn't want him to hear her. She hung up the phone and began to sob. 𝐒𝐿 wasn't sure what he was supposed to do. The choice was taken out of his hands when she muffled her tears in a tissue and began to dry her face. He could hear her getting up and walking towards his room. He quickly slid to the book on his floor and picked it up. 𝐭𝐴 knocked on his door and 𝐒𝐿 said she could come in. 𝐭𝐴 stepped into his room, her cheeks red and tear-stained. Can I sit? She asked. 𝐒𝐿 nodded and scooched over. 𝐭𝐴 sat down on the floor with a huff. What you reading? 𝐒𝐿 glanced down at the random page he had opened. It was an All Might comic book because of course it was. All Might. He smiled at her. She smiled back. It was broken and forced but 𝐒𝐿 was too young to really tell. 𝐒𝐿, baby, can you put your book down and listen to me for a minute? 𝐒𝐿 got up and put his book back on a free space on his bookshelf. He sat back down again, but this time in front of 𝐭𝐴. She smiled and took his hands in his. 𝐒𝐿, you know about death, right? She asked in a quiet tone. He nodded a little. He had had his introduction when his grandparents died, almost 3 months prior to this. It had been a difficult time for him and his mom, but 𝐼𝐴 had taken the first plane back home to be with 𝐭𝐴 while she grieved, and help her plan the funeral. 𝐒𝐿, your dad, 𝐭𝐴 looked down at her hands then at 𝐒𝐿's. She took his hands in hers and squeezed. Baby, your dad's plane crashed, and they found his body. 𝐒𝐿, he's dead. 𝐒𝐿's eyes widened as the realization hit him like a train. His dad was gone. Gone forever, gone for good. Not like gone to America, gone. He was gone. He sat in front of his mother for a minute or maybe an hour. It's hard to tell when you're grieving. He's gone. 𝐒� asked, his voice wobbling. 𝐭𝐴 nodded, her own tears brimming in her eyes. He launched himself at his mother and buried himself in her arms. He sobbed. Big and loud and ugly. He felt his mother's body shake as she shook with her own cries. And it felt like nothing would ever be okay again. 𝐒𝐴 Midoriya was 35 when she started working late. She walked into her silent apartment and closed the door after herself. She took off her shoes, put on her house slippers and set her bag and coat down near the door. She dragged herself to the couch that sat in the living room and plopped down on the middle cushion. She yawned and noticed the bowl of cold soba on the other side of the coffee table. She flicked her fingers, attempting to call the dish to her with her quirk. The bowl didn't move. She sighed and leaned forward, grabbing the bowl off the table and removing the plastic wrap over top of the bowl. She ate it quickly before passing out on the couch. Izuku is 14 when his life comes crashing down around him. If you want a quirk that badly, go take a swan dive off a roof and hope you'll get a quirk in your next life. Bakugo sneered at him and left the classroom, with his friends laughing behind him. Izuku took stock of all of his injuries. He had severe burns on his shoulders, bruises everywhere, and something moved beneath his skin as he tried to sit up. He winced and scared in through his teeth. He grabbed his bag and stuffed whatever books Bakugo and his gang had thrown around back into it. He limped out of the school and fished his hero notebook out of the koi pond Bakugo had thrown it in. It was burned and wet. The ink was beginning to run and pieces had been lost to the koi and Bakugo's explosions. He sighed and flipped through it. He took quick pictures of each page, before putting it in one of the smaller pockets of his bag. If he couldn't save the book, he could at least transcribe the notes into a new one. He sighed and left the school grounds. He walked the longer route home, wanting to be alone for a bit. But he did need to get home. He walked under an overpass, scowling at whatever that smell is, and so that's where the smell was coming from. A medium-sized skin suit, perfect. The gargantuan slime monster sneered. Izuku shrieked and threw his hands up. You don't want to do that. Trust me. The living sewage sighed and rolled his eyes. Nothing personal, kid, just need to hitch a ride. He stalked toward Izuku. He put his hands down and his left one reached into his backpack side pocket. He felt the cold cylindrical object and discreetly pulled it out. He holds it behind his leg as Slimy, what Izuku has decided to call him in his head, moves forward to him. When he's within range, Izuku flicks the cap off of the bottle and sprayed the liquid in his eyes. What is that pepper spray? It shrieked. Yep. Izuku popped the P for dramatic effect. Izuku turned to start running, but a crushing wind knocked him and his attacker down. Have no fear. Why? Because I am here. Izuku felt like he was frozen in time as he watched All Might pummel the slime and stuffed him into a spare can he had found on the ground. He gasped as he watched All Might walk towards him. All Might. Freaking All Might. Hello. All Might greeted in his booming voice, his big grin shining through in his voice as well as his face. I hope this villain didn't give you too much trouble, young man. Oh. No. I sprayed him with some pepper spray. Izuku said. He grabbed his notebook from his bag and shyly held it out to All Might. IW was wondering, well, of course, young man. All Might set the bottle down and took the notebook from Izuku. Do you have a writing utensil? Izuku passed him a pen. He watched as All Might wrote his signature in big scrawling letters that took up 2 full pages. Well, I must be off. Go beyond plus ultra. Wait. But I have a. All Might took off with Izuku clutching his leg. Young man, let go. All Might boomed. I can't, they'll die. Izuku shrieked over the wind in his ears. All Might huffed and touched down on a nearby rooftop. That was very reckless of you. All Might said sternly. Izuku scuffed his feet against the gravel of the rooftop. He knew it was stupid to do that, but he had to know. All Might. Yes. He took a deep breath. Do you think someone without a quirk can become a hero? He asked all in one breath. Before All Might could answer, a cloud of smoke burst from him and shrouded Izuku's vision. The fog cleared after a moment of coughing from both parties. Izuku looked back at All Might to ask what that was, but he wasn't there anymore. Standing in his place was a man with pale skin and blonde hair. His skin was sitting on his bones like any moment it was going to drip off. His cheeks and eyes were hollow. Who are you? Izuku shrieked, jumping away from the man. He sighed and sat down. Kid, I am All Might. Just not powered up. He lifted his white t-shirt up to reveal a horrifying scar on his abdomen. Izuku cringed and even All Might winced when the cold air hit his skin. He let his shirt fall back down. I was injured in a fight about 4 years ago. The villain destroyed my stomach and some of my respiratory system. Oh, toxic chainsaw. No, he wasn't that powerful, plus his quirk wouldn't have caused an injury like that. Oh, was it? Kid, All Might cut him off. Any villain you're about to name, you're wrong. This one was kept out of the media. People'd go crazy if they found out about a villain strong enough to injure me like this. Oh, Izuku thought, and yes, he was right. The media would have a field day with it as well. But what about the... Izuku couldn't really describe it, so he flexed exaggeratedly to show All Might what he meant. All Might laughed a little at the action but still answered. You know when guys flex at the gym? It's like that but on a much larger scale, but it gets harder and harder to keep it up the longer I do. All Might grunted and stood up. He walked over to the door that led into the building. And to answer your question, from earlier. No. A person without a quirk can't be a hero, they'd be a liability in the field. Think about maybe being a police officer, or a doctor. Plenty of ways to be a hero. All Might left through the door and Izuku could hear his footsteps getting further away. No. No. He had said no. Just like that. 14 years worth of dreaming and it was gone, like it had never happened. Like none of it ever mattered. Like he didn't matter. Maybe if he had asked 𝐂𝐲𝐽𝐻𝐼𝑟𝑘. That was it. That was the answer, he couldn't be a hero. He sighed and plopped down on the hard roof. He fiddled with the straps of his gloves and took them both off, placing them beside him with gentle hands. He flexed his pale hands and turned them over in the afternoon sun. In the light, with no one else around, they looked normal. With little freckles dotting them and dark green nail polish coating his nails. Little thread bracelets that he makes with his mother sit neatly on his wrist. They almost looked normal. He shook his thoughts away and began to put them back on again. He got up, tugged open the door and descended the stairs. He walked away from the building sullenly. So that was it, right? No more dreaming of being a hero, no more hoping, no more hope for UA. That's it, it's over. He breathed through his nose. No, no, All Might is wrong. I can do this. I can. I will. But what if he's right? A voice in his head asked, one that sounded suspiciously like Bakugo. And maybe Bakugo was right all along. There was no hope. Nothing to live for. Why didn't he just take a swan dive off a... Izuku was shaken out of his thoughts by a sudden explosion. Kaken. Izuku ran toward the sound, not thinking about what he was running towards. He burst into a crowd of people, all of them surrounding something, but he couldn't tell what. All he knew was that Kaken was in there and his explosion sounded panicked. Izuku pushed his way through the crowd, shouting quick sorris and excuse me. He finally got past the crowd and saw what they were surrounding. The slime man. Kaken. He was buried deep in the monster, clawing his way out and trying to find his breath. He was screaming. And for the first time in Izuku's life he saw Kaken, infallible, untouchable, Kaken, scared. And slimy, he was yelling, shouting at the police and heroes to let him pass or he'd kill Kaken. And the heroes were doing nothing. Nothing. They weren't doing anything. Izuku knew something had to be done, that he would suffocate if nobody did anything. Nobody was doing anything, the crowd was gawking and watching as a child suffocated. The police were looking at the heroes like they had the solution, and judging by the looks on their faces they didn't. But somebody had to do something, anything. Izuku looked down at his hands, nicely tucked away in his gloves. He flexed his fingers and felt the fabric move around them. He sighed. Someone had to do something. Izuku pulled one glove off and held it in his other hand. He brushed past the man in front of him, careful not to touch him with his naked hand. Then he slipped under the police barrier. It was surprisingly easy to do. He walked slowly to the side of Slimy. He hadn't noticed Izuku yet. Izuku put his hand just short of touching him. He sighed. Am I really doing this? Yeah, I'm really doing this. Izuku touched his palm against the gooey surface of Slimy's body. He almost got scared in before the slime began to contort. Izuku put his glove back on and stepped back into the crowd, watching the slime shrink. People began to yell in confusion as he shrieked and began to writhe around, his slime dropping off in chunks. Bakugo had been released at some point. But no one paid much attention. Slimy was held in the air by some invisible force. The sewage that was left began to warp and shape itself into something vaguely human. And then he dropped. The crowd gasped as he landed. The man sitting on the ground was much different than Slimy. He had black hair that looked like it had never been brushed or cut, and dark skin. But his eyes, Izuku noticed, were the same as before, dark murky green. Slimy looked down at his hands. His eyes widened when he saw the way his body looked, and a big grin slowly spread across his face. It was him. It worked. I did that. Oh my god. I did that. Izuku stared wide-eyed along with the rest of the crowd as Slimy was detained by the police. But even as he was thrown into the police car but naked, he was still smiling. Izuku let out a sigh. Okay, I am never doing that again. Pro heroes were beginning to walk along the edge of the crowd and ask people questions. Izuku side-eyed the two pro heroes coming in his direction. He guessed they hadn't spotted him and decided to leave. Not wanting the attention or backlash that his actions would cause. He slipped past the crowds, much slower this time, not wanting to draw any unwanted attention. He breathed a sigh of relief when he finally broke free of the crowd. He raced home after, not wanting any other life-changing experiences. He got to his apartment building in record time. He ignored the elevator, it was always broken anyway. He climbed the stairs 2 at a time until he finally reached his floor. He rushed to his door and unlocked it. He dropped his bag in the front hall and hung up his school jacket. He took off his shoes and put on his house slippers before finally plopping down on the couch. His mom wouldn't be home for another couple of hours. It was one of her late nights, so he was on his own for the night. He laid his head down on one of the comfy cushions on the couch. A little nap can't hurt. Izuku Midoriya's world did not end with a bang. It ended with a knock. Izuku woke up with a start, falling face first off of the couch. I'm coming. He squeaked when he heard the door bang again. He scrambled up from the floor and rushed to the door, swinging it open to reveal. Police. Oh no. Oh, they know what I did and they're gonna take me away forever and I'll be put in jail. I'm in so much trouble. Oh, and Mom. What's she gonna say? And what about Aang man? One of the police officers said. Oh. Izuku was shocked back into place by one of the officers waving her hand in front of his face. What do you need? When Izuku was very young, his dad explained to him what he should do if the police ever questioned him about anything. You never answer their questions if you're alone. His dad said. You say I want my lawyer, or I want my parents. But what if I didn't do anything wrong? Izuku asked his dad. Doesn't matter, the police aren't your friends. Remember that. Looking back, it was a weird conversation to have with a 6-year-old, but Hisoshi Midoriya was a weird guy and Izuku was really starting to appreciate the lesson. Is this the residence of Inko Midoriya? The second officer asked. Yes. What do you need? Izuku asked again. The two officers glanced at each other, and that gave Izuku a minute to inspect them. The officer on the left was a woman. She was young, maybe in her early 20s, with black hair done up neatly in a short braid behind her. Her ears were pointed and sharp, the tips turning an unnatural shade of blue, and her sharp nose was the same shade on the tip. The name tag on her uniform identified her as Maria Somi. Her partner on the right was taller than her by about a head and a half. He had a salt and pepper beard, and looked to be in his early 40s. His hair and beard were both well taken care of and his uniform looked pristine. His eyes were probably the most striking thing about him. They were a yellow-orange, and his pupils were pointed like a cat. His name tag said Aoi Totsuya. The two of them turned back to Izuku and Totsuya nodded to Asami to start talking. She sighed and looked at Izuku. You're Izuku Midoriya? She asked. Yes. Izuku answered flatly, suddenly overwhelmed with the fact that police were at his door. Midoriya-kun, we regret to inform you that your mother has passed away. She said. Izuku stared up at her. What? Was all he could get out, unable to form any other words. Asami opened her mouth but Totsuya cut in before she could get anything out. There was an accident, he said, his voice having a tangible sympathy to it. Your mother was caught in a villain attack while out today and the paramedics didn't get to her in time. We are truly sorry for your loss. Izuku stared up at the two of them, his eyes wide and mouth agape. It was like a SWCH was flicked in his brain. It felt like his mind had shifted out of his body and he was unable to get back in. All his senses felt like he was underwater. He could hear Tatsuya and Asami talking, explaining that he needed to pack a quick go bag so that they could take him to the station. It felt like he was watching his body move from an outside perspective. He watched his body move to his room, grabbing a duffel bag from his closet and throwing 2 pairs of jeans, a pair of sweatpants, a few shirts with generic text into the bag. He moved to his bookshelf and took one of the crisp new notebooks from the shelf and placed it in the bag. He grabbed his pencil case, phone, headphones, charger, and a water bottle. He wandered into his mother's room before returning to the officers currently sitting in his living room. He looked at her dark room, unable to turn on the light. He walked over to where he knew she kept the valuables. He opened the drawer and took out what he was looking for. 2 twin rings sat in his hands. His dad had had them made as soon as he decided he wanted to propose to 𝐒𝐭. He had them especially engraved with the lyrics of one of her favorite songs. On the inside of his If Tomorrow is Judgment Day. And I'm standing on the front line. And on his mother's ring. And the Lord asks me what I did with my life. I will say, I spent it with you. He remembered his parents dancing to that song in the kitchen when he was little. Midoriya-kun. Izuku startled out of his thoughts. He stuffed the rings into his pocket and left the bedroom. Asami and Tatsuya were sitting where Izuku left them 10 minutes before. Are you ready to go, Midoriya-kun? Asami asked him with a small, comforting smile on her face. He nodded a little and followed the two of them out of the apartment, locking his door behind him. The drive to the police station was the longest and simultaneously shortest drive he had ever had. He followed the 2 officers into the building and they sat him down in the waiting room. He waited. And waited. And waited. And waited. And then he waited some more. Eventually, though he wasn't sure how long he had been there, a man came up to talk to him. He was of average height and average build, he had an average face. Probably the only thing out of the ordinary about him was the tan trench coat he wore. He crouched down to Izuku's level and looked at him. He did an awkward little wave and introduced himself. Hello, Midoriya-kun. My name is Detective Tsukochi. I need to ask you a few questions. Is that okay with you? Izuku glanced up from his bright red sneakers and looked at the detective. He nodded a little. Tsukochi nodded. Would you like to go somewhere else? Somewhere more private. Izuku looked back at his shoes and shook his head. Okay. Tsukochi took a mini notebook and a pen out of his pocket and prepared to write something down. You're Izuku Midoriya, correct? Izuku nodded again. Tsukochi sighed a little. I'm sorry Izuku, my quirk only works if you answer me outright. Izuku lifted his head, looking at the detective, studying his face. The action unnerved Tsukochi, but he let the boy continue. Izuku whispered the question he had asked so many times before, what's your quirk? Tsukochi smiled a little, happy to see that Izuku was at least talking. Lie detector. I can tell when a person is lying or telling the truth, but it only works if they say it out loud. Izuku's mind raced for a second, thinking of all the possibilities of a quirk like that. He turned his head to smile at his mother and oh. Right. Izuku looked back down at his shoes. Okay. He whispered sullenly. Okay. Tsukochi smiled and began again. Your name is Izuku Midoriya. Yes. And you're 14 years old. Yes. And you're quirkless. No, Izuku thought quickly, knowing he couldn't really lie to the detective. That's what it says in my file. Tsukochi raised an eyebrow at the odd phrasing but moved on. Do you have any family that you can stay with? No. Alright, I'm gonna make a few calls. I'll be back in a minute. Is there anything anybody can get you? He asked Izuku after he stood up properly. Izuku shook his head. Tsukochi smiled down at the young man in front of him. He walked over to his office to make some rather depressing calls. Izuku waited another 2 hours before Tsukochi came back with a woman. He looked up at her. Her hair was a washed-out blue, her dark brown roots growing in, it was up in a sensible ponytail. Her eyes were a light blue. She had on a pair of light gray jeans and a white, short-sleeved, collared shirt. He looked back down, noticing a pair of thick leather boots on her feet. She squatted down to his level and held out her hand for a shake. He stared at her hand but didn't move. She smiled and put her hand down. "Hello, Izuku," she said, her voice smooth and practiced. "My name is Yuki Hikari. You can call me Yuki, Hikari, or Miss Hikari. Whichever would make you more comfortable." Izuku nodded. "I'll be your social worker while we find you a permanent place to stay. I can take you to where you'll be staying right now if you follow me." Her voice was level and betrayed no emotion. He nodded again. She nodded back and stood up straight. Izuku followed suit. He picked up his bag and looked at her for directions. Now that they were standing, he noticed just how tall she is. He'd guess above 6 feet. She turned around to look at Detective Tsukochi. "I can take him now. Did he come in with anything else?" The detective shook his head. "Nope, thanks for your help. I'll finish filing his paperwork." She nodded. "Good, send me a copy when you're done. I'll see you tomorrow." He nodded and headed back to his office. She turned back to him and nodded to come with her. He followed her out of the police station and into the parking lot. She stopped at a dark blue BMW. She reached out to touch the handle and Izuku heard the doors of the car unlock. She turned to Izuku. "Do you want to ride in the front with me or in the back?" She questioned. "Front," he whispered. She nodded and walked him to the other side of the car and opened the door for him. Before she closed it, she asked, "Do you want me to put your bag in the back?" He shook his head quickly. She nodded and shut the door. She walked back to the driver's side, opened the door and got in. She flexed her hands and took the wheel. Izuku immediately felt the car begin to rumble. She drove out of the parking lot and turned onto the highway. Izuku noticed that though the car rumbled and drove normally, there were no keys in the ignition. If it was any other day, Izuku would have been ecstatic to ask her about her quirk, but as it was, he couldn't really bring himself to think about it. Eventually they turned off the highway and drove into the suburbs. She parked them on the street in front of one of the only houses with their lights still on. She opened the door and Izuku did the same, both closing after them. He followed her as she walked over to the house. They were right in front of the door when it swung open. An older couple stood in the doorway. They both looked relatively normal and unassuming. They welcomed the two of them into the house. Miss Hikari led Izuku to sit down on the old well-worn couch in the living room. The couple sat down in 2 gray armchairs across from the couch. "Izuku," Miss Hikari spoke first, "this is Mayako Ayoko," she gestured to the woman in the armchair, directly across from Izuku. "And this is Ayoshi Ayoko." She then gestured to the man. They both waved slightly at Izuku. "Mr. and Mrs. Ayoko, this is Izuku." Mrs. Ayoko smiled at Izuku. "It's nice to meet you, young man. You can just call me Mayako. And this is my husband Ayoshi." Izuku nodded and gave them both a sad little smile. "Why don't you tell them a little about yourself?" Miss Hikari prodded. Izuku looked at Miss Hikari, then back at the Ayokos, then at his feet. I'm an only child." Izuku couldn't find it in himself to say anymore. When he was younger and introduced himself to people, it was relatively simple. "I'm 10. I live with my mom. I don't have any siblings, but I'd really like some. My favorite hero is All Might." See? Simple. Mr. and Mrs. Ayoko looked at each other. "That's nice, dear," Mrs. Ayoko said. "We have a few kids of our own. Our oldest is living with her husband and new baby. And our middle child just moved into his first apartment. Oh, and our youngest is studying abroad." Miss Hikari smiled widely at the last statement. "Ah, how is she? Haven't seen her in ages." Mr. Ayoko smiled. "She's doing good, living on campus now." The three of them talked for about 5 minutes, Izuku listening intently to the conversation. He came to a few conclusions while they talked. First, Miss Hikari and the Ayokos knew each other well. Second, Mr. and Mrs. Ayoko were in their mid-60s. Third, they were nice. Miss Hikari looked at her watch and sighed. "I'm afraid I have to go. I'll let you 3 get acquainted." She turned to Izuku and smiled. "I'll be back in about a week so we can talk more." It was very nice to meet you, Izuku. She stood from the couch and the three of them walked back to the door. Izuku heard the door open and close, before Mr. and Mrs. Ayoko came back to the living room. Mrs. Ayoko smiled before speaking. I'm sure you have some questions, but it's late and I'm sure you'd like to get some sleep. You can follow me and I'll show you to your room. Izuku nodded. He stood up and followed the two of them upstairs. The walls of the halls were a consistent cream color. The walls were decorated with family photos and paintings. They led him to a room at the end of the hall and opened the plain white door. The room was sensible and simple, a bed in the middle, a closet, bookshelf, desk and wardrobe, all done in the same dark mahogany. The covers of the bed were dark blue to match the pale blue of the walls. This is where you'll be staying while we get everything sorted out. Make yourself at home. The washroom is the one right on your left. We hope you have a good sleep. Mr. Ayoko said before stalking off to their room, clearly exhausted. Good night, dear. Mrs. Ayoko said she followed after her husband, dead on her feet as well. Izuku stepped into his room and closed the door behind him. He set the duffel bag down on the bed and sat next to it. He took a deep breath through his nose and flopped down on the bed, letting himself sink into it. He threw his hands over his face and tried to rub the sleep out of his eyes. He shoved his hand into his pocket and took out his parents' rings. He held them up and fiddled with the two of them. The events of the day hit him like a truck. Let's go through the list together, shall we? Kacchan told me to kill myself. All Might told me that my dream is unattainable. 𝐈𝐭𝐴𝐷𝐾𝐲. My mom. Izuku let out a sob. He quickly muffled his sobs with the pillow on the bed. Everything and everyone is gone. My mom. My dad. My home. My best friend. My dreams. That was it. Izuku Midoriya's world had ended. And then it began again. SpongeBob voice 3 months later. Aizawa Shota sat in a cat cafe, sipping his black coffee. He flipped through the case file in front of him. Some robbery that the police department had requested he help out on. A grey tabby hopped up on the table and sniffed at the paper. It looked up at Shota, and he could get a look at its collar. The pink edge of her collar / told him she's a girl, and he read the name on the tag. Faye. He held out his hand for her to sniff. After a second she butted her head against his hand. He smiled and closed the file. He pet her soft fur and she began to purr. A couple of minutes had passed before the little bell above the door rang. Shota looked up to see a young man with green hair walk into the cafe. It was the weekend, so it wasn't too strange to see a teen out and about, but usually they went to the mall or arcade and not to a little cat cafe. But to be honest, who was Shota to judge? He spent most of his teen years in places like these. Greenie walked over to the counter, where he gave the on-duty barista his order. She handed him 2 drinks and some sort of pastry, and he handed her some cash. He walked over to a booth in the back, and as he did, about half the cats in the cafe followed him. Including Faye, who hopped off the table gracefully and followed the boy. He sat down and the cats swarmed the table. Shota smiled a little at the picture before opening the case file once again and reading through it for what felt like the millionth time that day. The bell rang again and he looked up at a woman in a pair of black jeans, a graphic tee for some band he didn't recognize, and a pair of well-worn black boots. She had a book bag over her shoulder. Her hair was a very faded blue with prominent brown roots growing in. She walked through the cafe, waved at the barista and sat down at the table Greenie was at. He handed her one of the drinks and the two started talking. Izuku smiled when Yuki walked in. She spotted him and sat down. He handed her her latte. She took a sip and smiled at him. "How are you?" she asked once she was done. Izuku shrugged and drank some of his own coffee. "Fine, I guess." She nodded. So, Izuku knew exactly what she was going to say. She had said it exactly 4 times in the last 3 months. "They are kicking me out," Izuku asked before she could finish. She sighed and slumped in her seat. "They're not kicking you out, they just don't think that they are a good placement for you." Izuku laughed. "Little, that's code for we can't handle the problem child you stuck us with, please take him back." She huffed and took another sip of her coffee before pulling a file out of her bag. "So, this time is gonna be a little different. After 5 failed placements, a person is placed into a group home. He jolted at that. He'd been in plenty of different homes over the last 3 months, but never a group home. Hey! Yuki shocked him out of his thoughts. I know that look, it'll be fine. She opened the file and scanned through it. Do you want to know some things about it? Izuku shrugged. He wanted to be prepared but didn't want to psyche himself out. I'll take that as a yes and tell you some stuff about it. There are 15 other kids living there. The lady in charge is Natsumi Sakura. She's worked there for about 40 years, give or take. And everyone speaks very highly of her. You'll have to share a room, and $5 a week as spending money for things not covered by the home. Former residents say the place is great. She finished off. It didn't sound terrible, but it didn't sound great either. My gloves. Izuku whispered. Yuki understood the question, she always did. I already talked to her, she's perfectly fine with the gloves and she's talking to the other kids about the no-touch rule as we speak. She answered him. How does it sound? Izuku thought about what she had told him. He'd be sad to leave his current placement. Betty and Shiro were nice, maybe a little rigid, but nice nonetheless. Living with 15 other kids Izuku didn't feel was ideal, but it could help him make friends. Yeah, right, no way was he doing that. But it didn't sound like the worst situation he'd been in. It's okay, he said, simply. Okay, that's good. She smiled and put away her file. So I can give you a drive back to the house and you can pick up your stuff, then I can drive you to the new place. Yeah, sounds good. Izuku confirmed. Cool. Yuki took another sip of her latte before speaking again. Alright, now what's new with you? As promised, Yuki drove him back to the Kawakami residence. Izuku used his key and let the two of them inside. As predicted, Betty and Shiro were waiting on the couch. Izuku and Yuki both carefully slipped off their shoes and slipped on house slippers, Izuku placing his red high tops neatly in the spot he had been told to when he first moved in. Yuki and the Kawakamis began to talk about paperwork and other things Izuku couldn't care less about. He walked up the stairs and opened the first door on the left. After being moved from so many homes so quickly, Izuku learned to keep his important things packed for when he needed to leave. He unplugged his charging computer and put it and the cord in the bag, which was really the only thing that wasn't already packed away. He sighed. Home number 5, an abysmal failure. As expected. Well done, Izuku, you are a failure once again. He grabbed his plain black jacket from the end of his bed and put it on, then grabbed his bag and headed downstairs. The 3 adults in the hallway noticed him when he got downstairs. He bowed to the Kawakamis. Thank you for opening your home to me, our time together has been wonderful and I truly hope our paths cross in the future. He recited. It was a script he had perfected from many situations exactly like this. The Kawakamis bowed as well and he heard Mr. Kawakami say, It was wonderful to meet you, Izuku-kun. We have enjoyed your time here. The 3 of them all stood and Mrs. Kawakami said, We look forward to seeing you again someday, dear boy. Izuku nodded to them and swayed back to his regular shoes, Yuki doing so shortly after. Izuku unclipped the key they had given him when he moved in and handed it back to Mr. Kawakami. Izuku and Yuki left after some goodbyes and Yuki telling them they could call if they needed anything. The 2 of them got into her car and drove easily, listening to music and talking about mindless things. Izuku looked out the window at the passing people and houses. At everything that he could never have. Yuki pulled into the driveway of a large estate, the hulking structure of what could be described as a mansion in another life casting shadows on the property. Yuki's car stopped the second they were parked and the 2 of them got out, Izuku pulling his bag with him. He stared at the home in front of him. This is where I'm gonna be living? Izuku asked incredulously. Looks more like a villa than an orphanage. Hey, it's not an orphanage, Yuki scolded. It's a group home. Izuku turned to her with a raised eyebrow. It's a place orphan kids live after the government decides they are too much trouble and waits for them to age out of the system. That's an orphanage. He pointed out. The 2 of them walked towards the building. Fine, so you could call it an orphanage, but it's all we've got right now, plus with all the kids here you could probably make some friends. He cringed at the thought. Right. Friends, she glanced down at him and smiled. Hey, gloomy Gus, head up. This is gonna be great, just keep your head high and don't take SHT from anyone. You'll be fine. They got to the door and Yuki pressed the doorbell. Izuku could hear a chime from inside. The door creaked open and an older woman, a severe-looking woman in her 60s, looked at the two of them. She looked at Yuki, giving her a quick handshake and a smile, then she turned her attention to Izuku. As she sized him up, he did the same. She wore a long dark blue skirt that fell down to her ankles and a white button-up buttoned all the way to her neck and tightly at her sleeves. She had on a simple wedding ring with a small diamond embedded in the center. Her black hair was almost entirely taken over by gray, her hair put in a tight bun, a wooden hair stick holding it together. To finish her look, a pair of thin-framed glasses sat on her nose neatly. She held herself strictly and with grace, her stiff glare on Izuku never wavering. Izuku wasn't quite sure what she saw when she looked at him, and he wasn't sure he wanted to know. She nodded after she took him in. Then turned back to Yuki. "Come in, we have things to discuss." The two of them stepped in after her and swayed into house slippers reserved for guests. Izuku looked at the foyer. It was like the outside, immaculately kept and beautifully constructed, reminding him of the pictures in magazines his mom had read. But like the outside of the building, there were also obvious hints that many kids had passed through. The many pairs of shoes tucked in little cubbies, small jackets and raincoats, school bags and little chips in the paint. The house was clean and carefully maintained, but it was lived in and homey. Izuku could almost call it nice. Mrs. Sakura led them to the living room down the hall. Two old and well-maintained couches along with a slough of other armchairs sat in a circle around a low coffee table. Mrs. Sakura sat in the one rocking chair in the room and Yuki and Izuku sat across from her. Mrs. Sakura began, "This is Izuku, I presume." Yuki nodded and smiled at the two of them. "Yes, Sakura-san. We really appreciate you letting him stay here." Mrs. Sakura nodded and turned to Izuku, waiting for him to say something. He stood and bowed, as he had done before. "I am honored that you have allowed me to stay in your home, and I will do everything in my capability to make myself as helpful and pleasant as possible. I truly appreciate your generosity." Izuku sat back down and looked at his hands, waiting for her response. She nodded approvingly. "A boy with good manners, what a rarity." She looked at his bag. "I'll show you where you'll be staying and you can get set up while Miss Hikari and myself discuss your paperwork." It was clearly an instruction and Izuku raised from his seat with his bag in hand. The two women followed suit and Mrs. Sakura led the two of them up a grand staircase, and when they got to the second floor they began passing multiple doors with nameplates. He didn't really pay attention to them, not feeling the need to memorize names he'd have no use for once Mrs. Sakura kicked him out like everyone else. They stopped at the door at the end of the hall. The nameplate on the door was silver with a tiny black cat drawn on it. In bold purple and black letters the name H. Shinsu was written on the plate. Mrs. Sakura knocked on the door twice and waited a second before opening it. Inside was a relatively small room, with two twin beds on either side of the room, a nightstand accompanying each, and two dressers. One half of the room was completely barren, with plain white sheets and pillows, while the other half looked very much lived in. There were posters for a few bands Izuku recognized and a few he did not. Dark purple sheets instead of the generic white ones covered the bed, and there were books and notes on the dresser and the nightstand. In between the two beds was a small window that overlooked the yard next to the building. And to finish it off was a boy sitting on the bed with chunky black headphones plugged into his computer while he typed away at it. The boy was Izuku's age if he had to guess. With fluffy purple hair that stuck up from every angle and eye bags to rival Izuku's own. The boy looked up when he realized the door was open and whipped his headphones off. Mrs. Sakura took it upon herself to introduce them. "Midoriya-kun, this is Shinsu Hitoshi. Shinsu-kun, this is Izuku Midoriya. You two will be roommates, you will treat each other with respect and kindness and there will be no fighting, roughhousing, or quirk use. Am I understood?" The two boys both nodded at her strict tone and words. She nodded, "Excellent. Miss Hikari and I will be downstairs doing paperwork if you need something." She promptly nodded and Yuki left the room with her. Izuku watched them walk down the hall and turn the corner. He closed the door after they left his sight and turned back to Shinsu. His computer was now stowed where Izuku couldn't see it, along with his headphones. He was reclined on his bed and he was staring at 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 looked him up and down. He was definitely taller than 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻, maybe 5 feet 9 inches or 5 feet 10 inches, with fluffy purple hair that gave him some extra height. He wore a pair of grey sweatpants and a t-shirt for a pre-quirk band that he recognized vaguely. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 turned away from him and set his bag down beside the bed. He grabbed his phone from the bag, then slid it under the bed and out of sight. The two of them sat in silence for a minute, 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 scrolling through his phone mindlessly while 𝐶INSU scrutinized everything about him. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 could feel his eyes, but didn't look up. When 𝐶INSU was ready for introductions, he would have to make them, because 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 certainly wasn't going to. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 finally heard 𝐶INSU sigh and shift in his bed. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 looked up from his phone to see him sitting crisscrossed on his bed, his head propped up on his hand. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 put his phone down beside him and leaned back against the wall. 𝐶INSU sighed again before saying, "So? I guess we're roommates." 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 pared an eyebrow at him. "I guess we are. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 Midoriya." 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 gestured to himself. "𝐶INSU Hitoshi." He fiddled with his hands before opening his mouth. "So, He trailed off after that, clearly not knowing what to say. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 took pity on him and began the conversation himself. "That poster," 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 pointed to the 10 times rock poster on the wall above his bed. "Where did you get it? I didn't think they had merch." 𝐶INSU looked at the poster 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 had pointed out and his eyes gleamed. He turned back to 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻. "Fan-made. I got it off of Etsy for surprisingly cheap." 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 smiled. "Cool, top 3 songs." 𝐶INSU smiled back. "There are so many good ones, this is gonna be tough." 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 had been living in the home for 2 weeks before he decided to sneak out. It's about 11:30 at night before he starts preparing. 𝐶INSU only went to bed half an hour ago, his insomnia keeping him up. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 quietly crept out of his bed and pulled his bag out from under his bed. Most of his things were still shoved in the bag. He dug through his bag to the very bottom and pulled out what he needed. He laid his clothes down and began searching from his PJs to the clothing on his bed. After a minute of silent changing, 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 shimmied the window open and peeked out. Over the last 2 weeks he had plotted out where to climb when he needed to get out and quickly wiggled out of the window. He climbed down the trellis on the side of the wall, careful to not disturb the plants that grew on it. He jumped halfway down and landed in a roll, running across the yard and hopping the fence that surrounded the estate. He ran. "I don't think that belongs to you," 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 chided from his perch. It was 2 in the morning, and 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 had been out for an hour and a half. He had stopped 2 assaults and a drag deal gone wrong before stumbling directly into the mugging in front of him. A man, about 6 feet 5 inches with spiky brown hair and light eyes, stood over an older man, maybe in his late 50s or early 60s. The older man was on the ground shaking. Neither of them had immediately obvious quirks, so 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 was going in blind. It looked like a standard mugging. The old guy had a bag of groceries next to him and the mugger was brandishing a knife. The mugger whipped around to look at 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻, who hung upside down on a lamppost, swinging back and forth. The 2 men just stared at him in shock before the mugger shook himself out of his stupor and turned the knife on 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻, giving the other guy a chance to scramble out of the alleyway. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 guessed he had about 5 minutes before the cops got there. Plenty of time to kick butt and take names. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 leapt down from the lamppost and rushed the guy. He swung at 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 but he dodged with ease. Amateur. When Nephi swung again, 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 grabbed his arm and twisted it around his back. Nephi dropped his knife and 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 caught it, using the handle of the blade to knock out his opponent. He let Nephi drop to the ground and he took a zip tie out of his pocket and tied it around Nephi's wrists, leaving him for the police to find. He vaulted up the fire escape on the side of a building and started running when he heard the telltale sirens of police cars. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 ran across the rooftops before sighing and sitting down on the roof of a commercial building. He let himself breathe for a few minutes, until he felt a presence land behind him. "Eraser," he drawled lazily, "good to see you." Aizawa sighed and sat down next to the young vigilante. He had tailed him for a few blocks already and let him catch his breath before revealing himself. He wanted the kid to have some time to breathe. "Swan," he greeted simply. He looked down at the kid's outfit. Black leggings under black baggy shorts. He had chunky red boots with black soles and laces, and a plain black paper mask on. He also had on green-tinted goggles that sat over his eyes. Purple hoodie tonight. Everything all right? He asked gently. His purple hoodie was his sad hoodie, as Aizawa had learned. Yeah, Swan said, tilting his head up to Aizawa. Why? Aizawa nudged him a little. Sad hoodie. Swan looked down at his hoodie and laughed a little, scratching the back of his neck through the hoodie. Oh, nah, I was just in a rush. Haven't been out in a few weeks. Aizawa nodded along, before pulling a granola bar out of his utility belt and held it out to Swan. He snatched it from Aizawa's hand and stuffed it in his hoodie. Aizawa had noticed a while ago that Swan didn't eat in front of him, didn't take off any part of his costume, really. Speaking of, Aizawa started off tentatively, where have you been? Swan forced a laugh from his lips and sighed. Moved again. Ah. Aizawa nodded, understanding what he meant. He knew Swan was in the system. He had since the first week they met when Swan let slip that he didn't live with his parents. Believe him when he says he scoured the system to find Swan but no luck. Where are you this time? Swan huffed. Not gonna get me with that silly trick, Mr. Eraserhead, sir. Aizawa smiled at the childish nickname. The two of them sat in a comfortable silence for 10 minutes before Aizawa's communicator went off, alerting him about a robbery 2 blocks away. Duty calls. He sighed and stood from the roof, popping both his knees. Yeah, try not to die, that would be unfortunate. Swan said with what Shota could only assume was a smirk. Yeah. Shota grabbed his captured weapon and prepared to swing from the building, but not before turning back and saying, Get home safe, Swan. He flipped off of the building and headed for the robbery. Izuku headed back to the home at 4 a.m. He climbed up the trellis with ease, remembering where he climbed down. He had left the window propped open a bit so he could get back in. He shimmied open the window and wiggled through the opening, closing it behind him. He pushed off his goggles and his hood, then flopped on cold wooden ground, exhausted after running around so much. He sighed and let the chilly floor cool him down. Dude! Izuku sat bolt upright on the floor and turned to look at Shinsu, who he now noticed was lying in his bed, scrolling on his phone. He glanced up at Izuku and raised an eyebrow. The F, Midoriya. Izuku had changed into a pair of sweats and a shirt, his vigilante costume folded up beside him. He sat on the floor, and across from him Shinsu did the same. The two of them stared at each other for a good minute before Shinsu broke their uncomfortable silence. You want to explain why the F you were out at 4 a.m., looking like a discount superhero? Izuku sighed and looked at his hands, as always tucked away in plain gray gloves. I'm a vigilante, he said simply. Shinsu stared at him with wide eyes and a gaping mouth. What the actual F, Midoriya? Shut up. Izuku hissed. You're going to wake everyone else up. Shinsu glared at him with eyes that felt like knives. Explain. Now. Izuku huffed. I don't have to explain, Essie. Shinsu stared at him before smirking. If you don't, I'll go and wake up Mrs. Sakura and you can explain to her. Izuku studied Shinsu, and the two of them had lived together for 2 weeks. In that time they had barely spoken, but that gave Izuku a chance to really study his body language. His shoulders were set but he was biting his cheek and tapping his fingers. He didn't want to go to Mrs. Sakura, but Izuku knew he would if he didn't cooperate. He sighed. Fine, it started like this. Izuku had been living with Mr. and Mrs. Ayoko for about a week and a half. They had gotten him set up with a nice therapist and he was having meetings with Yuki twice a week. He hadn't been talking much and was told to stay home for a few weeks from school. When Izuku was 10 and had to stay home with the chicken pox, he had researched everything about the sickness, and when he ran out of material he ventured down the internet rabbit hole. So, naturally, he did the same thing when he was stuck home from school again. He was huddled in a mound of blankets, looking up anything and everything he could get his hands on, going more in depth to things he found interesting. He had stumbled across an article titled, Vigilantism, the Morality of Crime. He had clicked on it because it looked interesting, and it had led him to more in-depth articles, forums, records, etc. By the end of that day he had learned 2 important facts. 1. Vigilantism didn't seem too bad. And 2. He could, technically, get away with it. And what else was he gonna do while he was on mental health house arrest? It was later that night, with a black hoodie and a pair of leggings, that he snuck out the window on the bottom floor. The neighborhood that Mr. and Mrs. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 lived in was nice, and he had to go a little ways before he found any semblance of a crime. Mainly some guy trying to shank a girl in an alleyway. He peeked past the side of the building and saw the girl was holding his wrist with both hands, pushing back against the man. The blade was only inches from her chest and was getting closer by the second. Oh haha, I really didn't think this through. The girl started screaming and Izuku's brain felt like it had short-circuited. He grabbed the closest thing to him, a wooden plank, and ran and swung at the attacker. He got a really lucky hit because he was quiet, thanks, I guess, Bakugo. He knocked him out in one blow and he fell like a lump to the ground. The girl looked up at him and he realized that she must have been his age, or maybe even younger. She stuttered but couldn't seem to find it in herself to speak at all. He stepped over the man and kneeled to her level. Hey, it's okay. Izuku put his hands up in a placating gesture and slowly took her hands in his. I'm not gonna hurt you, no one's gonna hurt you, you're okay. She stared at him with wide eyes. Why knocked him out TTT with one BB blow W, she peeped out. Yeah, Izuku rubbed the back of his neck and helped her stand, walking her out of the alleyway. I guess I did. He glanced back at the guy, still unconscious. I need you to call the police and tell them what happened. Okay. Oh, okay. She whispered. She took out a phone from her pocket and dialed the number for the police. Hello. Yeah, that's basically it. I left when I heard the sirens. They arrested the guy and she's doing okay. Izuku told the story of his first night as a vigilante and Shinsu listened intently. Do you have a vigilante name? I heard vigilantes get cool names. Shinsu asked after Izuku finished. Izuku laughed. Yeah. He rubbed the back of his neck and saw Shinsu's raised eyebrow. He was expecting an answer. Okay. Izuku laughed. My name is Swan Dive. That's an interesting name. How did you get it? Shinsu asked tentatively. Oh, Izuku scratched at his neck before answering. It was something a friend said. Izuku put the word in air quotes, not really believing the two of them to be friends anymore. What? Shinsu questioned again. Izuku sighed and resigned himself to tell the story. Shinsu and him hadn't discussed their quirks and Izuku was happy to keep it that way. He didn't like lying to people. But Shinsu wouldn't let it go until he knew. I'm quirkless. Shinsu's eyes went comically wide and stared at Izuku. Shinsu didn't say anything, so Izuku spoke again. Yeah, so, I had this friend, we've known each other since the WMB. We were best friends. Izuku smiled fondly at cherished memories before frowning again. Things changed when I got my diagnosis. People got cold. My mom got cautious. And he got mean. Shinsu's eyes narrowed at his words. But Izuku carried on, caught up in memories. We drifted apart, and he got meaner and meaner and meaner. And at some point I think he forgot we were ever friends at all. He felt pressure building in his eyes, but they kept talking. The day my mother died, my teacher announced to the class that I was applying for UA and he freaked out, burned my notebook, and a sob escaped his lips and Shinsu felt something in his heart clench for the boy in front of him. But Izuku carried on. If he didn't finish the story, he didn't think he'd ever be able to. He told me to take a swan dive off a roof and hope for a quirk in the next life. That was it. Izuku broke after almost 4 months of emotional numbness. A sob broke his lips and he curled in on himself. Shinsu reached out to touch him, before retracting his hand, remembering that Mrs. Sakura told everyone that under no circumstance was anyone to touch Izuku. Shinsu decided to bite the bullet. He reached out and grabbed Izuku's hand. Izuku flinched and looked down at their clasped hands. The texture of the gloves was scratchy and well worn. It let Shinsu ground himself as well. You're okay. You're all right, Shinsu whispered. He looked at Izuku. His breathing was steadying out and his tears were beginning to dry. Shinsu stood on the edge. He looked at the boy who had laid his soul bare. And Shinsu knew he could be vulnerable, at least a little bit. Do you want to know my quirk? ♯ murmured. 𝐒𝐬𝐿 looked at him and tilted his head to the side, a little like a puppy. ♯ took it as a signal to keep talking. He squeezed 𝐒𝐬𝐿's hand before continuing. Brainwashing. Pretty villainous, here. 𝐒𝐬𝐿's head shot up to look him in the eye. He felt the emerald-colored eyes pierce his soul and something clawed at his chest. No. 𝐒𝐬𝐿 muttered before saying it again louder. No, that's not true. No quirk can be villainous. ♯ laughed his little self-deprecating laugh and smiled wryly. It's a bad quirk, it's not made for a hero. No. 𝐒𝐬𝐿 said a third time, firmer and leaving no room for ♯ to argue. He kept pushing his point. No quirk can be villainous, it's a tool, like anything else. Tools aren't evil unless the people who use them are. 𝐒𝐬𝐿 smiled up at ♯. And you don't seem that bad to me, ♯. ♯'s face grew pink, and he was thankful for the dark room hiding that fact. He coughed and tried to regain some of his composure. You're not too bad yourself, Midoriya. He laughed and squeezed ♯'s hands. I think you can call me 𝐒𝐬𝐿. If you want. He added the last bit as an afterthought. ♯'s face grew more red. He didn't think it was possible. Okay, 𝐒𝐬𝐿, then you can call me Hitoshi. 𝐒𝐬𝐿 smiled and Hitoshi smiled back. A strong knock sounded at their door that made them both jump. Boys. Breakfast. Mrs. Sakura called through the door before going to the next room. The two of them stood up and let go of one another's hands. 𝐒𝐬𝐿 sized Hitoshi up one last time before asking something. Do you want to be a hero? Hitoshi raised an eyebrow at his new friend and answered, who doesn't? 𝐒𝐬𝐿 smiled and led the two of them down to the dining hall. I'll help you. Hitoshi rushed to keep up with him. What do you mean help me? I want you to succeed and I'm guessing your quirk isn't great when it comes to 𝐭-mate. He raised an eyebrow in Hitoshi's direction and he nodded at the question, which means you're gonna need to learn to fight hand to hand. And I can help you with that. 𝐒𝐬𝐿 turned to Hitoshi. So what do you say? Hitoshi looked at 𝐒𝐬𝐿 like he had given him the keys to the golden gates. I say hell yeah. Again. It had been 2 weeks since Hitoshi had found out about 𝐒𝐬𝐿's nighttime excursions, and the two were joined at the hip from that point forward. The other kids in the home had noticed but decided not to mention it, and for the most part people left them alone. There were quirkiest comments here and there but it was nothing they aren't used to. At present Hitoshi was lying on his back with the wind knocked out of him and 𝐒𝐬𝐿 standing over him with a sugary sweet grin. Your stance also needs to be wider. 𝐒𝐬𝐿 said offhandedly, offering Hitoshi a hand and pulling him up. Yeah, let's go again. Hitoshi put his fists up and prepared for a punch. Heh, 𝐒𝐬𝐿 made a little noise and looked Hitoshi up and down before putting his fists up too. This time you come at me. Hitoshi shrugged. They had been going at it for about 2 hours and he had yet to land a real blow on his friend. He led with a left hook to 𝐒𝐬𝐿's stomach, quick and unexpected, like 𝐒𝐬𝐿 had taught him. Of course the universe, or in this case 𝐒𝐬𝐿, couldn't let him catch a break. He ducked under Hitoshi's fist and landed a soft but powerful punch to his abdomen and he fell back onto the ground. Again. He threw his arm over his eyes and blocked out the sun. He heard 𝐒𝐬𝐿 giggled and felt him flop down beside him. Do you want me to tell you what you did wrong or do you just want to lay here? 𝐒𝐬𝐿 asked beside him. Lay here. Hitoshi mumbled, too weak and exhausted to respond with much more. Okay. They sat on the grass and basked in the light of the early morning sun. Hitoshi turned his head to look at 𝐒𝐬𝐿, who laid beside him. Hitoshi felt his heart stop when he looked at him. He lay on a bed of grass and dirt and it looked like he was one with the earth at that moment. Light fell on his face and he looked as soft and golden as sunlit honey. Hitoshi thought if he had the chance he would stay in that moment forever. 𝐒𝐬𝐿 felt Hitoshi's eyes on him and opened his eyes to look back at him. 𝐒𝐬𝐿's heart caught in his throat as he looked at his friend. The sun sat above him and casted its light on him, the light surrounding him like a halo. His eyes were set ablaze with sunlight and it looked like a pair of amethysts sat where his eyes usually did. If you asked 𝐒𝐬𝐿 now, he would tell you this was the moment he fell in love with ♯ Hitoshi. And Hitoshi would be inclined to agree. 𝐒𝐬𝐿 breathed. His lungs burned and it felt like his skin was on fire, but he couldn't stop running. 𝐒𝐬𝐽, the voice behind him called out in morbid glee. Come out, wherever you are. He pushed his short legs as fast as they could go, and crashed through the low-hanging branches of trees. Don't be scared. The voice was different now, deeper, and kinder, but he knew it was a trick. It always was. He spared a glance back at the monster chasing him. A fatal mistake. He crashed into a tree. He felt blood rush out of his surly broken nose. He fell to the ground and tried to stop the bleeding. As he did, the monster stalked toward him, its horrifying form twitching as it approaches. Though 𝐒𝐬𝐽 was looking at it, he could never quite make out what it was. He saw it twitch violently, and standing before him a moment later was the slime villain. But he looked even more horrifying than when 𝐒𝐬𝐽 first met him. Half of his body was the normal man he had turned into, and the other half the slime that 𝐒𝐬𝐽 had met. Down the middle the sludge and skin met, small flecks of red blood meeting with the green goop. His skin near the middle looked like it was melting into the slime, or like it was about to drop off entirely. His swampy green eyes bulged in his head and his mouth hung open in horror, exposing rotting teeth. He twitched and said, "You did this." His voice was like nails on a chalkboard, itching at 𝐒𝐬𝐽's mind in a terribly unpleasant way. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 stared up at him, unable to move or speak as the monster writhed in agony before him before twitching again and shifting into something entirely different but nonetheless horrifying. His mother stood before him, in the clothes he saw her last in. A pair of light blue scrubs, her hair up the way it always was, half up in a bun and half down, falling around her delicately. He took note of the horror that was her stomach. Blood dripped down her scrubs and onto the forest floor. A large piece of metal stuck out of the left side of her stomach, and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 could see the other end just behind her. He looked up at her face and stared in horror at her. Her skin was pale and gaunt. Her cheeks and eyes hollow as well. Her usually bright green eyes stared down at him, dead and blank. Bloody tears fell from her eyes. Blood dribbled from her mouth and onto her chin. She stared at him in horror and hatred. "You did this." It was nothing like how he remembered her voice, soft and light. It was cold, and the sound made him clam up. It made him sweat, but a cold, chilling sweat. She twitched and shivered, reaching her mangled hand up to pull her hair and claw at her eyes. She turned back into the monster of limbs and faces and horror. It twitched and shrieked before falling silent and into a new form. Well, two forms. Little 𝐭𝐻𝐻 chased little Deku around 𝐒𝐬𝐽. The two of them laughed gleefully, and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 saw them begin to grow from what he thought were little 2- or 3-year-olds to little 9-year-olds. Deku tripped and fell, using his hands to brace himself. 𝐭𝐻𝐻 leaned over him and stomped on his back, setting him flat to the ground. "You're just a quirkless Deku." 𝐭𝐻𝐻 shrieked, his voice more shrill and pitched than it usually was. "You're USCLSS. You're WRSS. You're POINTLSS. You're QIRKLSS. Deku screamed as 𝐭𝐻𝐻 burned him through his shirt, making contact with his skin. The noise stopped instantly, though the smell of burnt flesh and caramel remained strong. 𝐭𝐻𝐻 screamed again, this time in pain as he fell back and away from Deku. WHATDIDYOUDO. YOUDID to this. His voice became distorted with anger. "And Deku." He grinned down at his friend and said, "YEP." 𝐒𝐬𝐽 began to cry as he watched 𝐭𝐻𝐻 snap his fingers and clap his hands together, trying to find any sort of spark. Deku just smiled and began to laugh. Deku turned his attention to 𝐒𝐬𝐽 and smiled innocently at him. "YOUDID to this." 𝐒𝐬𝐽 found his voice as he looked at his younger self. "And no. I didn't. I wouldn't." Deku just kept smiling. "Maybe, but you wanted to. What does that say about you?" 𝐒𝐬𝐽 shook his head. I don't want this." "Don't you? Don't you want him to hurt? Do you want him to scream your name and beg you to stop, like you did? He hurt you, it's only fair you do the same to him." Deku laughed at 𝐒𝐽's horrified expression as he realized that, yes, he did want 𝐭𝐻𝐻 to hurt. He wanted him to suffer. HEWFMDD. 𝐒𝐽. He bolted upright and his mind fogged over when he registered the hand on his shoulder. He hooked his ankle around the waist of whoever disturbed his sleep. He flipped them onto their stomach and pinned their arms under them. He used his leg to pin down their legs. Izuku, what the F? His mind began to clear away the fog and he noticed the fluffy purple hair under him. Hitoshi. He took note of the contact they had. No skin. Oh, it's just you. Yeah, Hitoshi wheezed under him, just me, why did you wake me up? Hitoshi grunted trying to get air in his lungs, you looked like you were having a nightmare. Oh. Oh. Yeah, now, can you get off of me, I can't breathe, oh. Izuku shrieked, scrambling off his friend. Sorry, 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 sorry Izuku. Hitoshi sighed as the air returned to his lungs. It's okay. I get it, nightmares are SHT. Yeah, Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, the scratchy material of his gloves calming him. They SCK. Hitoshi sat down at the end of Izuku's bed. Izuku settled back down and sat across from Hiyoshi. Do you Hitoshi rubbed his neck in the same way Izuku does. Do you want to talk about it? Kinda. Izuku sighed, before backtracking. I don't have to though. I totally understand if you're tired and want to go to bed. I already woke you up once. I don't want to be a burden. I really don't have to and Izuku. Hitoshi said sharply, causing Izuku to shut his mouth. It's okay, if something is bothering you or something you can talk to me about it, I totally get it. And if you don't, that's cool too, but don't avoid talking to me because you think you're being a burden. Now, tell me what the nightmare was about. Izuku sighed, attempting to loosen his muscles and calm himself before speaking. I'm scared to hurt people. I had a nightmare about it. Hitoshi nodded. Like when you're out as Swan. Izuku almost smiled at the assumption, happy he had shared it with Hitoshi. No. No, I worry I'll hurt someone I care about. And I'm worried they'll hate me because of it. Hitoshi looked at Izuku, he had a look Hitoshi couldn't decipher. You wouldn't hurt somebody you love, not on purpose at least. Yeah, but when I hurt people, I hurt them badly. In a way they can't fix. In a way no one can fix. Izuku thought about it, about Slimy being thrown in that squad car. About his mother, her headstone sitting next to his father's. He thought about Bakugo, so fiery and angry. He thought 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐫𝐷𝐾. You can always fix it. Hitoshi said, and usually he would be right. Izuku firmly believed that with work and time any wound can be healed. But he was just wrong. No, you don't understand. It's not something that can be fixed, I hurt people and the wound doesn't heal. Izuku said, a burning in his throat. I can't believe that. Hitoshi sighed. Anything can be fixed. Anything. Izuku snorted, yeah, sure. He said sarcastically. Hitoshi sighed and resigned himself to tell a story. My entire family is battling for my custody. Izuku looked at him and tilted his head, like a puppy. My dad isn't but who just got out of prison, he divorced my mom years ago, but wants custody back now for some reason. My mom is a druggie. One of our old neighbors called about a noise complaint and the police came and saw me trying to drag my cocoed up mother to her bedroom. They took me out of her custody immediately. My family is big. My aunt and uncle on my dad's side want custody since they helped my mom out a lot right after my dad was locked up. My grandparents on my mom's side want me to stay with them since they're experienced parents. One of my aunts on my mom's side wants me, and so does one of my uncles. Izuku stared at him with wide eyes, distracted from his sadness and mentally piecing together his roommate's family tree. They've all been fighting about it for about a year, and now that my dad's back has just made it more complicated. Hitoshi looked out the window wistfully, thinking back to when his family wasn't so fractured. I remember Christmas at my grandparents', and New Year's at Aunt Jaya and Uncle Goro's. Thanksgiving with Uncle Hiroto and Uncle Hachi. Halloween dressing up with all my cousins. I remember all of it. This is the first time I've missed it. I think when I was younger I should have noticed that my aunts and uncles didn't want their kids hanging out with kids on the other side of the family, and how they'd give each other the stink eye when they thought we weren't looking. But they all loved each other, it was family drama, but not like this. They're all barely speaking to each other. Hitoshi sighed as the weight of his situation sat in the room. But his lips turned up a little and he looked at Izuku. But I have hope. I have hope because when my cousin came out the entire family threw her a party. When my dad's mom died everyone was with him while he mourned. When Uncle Takuya's wife passed away, there were lots of casserole and flowers and hugs waiting for him when he was ready. When Cousin Lonnie's friend needed a place to stay 3 different offers were thrown her way before she settled on who she wanted to stay with. My family loves each other. And I know that whatever rifts this whole thing causes can be repaired if we try. Izuku stared at Hitoshi as he finished. He looked into his violet eyes and saw something he hadn't before. He realized that though they had lived with each other for almost a month and though they were close, the two of them hadn't been vulnerable like this since the night Hitoshi found out he's a vigilante. Anything can be fixed, with the right amount of love and care. The right amount of work too. I promise. Hitoshi finished, glancing at Izuku. Izuku stared at Hitoshi, analyzing him like he did so often. Can I trust you? Izuku asked, not really meaning to say anything out loud. Yes. Hitoshi answered immediately, knowing that whatever Izuku was going to tell him, Hitoshi would never betray any trust placed with him. Izuku sighed. I'm not quirkless. Hitoshi stared at him, mouth agape. Hey. Izuku glanced at him nervously. I'm not quirkless. What the F does that mean? My quirk. Izuku found himself shuddering using the word, not used to using it on himself. It, came in late. My mom decided it would be better if we kept it a secret. Hitoshi raised his eyebrow. Why? Izuku let himself breathe then continued. Because I can take away quirks. Hitoshi for about the 5th time that night found himself without words, but asked again, what the F does that mean? Izuku almost laughed at the look on Hitoshi's face. He probably would have under different circumstances. If I touch someone, bare skin to bare skin, their quirk disappears. Izuku emphasized this with the snap of his fingers. It's gone, permanently. Holy 𝐿𝐷. Hitoshi stared at Izuku, seeing him in an entirely different light. This boy, with green eyes and green hair, with freckles and a lopsided grin. He could destroy some of the most powerful people with a single touch. That's holy 𝐿𝐷. Yeah, Izuku said, holy 𝐿𝐷. He grinned with little humor, watching his friend silently process the bombshell he had dropped. After giving Hitoshi time to process, he continued, you can see why I'd want to keep this quiet. The ability to take away someone's kami given right permanently is a quirk most people would frown upon. Yeah, Hitoshi thought about it and he had to agree. He was shunned for taking away people's free will, but that was only temporary. Taking away something that society was built around, something people built their lives around, Izuku was right for hiding it. Yeah, Izuku nodded heavily. Wanna know how it manifested? Hitoshi looked at Izuku and he knew that whatever his friend was about to say, it wasn't going to be good. I was in the kitchen cooking with my mom. She touched my hand to show me how to slice the carrots, and as soon as she did she fell to her knees, cradling her hands. She looked up at me and then at the counter. She tried to pull the recipe book to her with her quirk. It didn't move. The thing is, I think she knew as soon as it happened, she could feel it leaving her body. And the broken look on her face broke me too, I think. She was my whole world and I ripped part of her DNA out of her body, on accident. Izuku felt tears begin to pool in his eyes. We went to my dad's doctor. He was a specialist, and he told me that my quirk was always active, and that I wouldn't be able to turn it off. He also told my mom that it would be best for me if we didn't tell anyone about my quirk, and my mom agreed, worried what people would do to me. Holy 𝐿𝐷. Hitoshi didn't think it could get worse. It got worse. Izuku's eyes were overflowing with tears and it felt like he hadn't cried in years. Hitoshi watched his friend frantically try to rub away his tears, his gloves only serving to aggravate his eyes. Hitoshi stood from the bed and went over to his side of the room. He opened the bottom drawer of his nightstand, his designated junk drawer, and dug around. He found a pair of thin winter gloves rolled into a little ball. He grabbed the tissues on his dresser and walked back over to Izuku's bed. He silently slipped the gloves on, flexing his finger and getting used to the feeling before sitting down in front of Izuku and taking his hands. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 flinched at the contact but relaxed upon two realizations. 1. He had his gloves. And 2. Hitoshi was also wearing a pair of gloves. Hitoshi set 𝐒𝐬𝐽's hands down and began to dab at his face with a tissue, gently flicking his hair out of his face and letting 𝐒𝐬𝐽 catch his breath. Hitoshi tossed the tissue in the trash can near the door, and he and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 stared at each other before 𝐒𝐬𝐽 cracked a small, nervous smile. Good thinking. They both glanced down at Hitoshi's winter gloves and he smiled back. He reached up and cupped 𝐒𝐬𝐽's face. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 melted at the contact instantly. Thank you, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 whispered, the moonlight of the opened curtain illuminating his soft and vulnerable face. He had his eyes closed and his mouth slightly open. No problem. Hitoshi responded just as softly, looking at his roommate. Eventually he felt 𝐒𝐬𝐽 fall asleep and settled him back into a lying position on the bed. He covered 𝐒𝐬𝐽 with his blanket, then went back to his bed and laid down, taking the winter gloves off last. He reached over to his phone, charging on his nightstand, and typed in the code. He went to his to-do list and put down a new task. Buy better gloves. Natsumi Sakura, in all her years of working at her group home, had never seen anything so miraculous. Two of the most withdrawn boys she had ever seen, and it seemed that overnight they became joined at the hip. Shinsu Hitoshi and Izuku Midoriya. In Hitoshi's 2 years of living under Natsumi's care, he hadn't made any friends, not one. There were plenty of kids with villainous or weak quirks. She had thought that they might bond with similar pasts, and they did, except Hitoshi. He was vehemently against the idea of bonding with his housemates, which caused friction with the other children. But Natsumi had hope, because despite what people said, she knew Hitoshi was a good kid. And then, like a thunderstorm, crashing into her expectations, she was handed the file of one Izuku Midoriya. A little quirkless boy whose mother died. What a shame. She carefully combed through the open rooms she had. She immediately discarded the rooms with a female roommate, though she felt the idea of gendering rooms was a little silly, but it was regulation. Her sorting system was complex and intricate. You couldn't have two people with opposing quirks in the same room, they had to be compatible. She also had to take into account the quirk as a whole. You couldn't put someone with a plant quirk on the top floor, or a technopath too close to the TV room, lest they stay up all night. Izuku being quirkless, so she didn't have to worry about that. But that meant an entirely new set of challenges to take into account. She had to make sure the boy wouldn't be put with someone who would shun him. Someone who might be able to understand him and empathize with him. She wanted to know where he might fit. She had been given some notes written about him by his social worker and the other families he had stayed with. From what Natsumi had gathered, he's shy, withdrawn, uninterested in friends, and was vehemently against the thought of touch. When one of his foster siblings tried to touch his shoulder in his second home, he broke 2 of her fingers. He was moved that night. She needed someone who wouldn't push too hard, but might be able to make him open up. She needed someone with a commune history. She needed someone to make him feel safe. Someone grounding, but not suffocating. Someone kind but not touchy. Someone like. Gotcha. She was a little disappointed in herself because she hadn't thought about Hitoshi earlier. He was of course the perfect candidate. His issues with his quirk would make the 2 brothers in arms of sorts. His against the idea of friends, but observing him with the younger members of the house showed his not without kindness or empathy. His perfect. Of course her plan didn't come without hiccups. The 2 sat together at meals and could be seen chatting, but beyond that the 2 weren't as close as she thought they would be, though closer than she had seen Hitoshi get with anyone since he got there. Then, about 2 weeks into living together, the 2 were much closer in the morning than they had been the night before. They talked, ate together, ran laps around the backyard, and it seemed Izuku was teaching Hitoshi some fighting moves. She was content to watch their relationship grow and evolve. Then the same thing happened, about 2 weeks after that. They went up to their room like every night, chatting about some pre-quirk band. The next morning though, there was a significant change to whatever dynamic they had. Natsumi was briefed thoroughly about Izuku's hatred of touch. Yuki had given her an in-depth run-through of everything she needed to know, all of it boiling down to, under no circumstances is one to touch Izuku. And in turn she explained that to everyone in her home, telling them all to never touch him and give him the same respect they want from him. That morning though, Izuku and Hitoshi came downstairs with Izuku clinging onto Hitoshi's arm. A curious development. She watched the two of them curiously as they grabbed food from the large kitchen and sat down against one of the far walls, where they usually ate breakfast. She would have observed more had it not been for a group of kids attempting to start a food fight. The work never ends, she thought mildly. She took one last glance back at the boys, Izuku lying his head in Hitoshi's lap. Hitoshi carded his hands through Izuku's hair. Natsumi took notice of the thin winter gloves sitting on his hands. Curious indeed. Izuku and Hitoshi trained together every day for 2 months. Ever since the revelation of Izuku's quirk, the two of them were rarely ever seen apart. They, along with all the other 12 to 14-year-olds, all went to the same school, one very different from Aldera, but similar in all the ways that Izuku really counted. Its class sizes were a lot bigger. It was a bigger school in general as well. The school was built recently, and had been fortified against all sorts of quirks, from fireproof desks to reinforced steel doors. The curriculum was standard but taught in a different way. It was similar as well, as Hitoshi, Izuku and a few other kids at the home knew quite well. The bullying wasn't as bad as at Aldera, but it was still hell. The second people found out he was quirkless, they turned on him, like all the other schools over the last few months. The difference this time was that he wasn't the only one. Hitoshi, and 2 other kids from the home, with less than favorable quirks, were in his class with him. Mo Hyota and Yuka Minami, both 14, and living under Mrs. Sakura's care, Hyota for 6 years and Minami for most of the better part of her life. Hyota's quirk is a telepathy-based one. They could sense a person's emotions and intentions, and no one likes it when someone can just get inside their head. Minami's quirk is called meta control. She can utilize another's quirk against them. It was safe to say that the two of them were at least friendly with Izuku and Hitoshi, though not exactly friends, but closer than the other kids at the home. The 4 of them bonded through what they had to deal with in their joint classroom. One of the boys with a more heroic quirk had carved spider lilies into the sides of their desks. The teachers, thankfully, gave him detention, not because of his bullying, but because he had defrauded school property. The 4 of them still hadn't gotten their desks replaced. Too much work, and too much money is what Minami had overheard one of the teachers saying to another. All in all, not much had changed, but Izuku didn't have to deal with Kacchan anymore, which he thought was a plus. Now that he thought about it, he hadn't seen his former best friend since the day his mom died. Izuku and Hitoshi walked down to Dagobah Beach together one sunny Saturday afternoon. They had trained together so much that the regime that they had built was too easy. It had become a bit boring for both of them. Then Izuku had heard about a beach filled with trash that was apparently very popular before the place had been trashed. He had told Hitoshi and they decided together to clean the place up. The beach was much bigger than either of them thought it was going to be, but it did nothing to dampen their spirits. Hitoshi set his phone on an old microwave and pressed play on a pre-quirk band before the two of them got to work. I think I found out where I do not belong, stuck inside my head here with all my songs. The two worked in comfortable silence as music played in the background. It was how the two of them liked it, Izuku thought. Hitoshi always seemed to prefer the silence, but he seemed to prefer Izuku to that. It was a thought that put a smile on Izuku's face. She said, "My friends died when they were real young. I think they are waiting for me on the other side." Hitoshi glanced over at Izuku as he dragged a fridge across the sand. "And you were angry as she walks away, and you're angry as she tries to stay." Izuku felt a prickle on the back of his neck and glanced back at Hitoshi. Izuku caught Hitoshi's eyes and smiled. "And I'm getting older, so it's hard to say if this all feels forced or if I'm here to stay." Bang! Hitoshi and Izuku both jumped and whipped around to look at the source of the noise. Someone was in the process of digging through one of the trash bags they had filled. It looked like they had knocked over one of the other bags. A head popped back out, a girl with pink dreadlocks and bronze goggles, holding a piece of scrap metal. "Perfect!" she exclaimed excitedly. She turned her head to look at Izuku. "You were just gonna throw this out? Such a waste." She continued to rifle through the bag and periodically took out pieces of metal and machinery. Izuku and Hitoshi stared at each other before both looking back at her. Hitoshi started, "Who are you?" She sprang up and gave Hitoshi a once-over before sticking her hand out. "My Hatsune." future CEO of 𝐻𝐻𝐸 Industries. Nice to meet you. Hitoshi tentatively took her hand and shook. She grinned before turning towards Izuku. My 𝐻𝐻𝐸, future CEO of 𝐻𝐻𝐸 Industries. Nice to meet you. Izuku shook her hand, his gloves providing a necessary barrier. Izuku Midoriya. He smiled slightly and pointed at Hitoshi, Shinsu Hitoshi. Nice to meet you both, she said before sitting back down on the sandy ground and began digging through the bags again. I have a question for you. Why are you cleaning the beach? They glanced at one another before Izuku answered. We need to get stronger for the UA entrance exam, this is a good way to do it. Why are you here? He asked back. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 glanced back at them. I need material for my babies. Hitoshi choked on A and Izuku raised an eyebrow, urging her to continue. That's what I call my support items. Oh. Support items like what? He asked. Her whole demeanor changed in an instant and she yanked off her goggles. You're asking me about my support items. He looked at her eyes, bright yellow with crosshair pupils. Fascinating. Her body language was excited and manic, but her eyes were letting something else through. She wanted him to actually be interested in what she had to say. She wanted a friend. Yeah, I've always been pretty interested in support items different heroes use. Izuku responded. Her eyes widened. You're asking me about my support items. She grabbed him firmly by the shoulders, and he had to admit he was impressed with her grip. I've waited years for someone to ask me about my support items. She cackled like a maniac, then took a binder out of her bag and opened it, papers and blueprints spilling out. Izuku and Hitoshi scrambled to grab the ones that got caught in the wind. They retired her papers to her, then sat down across from her. So what do you want to know? She asked excitedly, leafing through the papers. Izuku and Hitoshi looked at each other and Izuku smiled before glancing back at 𝐻𝐻𝐸. Everything. Hitoshi, Mai and Izuku sat on the front porch of Mrs. Sakura's house, Mai tinkering, Izuku reading and Hitoshi scrolling on his phone. The three of them basked in the sun, before a shadow fell on them. Speaking of the devil herself, Mrs. Sakura stood in front of the three of them. She nodded politely at Mai as she always did, then turned her attention to Hitoshi. Hitoshi, a court date has been set for the custody dispute. You're expected to attend and give a statement. You may bring your friends if you so choose, but they both must remain on their best behavior. Here is the information you will need. She handed the stunned Hitoshi an envelope, then brushed past the three of them inside, shutting the door behind her. Hitoshi stared at the envelope in shock. He handed the envelope to Izuku. Izuku took the envelope. Want me to open it? Izuku asked his friend. Hitoshi nodded. The three of them set down their respective distractions and Izuku opened the envelope. He skimmed the papers inside. There was a copy of Hitoshi's 𝐵𝐼 certificate and the schedule for the court date. Okay, it looks like it'll be on December 15th, at 10:30 a.m. Mustafu Public Courthouse. The dispute is between Hajime Shinsu, Jaya and Goro Taki, and Hiroto and Hachi Shinsu. Izuku handed the letter back to Hitoshi, who read it over before falling back on the hardwood of the porch. SHT. Hitoshi sighed. Mai and Izuku joined him lying on the porch. Do you want us to come with you? Mai asked. Hitoshi sighed out a yes, before falling silent once again. Okay, said Mai. All right, said Izuku. Izuku stood still as Hitoshi fastened his tie. I still think it's ridiculous you can't tie a tie. Hitoshi sighed, straightening the offending piece of clothing out. Izuku only shrugged and looked at himself in the hallway mirror. He wore a dark blue button-up shirt with its sleeves rolled up, and a black tie courtesy of Hitoshi around his neck. He also wore a pair of nice dress breathes. He had borrowed them from one of the older boys. Hitoshi wore something similar, a pale gray button-up, black slacks, a tie and a suit jacket. The two of them, if they had their ways, would have worn jeans and t-shirts, but Mrs. Sakura had insisted on them looking presentable. Mrs. Sakura stepped into the hall and looked at them before nodding, satisfied with their looks. She wore a simple long gray skirt, pale blue blouse and a cardigan. The three of them slipped on their shoes and left the building. Yuki and Mai were waiting outside for them. Yuki wore a simple black pantsuit, and Mai wore black slacks and a nice pale pink sweater striped with gray. She waved at the two of them. Everyone piled into Yuki's car, Yuki in the driver's seat, Mrs. Sakura in the passenger, and the three of them in the back. Izuku was unlucky enough to be stuck in the middle. The drive to the courthouse was quick, and soon they were all clambering out of the car. They all entered the courthouse and immediately found Hitoshi's family. Jaya Taki and Goro Taki, Hitoshi's aunt and uncle, stood with Hiroto Shinsu and Hachi Shinsu. Jaya spotted them immediately and let out a tiny squeal, rushing up to him and enveloping him in a giant hug. "There he is. My favorite nephew." "Hi, Auntie," Hitoshi said through wheezes. His uncles walked over and there was a few minutes of shaking hands and hugs. Hitoshi introduced Mai and Izuku to his aunt and uncles. After a minute of introductions, Izuku got a chance to get a good look at the four adults. Hachi Shinsu loomed over all of them, Izuku guessing he'd have to be at least 6 feet 7 inches or taller. He had no obvious quirk, but his height might give way to some mutation. He had short, curly purple hair, much darker than Hitoshi's. Hachi wore a dark blue pinstriped suit that paired with Hiroto Shinsu's plain dark blue suit, just a shade lighter than Hachi's. Hiroto had longer brown hair, pulled into a man bun, 2 lines braided into the sides of his head. His pupils were sharp as pin pricks, and shook when he moved. Goro Taki had blonde fluffy hair curling in every which way, very similar to Izuku's, though shorter and much neater. He wore a light gray suit and thin glasses. Jaya had a dark green dress that fell just past her knees, with matching heels, and a dark knit cardigan over her shoulders. Her dark purple hair, the same shade as Hachi's, fell past her shoulders in neat curls. They all spent a few minutes mindlessly chattering about things, like how Hitoshi's cousins are and what the home is like, when the courtroom door opened and a man drew everyone's attention. Hajime Shinsu strode into the courthouse like he owned the place, black tie hanging from his neck loosely, and his dark purple hair, the same shade as his brother and sister, matching his shirt that was just a shade lighter. His hair, in the way it fluffed on his head and stuck up in a gravity-defying sort of way, made his hair look identical to Hitoshi. The bags under his eyes stood out strickeningly against his too pale skin. He smirked when he saw his siblings and their respective partners. "JJ. Kai, you two are looking very dressed up." Jaya and Hachi both cringed at the nicknames. Jaya glared back at him, his smirk never faltering. "We aren't dressed up, we just look like adults ready to take this seriously, maybe you should too." Izuku was impressed with her sharp tongue, and the fact that Hajime's smirk faltered at her words, his face falling almost into a scowl. Hajime turned his attention to Hitoshi. He opened his arms wide and enveloped Hitoshi in a large hug. "Gods, you've grown." Hitoshi wriggled out of his hug and smiled tensely at his father. "Hi, Dad." "All right, I'm gonna go find a washroom, I'll see you back here in a minute," Hajime said, wandering away from the group. Jaya and Hacho both glanced at each other, and Jaya sighed before sticking her hand out for a handshake. "No matter what, Hajime can't have custody," agreed. Hachi clasped her hand and shook. "Agreed." The group conversed, and at some point Hajime returned, before a bailiff called the group into the office of one of the judges. Since the case was one for custody of a minor, the judge decided to hold it in their office. They all shuffled into the office. It was spacious. Enough that they weren't cramped in, but it still felt cozy. Shinsu and Yuki sat in front of the judge's desk, Izuku, Mai, and Mrs. Sakura behind him. Hiroto, Hachi, Jaya and Goro all stood behind Yuki. Hajime leaned against the far side of the wall. He looked like a man without a care in the world. An older woman sat across from them. Her white hair was done in a braid pinned to her head in a bun. Her judge's robe sat on her comfortably, and a pair of round glasses sat delicately on the bridge of her nose. She was reading through a file before looking up at them. She picked up a mini gavel and tapped it against a stack of papers. Judge Hashiguchi Hana presiding over the custody of Shinsu Hitoshi. She set the gavel down and looked at Hitoshi. "I take it you are him." Hitoshi nodded hesitantly. He was very clearly nervous, and she sent him a kind smile. "Don't worry, young man, you're in good hands. Today all that matters is making you as safe and comfortable as possible." Now, let's get started. It took hours. It took hours of yelling, arguing, negotiating, biting remarks, more negotiating, and Judge Hashiguchi banging her gavel quite a bit. In the end, Hajime stormed out after learning he would not be receiving custody. Judge Hashiguchi ruled that Jaya and Goro would get custody of their nephew. Hachi and Hiroto were upset, but almost immediately after the verdict was decided, everyone took a collective breath. It seemed that the reason everyone was stressing was because of Hajime, and as soon as it was confirmed he wouldn't be getting custody, everyone chilled out. Jaya swept her brother up in a big hug when they left the courthouse. Dinner at our place when Hitoshi gets settled. All right. Hachi laughed. The adults all talked about logistics while the three teenagers went to Yuki's car. Izuku in the middle and Mai and Hitoshi on either side of him. They were quiet before Mai asked, "Are you happy with what the judge decided?" Hitoshi shrugged, "I would have been happy as long as it wasn't my dad. But Jaya's house is closest to the beach and Mrs. Sakura's, plus it's in the same school district, so I won't have to switch." Mai and Izuku nodded along to him. Eventually Yuki and Mrs. Sakura got into the car and drove them back to the home, dropping Mai off on the way. Hitoshi was moved out within the week, and Izuku was once again alone. Before anyone knew it, the UA entrance exam was right around the corner. For the newly formed Chaos Trio, that meant preparing and training every day until they were ready. For Mai, it meant reading textbooks through the night and building through the day. Izuku and Hitoshi had had much trouble getting her to sleep. She finally agreed to take a nap after they threatened to cut her off of the materials they found on the beach. For Hitoshi, strength training is the name of the game. Building muscle and working on hand-to-hand combat took up hours of Hitoshi's time, even having some small weights installed in his new room at his aunt's house. For Izuku, it was a little bit of everything. His mornings were spent running laps around the yard. Then he spent about 5 hours at the beach with Hitoshi and Mai. Then the afternoon was chores, and finally took a few hours to work on his analyses. The three of them were grinding away at their respective training for weeks before the day finally came. The UA entrance exam. Ochiko Uraraka stood in front of the hallowed halls of UA. She was just about to rush in with the rest of the students when she saw a boy in front of her about to faceplant. "Ah!" She reached out and slapped his backpack, and he immediately began to float up slightly. "Eek!" She deactivated her quirk and started fussing over him. "I'm so sorry I used my quirk on you without asking. But it's bad luck to fall before an exam. I'm not actually sure. I'm sure it is somewhere." She babbled on as the green-haired boy she had saved just stared at her dumbfounded. Thanks." A shrill bell cut him off, signaling that all examinees should be inside the building. Bye. Good luck." She rushed off into the building. Students flooded into UA, all of them buzzing with excitement and nervous energy. And Ochiko found herself in the middle of it. Ochiko is an extrovert in every sense of the word. She's filled with joy and excitement every time she's around people, but in the middle of a crowd full of her competition she couldn't help but feel a little nauseated. Her nerves were buzzing underneath her skin, and she followed the directions on the walls to the testing rooms. She sat down at one of the many desks in the giant classroom, and once everyone was seated, the teacher at the front of the class started handing out packets and giving out instructions. "My name is Miss Kiyama, and I'll be watching you while you take this exam. Do not open your packets until I say so. Do not leave unless I say so. There will be no talking. I'll be at the desk at the front. Please ask me if you are having trouble reading the questions, don't understand a word, don't understand what the question is asking of you, or if you need to go to the washroom. I am not allowed to help you with the actual contents of the test, but I do wish you all good luck." Miss Kiyama stood back at the front of the classroom, scanning them before sitting down at her desk. "You may begin." Rustling paper could be heard before settling to the steady noise of pencil on paper. Tenya Ida was the first one done with his exam. He gently set his paper down on the teacher's desk and stood before him, waiting for instructions. The blond man looked up at him through a pair of glasses. He picked up Tenya's packet and quickly flipped through the pages, making sure he didn't miss anything. He nodded and set the paper down. "All right, you can head down to the cafeteria. Lunch Rush is serving a free lunch, so you've got a full buffet once you're down there. There should be some signs on the walls pointing you there. If at any point you have gotten lost, find an adult and ask them for directions. You can go. Good luck on the practical. Mr. Yamada said happily, his green eyes a little wide at Tenya. Finishing the exam so quickly. Tenya nodded, grabbed his bag and left. He followed the signs as Mr. Yamada instructed and came to a pair of large double doors. He entered the cafeteria and found 3 other kids waiting for him. A girl with bright orange hair done in a side ponytail sat across from a girl with a plain shoulder-length bob. A boy sat on the other end of the cafeteria, his green hair sticking up in every which way, and he leaned over what appeared to be a notebook. Tenya rushed over to the cafeteria line and grabbed a tray. The food in front of him looked delectable and he couldn't decide what he wanted to try first. He eventually decided on a big helping of yakisoba and 𝐒𝐲𝐽 for a treat. He looked back at the cafeteria and debated sitting by himself but ultimately decided against it, wanting to get to know his possible future classmates. He decided to sit with the girls, seeing as the boy seemed to be engrossed in whatever he was writing. "Excuse me," Tenya said when he arrived at the table. "May I sit here?" The 2 girls glanced at each other before the orange-haired girl smiled. "Sure." Tenya sat down next to the girl with black hair. "I am Ida Tenya. Kendo Itsuka." The 2 of them shook hands. "Kodai Yui." Tenya shook hands with her as well before they got back to talking. Other students began to trickle into the cafeteria and it began to get progressively louder. Tenya noticed a tall purple-haired boy walk over to the other boy and sit down, the 2 of them immediately falling into steady conversation. Tenya was pulled from his thoughts when someone else sat down and the table made another round of introductions. 𝐾𝐬𝐽 sat down in one of the uncomfortable auditorium chairs and looked around at her fellow exam takers. Once the room was full, present MIC, in all his hair gel glory, came running out onto the stage. Students started clapping and cheering, excited to see the hero. Eventually they settled down and MIC stood at the front of the stage. "What's up, UA candidates?" MIC shouted. "Thanks for tuning to me, your school DJ. Can I get a yeah?" The auditorium carried the silence to the walls and let it echo. But a boy 2 rows in front of 𝐾𝐽𝐽 cupped his hands and called out yeah. Present MIC's face lit up and he pointed to the boy with a large grin, "My guy." MIC then schooled himself into a more serious attitude and the screen behind him lit up. "Now, let's talk about how this practical exam is gonna go down, okay? Like your application said, today you rocking guys, girls, and squirrels will be out there conducting 10-minute mock battles in super hip urban settings. After I drop the MIC here, you'll head to your specified battle center. Sound good?" The examinees nodded and present MIC continued on, pulling a small remote from his pocket and clicking the projector on. The screen behind him lit up and on the screen 3 different black silhouettes. There are 3 types of foe villains in every battle center. You'll earn points based on their level of difficulty, so you better choose wisely. Your goal in this trial is to use your quirk to raise your score by shredding these foe villains like a mid-song guitar solo. 𝐾𝐽𝐽 grinned at the musical reference, feeling a little more relaxed by MIC's silly commentary. "But, check it. Make sure you're keeping things heroic. Attacking other examinees is a UA no-no, YA dig." The examinees nodded and there was some whispering before a tall, broad boy with dark blue hair and glasses shot up out of his seat. "Excuse me, sir, but I have a question." MIC grinned and said, "Hit me." "On the printout, you've listed 4 types of villains. Not 3. With all respect, if this is an error on official UA materials, it is shameful. We are exemplary students. We expect the best from Japan's most notable school. A mistake such as this won't do," he stated, then turned his attention to the green-haired boy 2 rows in front of 𝐾𝐽𝐽. "Additionally, you with the unkempt hair. You've been writing this whole time. Stop that. If you can't be bothered to take this seriously, leave. You're distracting the rest of us." He chopped his arms up and down like a robot. She watched as a purple-haired boy next to the green-haired boy looked ready to get up and fight the blue boy. Greenie patted his arm soothingly and stood up instead. "I'm sorry that it's bothering you, but you're like 7 rows away from me and no one else seems to be distracted. Also, you seem to be paying great attention if you feel you know enough about this exam for you to correct a pro hero and UA as a whole. There is some reason the fourth robot isn't on the screen. Wait a minute, maybe present MIC will have a chance to explain. With that spectacular verbal takedown, Greenie sat down. Blue Boy sat down slowly after him, absolutely stunned. Purple Boy and Greenie laughed together before promptly turning back to him. All right, MIC called, reining the examinees in, thanks for calling that out. The fourth villain type is worth 0 points. That guy's just an obstacle we'll be throwing your way. There's one in every battle center. Think of it as a hurdle you should avoid. It's not that it can't be beaten, but there's kinda no point. I recommend my listeners try to ignore it and focus on the ones top pin the charts. MIC gave them all a second to soak in the information and begin to plan before finishing up. That's all I got for you today. Let's hear a plus ultra. The entire auditorium erupted into shouts of the school motto. 𝐂𝐽𝐾 and the other examinees were ushered out of the auditorium and given directions to their testing sites. Okay, time to go beyond plus ultra. Examinees were chattering and yelling about the giant fake city in front of them. This is nuts. It's like a whole city. Can you imagine how much this costs? UA is amazing. Izuku was currently stretching in the grass, trying to loosen himself up. He and Hitoshi knew there was a good chance they'd get split up, especially since they're from the same school, but Izuku couldn't help but feel a little disappointed that Hitoshi wasn't next to him. He stood up and shook out his arms, sizing up some of his competition. He zeroed in on a girl with a brown bob. The girl from before the exam. He prepared himself to go and thank her for keeping him from falling. A voice from behind him stopped him in his tracks though. She looks like she's trying to focus on the trails ahead. The blue-haired guy from before was standing behind him, his arms stiff and bent at perfect 90-degree angles. What are you going to do? Distract her and ruin her chances to succeed. At his words, Izuku's brain shot into movement. He could have distracted her. Or took up her time to prepare. No, that's not what An alarm sounded from somewhere and present MIC's voice could be heard through the speakers. Get moving. Izuku, after hearing his words, immediately sprinted through the open gate. He's got the right idea. There are no countdowns in real battles. Run, listeners. You're wasting airtime here. Izuku heard students moving behind him, but he didn't bother to turn around. He climbed a fire escape to the roof of one of the buildings and kept running. He had a better view of the arena from the roof and he immediately spotted the top of a three-pointer on the far side of the arena. He sprinted to the three-pointer and jumped on top of it, clinging to it and looking for some sort of panel. Bingo! Given that Izuku's quirkless, he's allowed to have some tools. He took a screwdriver from his endless cargo breed's pockets and crawled over to the panel. He undid the screws and ripped the panel away. Izuku looked inside the hulking robot, expecting to see a bundle of wires and machinery. Instead he found a padded interior, with controls and a monitor. Big red letters stood out on the screen. Autopilot mode SWCH to manual mode. Yes. No. Izuku grinned and climbed into the robot. Nezu, you crafty bastard. He cackled in a way that rivaled the man himself. He clicked yes, and fiddled with the controls, figuring out what everything did, before setting his sights on a nearby two-pointer. Nezu looked at the screen and grinned wildly. I like this one. The other teachers in the control room shivered at Nezu's words. MIC grabbed a file on the pile and matched the boy to his picture. Izuku Midoriya. Quirkless. A few teachers swiveled to look at MIC. Really? Vlad asked. MIC nodded and Vlad grinned. DMN, impressive. When was the last time a student found one of your treats? Aizawa asked from his corner of the room. Nezu tapped chin before answering. Almost 20 years. Most students just attack and don't think to look on the inside. Aizawa nodded and turned back to the screen. Midoriya, here. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. His laugh was certainly familiar. Izuku maneuvered the giant claw at the end of the robot and smashed two one-pointers together. He saw other examinees getting to where he had destroyed the other robots and decided to ditch his, not wanting to get attacked. He crawled out through the hole in the back where the panel was and dropped to the ground, rolling to lessen the impact. As he ran, he noticed a broken stop sign that had been tugged out of the ground. He ran over and picked it up, hefting the long metal stick like a staff, and continued. A loud rumble shook the ground, and all the examinees turned to find the sun blocked out by a hulking mass of metal. The 0-pointer. The exam was about to end, and the other examinees rushed back to the entrance, not wanting to risk being incapacitated by the 0-pointer. Izuku was about to follow them when he heard a shout. "Come on! Move!" He turned to the voice and saw the brown-haired girl from before. Her legs were trapped under a piece of rubble. She looked green in the face and like she was ready to pass out at any second. Logically, Izuku knew that UA would never let a student die during the exam. However, Izuku wasn't exactly thinking logically, and in the moment all he saw was a girl trapped with a giant enemy stomping her way. He ran towards her. In the moment his feet had a mind of their own. He got to her side and hoisted the large piece of concrete off her using the broken stop sign. She dragged herself out from under the rubble and Izuku let it drop. And that is the exam, everyone. If you need medical attention, our school nurse is set up at the entrance to the testing ground. Izuku kneeled down to the girl and extended his hand. "Izuku Midoriya." She took his gloved hand and shook it firmly. "Okiko Uraraka." He nodded. "Can you walk?" She glanced down at her mangled leg, then shook her head. He nodded again, then scooped her up. "This okay?" Her face turned a brilliant shade of red. "MHM. Cool." He walked her back to the entrance and then sat her down on a fold-out chair in the medical tent. "Oh dear." An elderly woman came rushing past Izuku and began to fuss over Uraraka, planting a small kiss on her knee. Her leg sparkled before righting itself into the correct position. He noticed that Uraraka became immediately drowsy. Recovery Girl, as Izuku had identified, handed her 2 small gummies. Izuku then left the tent, confident that she'd be taken care of. He grabbed his things from where they were instructed to leave them and waited out front for Hitoshi. "Hey!" Izuku turned to Hitoshi and smiled widely. "Hey! How did yours go?" Hitoshi shrugged. "Pretty good, I think. I didn't have enough space in my head to count up my points, so I don't know how many I got." "Oh, I did, I just forgot in all the rush." The two of them laughed and waited for Hitoshi's aunt to pick them up. They were both excited to know their results and terrified of what it would mean for them. Izuku waited 2 weeks before he received his letter. 2 anxiety-filled, nerve-wracking weeks. When it finally got there, Izuku took it up to his room and called Mai and Hitoshi. "It came," they all said in unison when the call picked up. Laughter followed before they settled down. "Do we wait to open them till we're all together?" Hitoshi asked. Mai cackled. "I don't know about you two, but waiting is for people who aren't going to be future CEOs. I opened my letter when it got here." "Mai!" Izuku exclaimed. "What does it say?" The call was silent as Hitoshi and Izuku waited with bated breath for their friend to tell them. "I got in," she said almost too quietly for the phone to pick up. "Awesome. You go beach?" "Yeah. I scored the highest." Mai was unusually subdued given the news. "Mai, are you alright?" Izuku asked, noticing his friend's odd demeanor. Mai sighed. Yeah, I'm okay. It's just, this is the one thing I've wanted since I could understand what a support builder is. But dreaming about this day and actually being here is really different. I'm excited, but this is what I've been working toward for the better part of my life. Now that I have my acceptance, what do I do now? Hitoshi and Izuku were quiet before Izuku spoke up. "You keep going. You always knew you'd get here. Now you keep going. The journey doesn't end after crossing the first hurdle. You gotta keep going and not stop." Mai huffed out a laugh on the other side of the phone. "Thanks, Izuku. You're right, as always." "Demon right he is." Hitoshi laughed. "And now I also have a confession. I already opened mine too." "Hitoshi." Izuku whined. "I'm sorry. I couldn't wait." "You're forgiven if you tell me you got in." "I got in." Mai and Izuku both burst into congratulations. "Wait, so I'm the only one who doesn't know?" Izuku asked. "Yep." "Yeah, I guess." There was a muffled shout on Hitoshi's side of the phone, followed by Hitoshi shouting, "Coming." "Sorry guys, I gotta go. My aunt and uncle are taking my cousins and I out to celebrate. Bye." There was a short beep that signaled Hitoshi had left the call. "I've gotta go too, my parents want me to eat with them tonight." Mai said, "Bye, see you at the beach tomorrow." Izuku set his phone down and sat down on his bed. He looked down at the letter in his hands. He opened the envelope and reached inside, not finding a letter but a small circular disc. Izuku dropped it when it lit up, and the projected form of All Might stood before him. Izuku repressed a scowl at the form of the man. "Booyah! I am here as a projection now. The truth is, I didn't just come to this city to just fight villains. You're looking at the newest UA faculty member. You've passed with flying colors, earning a whopping 65 villain points. Now that alone would get you into the hero course, however there were other factors at play. You see, the practical exam was not graded on combat alone. How could the hero course reject someone who is committed to saving others, no matter the consequences to himself? After all, that is what makes a hero. Izuku Midoriya, you earned 60 rescue points. Added together your total is 125 points. You have absolutely demolished the record I set when I participated in the exam. Congratulations, this is your Hero Academia." The projection shut off after that. Izuku grabbed it and put it and the envelope on his bedside table. "I got in. I got in. I got in. And All Might is teaching this year. F." Izuku, Hitoshi, and Mai met at the beach the next day, Mai and Hitoshi ready to hear whether or not Izuku would be joining them at UA. They're both very confident in Izuku's abilities, but there was the twinge of doubt that the acceptance committee wouldn't give him entrance. Izuku was there first like always, Mai arriving next and finally Hitoshi last. "So?" Hitoshi prompted. "I got in." There was silence before Mai and Hitoshi swept their friend up in a large hug. "We did it. Hell yeah. Whoa." The three of them danced around in the sand, the excitement of the news filling them all with joy. Izuku jumped up and down, spun around, and laughed with his friends before falling in the sand. The three of them had their heads together, facing the sky. "We're doing it. We're really going to UA." Mai said. "Yeah, we're seriously doing this." Hitoshi sighed. "We made it." Izuku said. He lifted his hand above them and stuck his gloved pinky out. "Promise we'll stick together while we're there, even if we're in different classes." The other two both circled their pinkies around their friends and squeezed. "Promise. Promise." Izuku and Hiyoshi found out a week later in an email that they'd be in the same class. Class 1A. Izuku and Hitoshi excitedly talked on the phone the night before the first day, a mix of insomnia and anxiety keeping both of them up. "I'm so nervous." Izuku had his gloves off and was letting his hands breathe. He laid on his back on his bed and looked up at the ceiling, completely absorbed in Hitoshi's words. "Yeah," Hitoshi laughed on the other side of the line, "I'm like literally shaking. I'm in between wanting to go for a run or wanting to stay in my bed and never leave." "Same, but isn't that kind of your default state?" Izuku snarked. "Oh, ha ha. Shut up. Never." Izuku heard Hitoshi yawn on the phone. "I'm gonna head to bed." Hitoshi said. "Yeah, I should too. We're meeting at the train station tomorrow, right?" Izuku asked. Hitoshi nodded before remembering that Izuku couldn't see him. "Yeah. Good night. I'll see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Izuku heard a short beep and turned off his phone. "Here. Tomorrow I hopefully start changing the world." Izuku was dressed, had his bag packed and was at the train station by 7. He caught sight of Hitoshi and waved at him excitedly. Hitoshi walked over and the two of them boarded the train together, grabbing seats at the very back and sitting knee to knee with one another. Hitoshi handed an earbud to Izuku and they both listened to a couple different songs before getting off the train. Hitoshi took his headphones back and stowed them in one of his pockets. Izuku fiddled nervously with his gloves, tightening then loosening the straps, trying to find the right fit. It had been bothering him all morning, they were either too tight or so loose they'd slide off his hands. He couldn't seem to get it right. Hitoshi stopped at the steps and pulled out his own thin gloves. He pulled them on, then stopped Izuku's moving hands. He tightened them and tugged a little before loosening them just enough to be comfortable. Better? He asked. Much? Izuku responded. Hitoshi didn't bother to take off his gloves, instead starting down the wide corridors of UA. The two of them found themselves in front of a gigantic door and above it, a plaque that read 1A. Man, this thing is huge. Are there giants here? Hitoshi snorted. No, it's probably for mutation quirks. Izuku pointed out. The two of them tuned into yelling on the other side of the door. Take your feet off of the desk right now. Hey. It's the first day and you're already scuffing up school property, you cretin. You're kidding me, right? Did your old school put a stick up your butt, or were you born with it? Oh, Izuku sighed, just my luck. What's up? Hitoshi nudged Izuku. That quirkist but I told you about. He's in there. Along with the guy who yelled at me during the entrance exam. Izuku said, deflating a little bit at the idea of having to spend the next 3 years with those two. I'm gonna F his SHT up. Hitoshi made to grab the doorknob before Izuku's hand shot out to grab him. That's not a good idea, just leave him be, it'll be better for everyone. Izuku said. Usually Hitoshi would argue with such a sentiment, but the pleading look in Izuku's eyes caused him to nod. Okay. Izuku braced himself before opening the door. Izuku and Hitoshi entered the classroom, letting the heavy door close behind them. The boy from the exam immediately turned around and stuck out his hand in a very formal fashion. Good morning. My name is Tenya Ida from, I know. I'm Izuku Midoriya, this is Hitoshi Shinsu. It's super nice to meet you. Izuku said, shaking the boy's hand. Ida glanced down at Izuku's hands and frowned. Midoriya-kun, I must ask that you remove your gloves at once, as they are not school uniform. Izuku stared at Ida, wide-eyed. I can't too. Izuku flinched violently at the sound of Bakugo's shout and saw Hitoshi step in front of him, ready to take on Bakugo. Back off, man. Shut up, extra. Bakugo shouted in Hitoshi's face before yelling over his shoulder at Izuku. What's you do to pass the exam? You must have cheated somehow, right? I'm gonna ruin you, you little BS city. He popped off 2 smaller explosions. Izuku reached up to his head and began to tug at his hair, already starting to panic at Bakugo's shouting. Please, stop. He whispered, though Bakugo didn't hear him. Shut it, if you know what's good for you. Hitoshi snarled. I must insist you not use your quirk in class unless you have permission. Ida chopped his hands up and down vigorously. Bakugo snarled but sat down. Hitoshi took Izuku's hands and gently guided them down from his head. You good? Izuku took a deep breath and nodded. Ida glanced down at his watch and spluttered. It's 5 minutes past already. Where is our teacher? Izuku smiled a little. He's behind you, waiting for us to sit down. The class's eyes all moved to the doorway and found a yellow centipede-looking creature lying there with the face of a man glaring up at them. In the class's shock, Hitoshi and Izuku took their seats, Izuku being less than thrilled when he realized that he sat right behind Bakugo. The man stood up and unzipped his sleeping bag, letting it fall to the ground and revealing his black jumpsuit and light gray scarf. Izuku leaned his head on his hand, but kept his fingers visible to Hitoshi behind him. He began tapping his thumb and forefinger together in a pattern dash dash, dash dash. Once he was confident that Hitoshi had seen, he stopped, not wanting to alert Eraserhead that they know who he is. If you're just here to make friends, then you can pack up now. Eraserhead stood at the podium at the front of the room and leaned heavily on it. Welcome to UA's hero course. It took too long for you all to shut up. That's not gonna work. Time is precious. Rational students would understand that. Hello, I'm Shota Aizawa. Your teacher. Right, let's get to it. Put those on and head outside. Aizawa-sensei nodded to a stack of gym uniforms. What about orientation, sir? One of the students asked. Aizawa-sensei's eyes narrowed. If you really want to make it to the big leagues, you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies. Field, now. He left the room and the students followed quickly. Izuku ended up changing in a stall, same as Hitoshi, sparkly blonde and half boy. Eventually everyone got out to the field and stood in a row in front of Aizawa. We're gonna be doing a quirk assessment today. Midoriya, Izuku stood stock still. You managed to get the most points on the entrance exam. What was your farthest distance throw with a softball? Izuku thought back, remembering that the school didn't actually let him participate, but he did remember doing something similar in one of the backyards with some of his foster siblings in home number 62 meters, I think. Aizawa nodded. Right. Try doing it with your quirk. Anything goes, just stay in the circle. Izuku raised an eyebrow and picked up one of the ball, tossing it back and forth between his hands before stepping into the circle. He raised his arm and prepared to throw before pivoting and facing the class. Think fast, Uraraka. He chucked the ball straight at her face. Her hands shot up and caught the ball, fumbling for a moment before it started to float upwards. Aizawa nodded, his eyes a little wide. Infinity, good job. Sir, that doesn't seem fair. Midoriya-kun didn't even use his quirk. A kid with a tail pointed out. Izuku rolled his eyes. Aizawa's gaze narrowed. Fair. You think a natural disaster is fair? Or a villain destroying 10 city blocks? You want fair. Too bad, being a hero isn't fair, and the things you're gonna face aren't fair. Today you'll compete in 8 physical tests to gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last has none, and will be expelled immediately. Hey. No way. DMN. Oh no. Now then. We're just wasting time by talking. Let the games begin. Aizawa grinned and 1A knew their day was gonna be hell. The day's test was absolute hell. For almost everyone. For Izuku it was a Tuesday. Izuku's training and vigilante work had increased and thus his strength, speed and agility had really taken a boost and the test didn't affect him as much as some of the other students. He excelled at the distance run, seated toe touch, repeated side steps and grip strength. The test Izuku was most interested in was the ball throw. Having already completed it, he spent the last test completely engrossed in what everyone was doing. There were so many creative solutions. Yorozu with her cannon, Uraraka getting infinitely like Izuku, Hitoshi brainwashing Yorozu to let him borrow the cannon and then immediately apologizing and saying he'd never do it again without permission. She assured him it was okay and that she understood and respected his strategy. The test eventually ended and Aizawa displayed the results. Momo Yorozu Shoto Todoroki Izuku Midoriya Hitoshi Shinsu Katsuki Bakugo Tenya Ida Fumikage Tokoyami Mizo Shoji Mashirao Ojiro Ahiro Kirishima Mina Ashido Okako Uraraka Koji Koda Rikido Soto Tsuyu Asui Yuga Ema Hanta Siro Denki Kaminari Kyoka Jiro Toru Hagakyo. The invisible girl started to weep and some of the other students started to comfort her. Oh, by the way, Aizawa said, that was a logical ruse, no one is expelled. The class stared at him with wide eyes before Yorozu coughed and got their attention. I knew that it was a logical ruse, did you all not? No. Ashido shrieked. Oh, should I have told you? Yorozu asked. Probably, it's okay Yorozu, sometimes I don't get social cues as well. Izuku said, patting her lightly on the shoulder. Oh. Yorozu let her head hang. You can all go get changed, then head home, you've had a long day. Aizawa dismissed them then walked off the field. The class began to disperse into change rooms and got ready to go home. Izuku waited outside the building for Hitoshi but found Ida and Uraraka first. Oh. Hey Deku. Uraraka called, dragging Ida over to say hi. Izuku flinched at the name. Why did you call me that? He asked in place of a greeting. Oh, that's what that angry blonde called you. Deku. She mimicked Bakugo's angry shout and the mocking almost made Izuku smile. I thought that was a nickname. Izuku shook his head. No, D is another way of reading my name, it means useless. Oh. I'm so sorry. Uraraka exclaimed. Our classmate should not be referring to you in such a way. Ida said. Izuku laughed at their concern. It's fine. I don't like it but he's always called me that, ever since we were little. I'm used to it. Izuku. Hitoshi called out to get his attention. He rushed over to the group of 3. Hey. I was just talking to Ida and Uraraka. Izuku smiled. Cool, we have to go if we don't want to miss the train. Hitoshi said, looking at his watch. Oh. Sorry, we gotta go. Izuku exclaimed, grabbing Hitoshi's hand and rushing off to catch the train that was about to leave. Izuku woke up the next morning to a package outside his door. He took it into his room and ripped apart the cardboard upon seeing the label. He gently held the clear plastic fabric in hands. He stripped off his clothing and put the bodysuit underneath his uniform. He admired himself in the mirror. The bodysuit blended nicely with his skin. He smiled at his reflection and grabbed his bag, ready for his first official day at UA. Hitoshi met Izuku at the train station. No gloves. Hitoshi immediately noticed. Izuku looked at his hands. Oh yeah, the suit came. Hitoshi smiled and the two of them got on the train. May I? He asked, gesturing to Izuku's wrist. Go ahead. Hitoshi reached out and touched Izuku's thin wrist with his index finger. The plastic when stretched out over his skin was smooth but textured just enough like skin to not be noticeable, and along with matching his skin tone perfectly it blended into Izuku's form like it was made for him. The class schedule for Tuesday was easy for the students, homeroom, followed by English, Maths, Computer Tech, Hero lessons, lunch, then hero lessons again. The class as a whole was most excited about hero lessons, but first they had to get through the first half of the day. First was homeroom, where Aizawa took attendance, handed out class schedules and went over any announcements. But because it's the first day there wasn't any, so he simply said, all of you do whatever for the next 10 minutes, just don't bother me. He then crawled under his desk. The class stared at him before breaking into light conversation. Izuku turned around at his desk and held an earbud out to Hitoshi, who took it immediately. Izuku chose a song, then put his playlist on shuffle, pulling out his notebook and beginning to write, while Hitoshi absent-mindedly scrolled on his phone. The class's 10 minutes of free time ended quickly as Present MIC burst into the room. Hey little listeners. Aizawa slinked out from under his desk and nodded to the other teacher. Morning, MIC. Good morning, Aizawa. Present MIC waved at Aizawa as he left the room. Present MIC turned back to the students. Now who wants to learn some English? After that was Maths with Ectoplasm and Computer Tech with Power Loader. Both classes were setting up expectations for the year and getting to know the teachers. Aizawa came back into the classroom after Power Loader left. So I'll be teaching you theory when it comes to heroics. Aizawa said, standing at the podium. The next 50 minutes was spent going over the curriculum and setting expectations. Eventually the class was dismissed for lunch in the cafeteria. Izuku and Hitoshi made a beeline for a table at the back, near the window and out of the way. They sat across from each other. Okay, Aizawa and MIC. Hitoshi asked immediately. Oh, yeah. Definitely. Izuku responded just as quickly. Knew it. Sunshine x Grumpy Dynamics for the win. Izuku laughed at his friend's statement and pulled 2 apples out of his bag, tossing one to Hitoshi and taking a bite out of the other. Okay, what do you think of the class? Hitoshi asked Izuku. Izuku tapped his apple and looked out at the cafeteria. He saw students from other classes and grades but easily spotted his class. He gestured at the different tables they inhabited. Uraraka, Asui, and Ida all sat together at one end of a long table. Yorozu and Todoroki sat in the middle conversing with each other politely. Gyro, Tokoyami, and Shoji all sat in a group next to them, Gyro occasionally hopping into Yorozu's conversation with Todoroki. At another table Ema, Ojiro, Soto, Koda, and Hakuga all sat together, and next to them in their own group Ashido, Kaminari, Kirishima, Sero, and Bakugu all sat talking the loudest in the cafeteria. Izuku raised his eyebrow. What do you mean, what do I think? Hitoshi smiled with mild annoyance. What do you see that I don't? Izuku laughed. I'm not a mind reader, Hitoshi. Hitoshi sighed. Just humor me for a moment. He rolled his eyes but did as requested. Uraraka doesn't come from money. Yorozu, Ida, Todoroki, and Hagekyo all do. Hagekyo less so, but she's very comfortable. Sero is a stoner. I can smell the weed from here, and I'm guessing it won't take long for Kaminari to follow him into the smoke. 𝐂𝐵𝐺𝐻 already has it down bad for 𝐔𝐬𝐽, and he's known her for less than a day. Someone needs to tell 𝐼𝐺 to chill the F out. Same with Ida. They need to chill in opposite directions. Anything else you want to know? Hitoshi stared at him wide-eyed. Izuku smirked and continued eating his apple. How did you do that? Hitoshi asked. He had seen Izuku do this so many times before he thought he'd be over his shock, but apparently not. Izuku sighed and pointed to Uraraka, or more specifically, her shoes. You can tell a lot about someone from their shoes. His are good quality, sturdy, but still scuffed and ripped, not enough to be noticeable to anyone else but definitely secondhand. Same as her backpack, it's been patched a lot. Someone knew what they were doing though, made it look like a design choice, rather than a necessity. Plus she looks a little too long at Yorozu's designers. Speaking of, she's the most obvious. Prada backpack, Union Royal Yohei Fukuda shoes, both clear indicators of wealth. When Izuku saw Hitoshi roll his eyes at that, he backtracked a little. She is not doing it on purpose, she has been surrounded her whole life by people with money to keep up with her. I think she doesn't realize how different it is here. Hitoshi nodded. What about 𝐂𝐵𝐺𝐻? Izuku smiled. That's obvious, his eyes are practically shaped like hearts when he looks at her. And 𝐤𝐸? The weed smell. And how exactly do you know what weed smells like? Izuku winks but does not answer the question. The class congregates back in their homeroom, waiting for their last teacher of the day. Most other students have 3 classes but 1A only has 1. Heroics. The door bursts open as the last student sits down. I am here. Coming through the door like a normal person. All Might himself opened the door and stood at the front of the classroom. The class erupted into excited chatter at the sight of the number 1 hero. I can't believe it's really All Might. So he really is a teacher. This year is gonna be totally awesome. Hey, look. Is he wearing his Silver Age costume? I'm getting goosebumps. It's so retro. Welcome to the most important class at UA High School. Think of it as heroing here. You will learn the basic of being a pro. And what it means to fight in the name of good. Let's get into it. Today's lesson will pull no punches. Fight training. Real fighting. Real combat. All Might silences the class when he starts talking, the students hanging off his every word. Everyone except Izuku and Hitoshi, who both stared at him with contempt. Hatred wafted off of Hitoshi like steam, but Izuku continued to look at the pro-hero intently, listening to his every word. But one of the key things to being a hero is looking good. These were designed for you based on your quirk registration forms and the requests you sent in before school started. All Might gestured to panels at the back that slide back to reveal their costume cases. The class gasped. Get yourselves suited up, and meet me at training ground beta. Yes, sir. The class said in unison. All Might rushed out of the classroom and the students followed after grabbing their costumes. The boys all headed to their changing room, talking animatedly about All Might and the training exercise for the day. Like yesterday, Izuku, Hitoshi, Kaminari, and Todoroki all headed to the private stalls. Izuku opened his case to find exactly what he requested, along with a few upgrades. The base of the costume was a pair of black leggings and a tight-fitting short-sleeve turtleneck. The leggings and shirt were both reinforced, and under the shirt he had on something similar to his bodysuit, but with a metallic green color. He had thick black gloves with brass knuckles sewn into them. Along with that, 2 small canisters were also attached to his gloves, meant to spray knockout gas and hallucinogenic gas respectively. On his feet he had tall boots with titanium soles for an extra oomph in his kicks. To finish his outfit off, he wore a gas mask and a wide-brimmed black hat. He held his custom bow staff tightly as he and the others waited for All Might to explain the exercise. He looked around at everyone else's costumes and was surprised by the choices some of his classmates made, especially Momo and 𝐒𝐭𝐻. He was in no position to judge what they chose to wear, but it seemed like neither of them were altogether happy with the choice of costume either. He'd have to talk to them later, maybe introduce them to Mai. He was startled out of his thoughts when Hitoshi nudged his shoulder. He turned around and looked at his friend, ready to say something before seeing his costume. He wore a simple black jumpsuit, with a utility belt and thick metallic mask. Overall it was simple, and in the dark he was almost unnoticeable, but the way he stood with his hands stuffed in his pockets lazily and his easy grin made Izuku's breath catch in his throat. "You good?" Hitoshi asked after Izuku didn't say anything. "Yep." Izuku squeaks, his voice higher than he would have liked. All Might clapped his big hands together and drew everyone's attention toward him. "You all look so cool. Now, shall we get started, you bunch of newbies?" "Sir, how will we be split up?" Ida asked after All Might explained the training exercise. "You will all draw from these." He produced a hat with small folded papers in it. Izuku thought it was a little silly but fair considering in the field they often couldn't choose who it was they were working with. Izuku and Uraka ended up being paired together as the heroes, going against Bakugo and Ida. The two immediately got together and began strategizing about how to take down their opponents. But after all the teams and matches were chosen, All Might gathered the class's attention again. "Oh," he said, much quieter than usual, almost at a normal person volume, "I think we'll need someone to double up." Ida raised his hand immediately and All Might nodded to him just as quickly. "Sir, we have all 20 students here today. Am I missing something?" All Might smiled kindly at Ida, but Izuku looked closer than the rest and saw a hint of a condescending air that no one else seemed to see. "Well, Midoriya obviously can't participate in this exercise. So someone will have to double up." He said it like it was the most simple thing in the world. Everyone in the room looked at Izuku, most of them in confusion, some cataloging him for any type of injury, and Bakugo looking at him like a kid on Christmas. The last one really sessed him off, but at the moment he had to deal with All Might. He was hoping he'd be able to keep his quirklessness under wraps for at least a few weeks at UA, but it seemed like that wasn't really in the cards for him. "Thing All Might." Izuku stepped forward and looked All Might in his pinprick blue eyes. "And why, in your professional opinion, am I not allowed to participate in this exercise?" Again he smiled with a mix of kindness and patronizing energy. "Well, you and I both know why, the rest of the class doesn't need to know. This is for your own safety." Izuku scoffed. Then scowled up at his teacher. "Say it." "Say what?" "Say it." Izuku dragged his words out. "Tell the class why I can't participate." Izuku and All Might stared each other down. All Might eventually broke and looked out at the rest of the class, who were watching the exchange with bated breath. "Midoriya-kun is quirkless." A few gasps rang out through the room. "Therefore, for his own safety, I will be holding him back from today's lesson." Izuku laughed. "For my own safety? That's bullshit. I can and will kick butt and take names. It's kind of what I came here to do. So you either let me participate, or I'll get Nezu." The students fell silent, shocked that their classmate would dare invoke the name of their principal. All Might sighed, obviously tired of the conversation. "I'm sure Nezu will agree with me. Now please, I need to figure out who will take your place." It was the last part that really sessed Izuku off, that All Might would be more than happy giving Izuku's spot, not only in the exercise but in the hero course as well, to someone else. Izuku scowled. "You're really not gonna let him participate?" Uraraka asked shyly. Izuku finally turned back into the room and found mixed responses to the newest revelation. Hitoshi, Uraka, Asui, Ashido, and Shoji all looked ready to back Izuku up in the argument. Ida and Yorozu both looked at each other and then back at the situation, clearly conflicted and wanting to help but without disobeying their teacher. Everyone else looked more confused than anything, not sure what to do. But given the situation, Izuku was shocked to see the amount of support he was getting, given Bakugo was the only one looking particularly pleased. And of course Todoroki looked like he'd be anywhere other than there. "It would be unsafe, Uraka-kun. It's alright, we'll find you another partner." All Might said, not noticing her scowl. "Fine. Have it your way." Izuku said. He walked towards the door. "But I did give you fair warning." He slammed the door behind him. Izuku walked through the halls of UA like a man on a mission. He was, after all. "All Might thinks he can question my place here, we'll see." In his hero costume, with his wide-brimmed hat shadowing his eyes, and his gas mask hanging around his neck, he looked kind of terrifying. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 finally rounded a corner and found himself in front of 𝐒𝐲's office. He knew that 𝐒𝐲 was watching him as he walked and knew he didn't need to knock. The doors swung open and 𝐒𝐿 entered the office. "Hello, Midoriya-kun. Please, have a seat." 𝐒𝐲 sat at his desk, sipping a cup of tea and gesturing to one of the armchairs on the other side of the desk. 𝐒𝐿 didn't hesitate to sit down. He leaned back and set his hands on his stomach. 𝐒𝐲 pushed a mug of piping hot liquid towards him. 𝐒𝐿 took it and sniffed at it. Mint. 𝐒𝐿 took a sip and set it down. They both stared at each other. 𝐒𝐲's beady black eyes bore into 𝐒𝐿's forest green ones. Most people would have left the office, apologizing for wasting the principal's time. But 𝐒𝐿 Midoriya is not like most people. He does, however, know when he's outclassed and decides to break the silence first. "Hello, Principal 𝐒𝐲. It's nice to meet you," 𝐒𝐿 said, carefully neutral. "You as well. What would you like to talk about?" 𝐒𝐲 said. 𝐒𝐿's well aware that 𝐒𝐲 knows exactly what he wants to say, but he won't point it out just yet. "All Might is refusing to let me participate in the exercise that my class is doing." "I see," 𝐒𝐲 said, "and why is that?" 𝐒𝐿 leaned forward and braced his elbows against the desk. "𝐒𝐲, with all due respect, cut the CRP." 𝐒𝐲 raised a brow, but let 𝐒𝐿 continue. "It's because I'm quirkless, and you know that. 𝐒𝐲, I never expected life to be great when I got to UA, but I will not have a teacher question my place here. I earned it. He has no right to assume what I can or can't do." 𝐒𝐿 glowered at the thought of All Might, high and mighty on his throne made of PEA stunts and holier-than-thou attitude. "I will not be told again to stand on the sidelines because of how I was born. So All Might can either move out of my way, or I'll move him. And you and UA are either with me or against me." 𝐒𝐿 leaned back and watched as 𝐒𝐲 nodded and tapped his paw on the desk. "Well said," is all 𝐒𝐲 said for a while before continuing. "I understand your frustrations, Midoriya, I do, but don't you think this whole predicament would be much easier solved if you just allowed others in on the secret of your quirk?" 𝐒�l's eyes widened and his breath stuttered. Of course 𝐒𝐲 knows. He quickly schooled his face back into one of neutral defiance. "And what secret is that, Principal?" "Oh, obviously nothing, you're quirkless after all, but let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say we have a subject that is born with all the markers of being quirkless but does end up having a quirk." 𝐒𝐲 placed his tea lightly down on the desk, leaning forward. "Let's say it's nothing like their parents' quirks. Let's say that it's a quirk so powerful that it needs to be kept secret, lest an organization sweeps them up. Let's say that this subject's father dies in a plane crash, and they accidentally take away their mother's quirk. Let's say that a few years later their mother dies as well and they are taken into foster care. Hypothetically, of course." 𝐒𝐿 asked, beginning to sweat. "Of course," 𝐒𝐲 assured. "And let's say for the sake of this thought experiment that our subject wants to become a hero. Then don't you think our subject would need to properly use their quirk? Hypothetically." 𝐒𝐿 thought about 𝐒𝐲's words for a few moments, taking in all of the facts 𝐒𝐲 had outlined. "Hypothetically, I'd say it depends on the subject's opinion on the morality of taking another's quirk. It's something woven into a person's very DNA. I think, hypothetically, that this subject wouldn't want to hurt another person that way." 𝐒𝐲 nodded. "Yes, the morality of our subject, a very tricky aspect of this whole thought experiment. But is their morality worth it if it's getting in the way of their job?" "Yes," 𝐒𝐿 answered. "Whether or not their moral code is impeding their work to become a hero, a person needs to have a code, the subject has theirs." 𝐒𝐲 nodded again, absorbing 𝐒𝐿's words before speaking again. "You and your father are very similar. I think you would have gotten along if he were to see you now." 𝐒𝐿 jolted. "You knew my father?" he asked in disbelief. "Not personally, I knew of him," 𝐒𝐲 said. 𝐒𝐿 stared at 𝐒𝐲 with wide disbelieving eyes. "Do you think you could tell me about him?" 𝐒𝐲 tapped his chin. "Well," the bell cut off 𝐒𝐿's train of thought. "Oh, well, that's the bell. You better get changed out of your outfit and head home. It was wonderful speaking to you." 𝐒�l stood up and walked to the door, grumbling about rats. "Oh," And Midoriya, Nezu stopped him close to the door. He turned around to face the rat at his desk. I'll talk to All Might for you. Izuku nodded before leaving the principal's office. Hey, you. Can you tell us what All Might is like in the classroom? A reporter shoved a microphone into Izuku's face. He squawked and tried to duck under her arm, thankful for his bodysuit given how much he was brushing up against different people. Another reporter began to get in his face. Are you one of All Might's students? Izuku ignored him and bumped right into Gyro and 𝐤𝐸. Oh, hey guys. Gyro stuck her fist out upon seeing him. The way you stood up to All Might in class was hardcore. I respect it. That took serious ball. Izuku tentatively bumped her fist and then did the same to 𝐤𝐸. Super badass. The three of them tried to make their way through the crowd of reporters. Gyro, being the meanest and most likely to throw hands, took the front, then 𝐤𝐸 took the middle, then Izuku came up the rear, all of them holding on to each other's backpacks. Tell us, what's the symbol of peace like in person? A reporter yelled in Gyro's face. F off, was her immediate response. She passed by him, followed quickly by 𝐤𝐸 and Izuku. The three of them were almost at the gates when three reporters surrounded them at once. Aren't you All Might students? Walk away. A deep voice rumbled from behind the lead reporter and they all turned to look at Aizawa, hands in his pockets looking like he'd rather keel over dead than be here. Please sir, can you get All Might for us? Also, what's your deal? You look like a mess. Well, someone has no tact. Aizawa ignored them and addressed the crowd at large. All Might's not on campus today. Now scram. You've disrupted my students enough already. The reporters all grumbled and began to shout, but it gave the three 1A students a chance to slip through the barrier. They walked into class together before drifting into their own groups, Gyro sitting next to Tokoyami, and 𝐤𝐸 going over to talk with Kaminari and Kirishima. Izuku sat down at his desk and greeted Hitoshi, who had gotten a drive from his aunt. Did you get swarmed by reporters too? Hitoshi asked when Izuku sat down. He nodded. He was about to say something before someone slammed their hands on his desk. He jumped and turned to see Uraraka, Momo, Hagakure, Emma, Ashido, and Koda. We think it was super unfair of All Might that he didn't let you participate in battle training, and if he does it again we're going to protest by walking out like you did yesterday. Uraraka said all in one breath. He stared at them with wide, confused eyes. Why? Because you should be allowed to participate in what we do as a class since you're part of said class. Momo explained. Oh, thanks. He responded, not really sure how to react to his classmate's gesture. You're welcome. Ashido said before bouncing off towards 𝐤𝐸, Kaminari, and Kirishima. The group dissipated and Izuku turned back to Hitoshi. What the F was that? He shrugged. Classmates that aren't assholes. Aizawa entered the room looking disheveled, or more disheveled than usual. All right, start shutting up. The students not already in their seats all sat down. Okay, decent work on yesterday's combat training, you guys. I saw the video feeds and went over each of your team's results. Aizawa said, not wasting any time on morning pleasantries. Right. Let's get down to business. You all need to pick a class representative. Oh good. Just normal school stuff. Kaminari sighed. The class erupted into people shouting that they wanted to be representative. Eventually Ida got control of the class. The class representative's duty is to lead others. That's not something just anyone can do. You must first have the trust of every student in the classroom. Therefore, the most logical way to fill this position is democratically. We will hold an election to choose our leader. Ida explained, chopping his arms sharply. What do you think, sir? Aizawa stared at Ida with dead eyes for a few moments too long. Do whatever you want, just decide before my nap is over. With that statement he promptly passed out on his desk. The votes took 15 minutes to cast and count, leaving most people with 1, Izuku with 2, and Ida and Momo tied for first with 4 votes both. Oh, should we do a tiebreaker? Ida asked. I think you two can just be co-representatives. Gyro said. The two looked at each other, then nodded. Co-representatives it is. Morning classes passed quickly and before any of the students knew it, it was lunch. Hitoshi and Izuku headed to their usual table. The two sat down and fell into their usual conversation, with one change: Ida and Uraraka sitting down on the other side of the table. Hey, Hitoshi said upon their arrival. Hey, Uraraka said happily. She pulled out a lunchbox from her bag and began to chew happily on some mandu. What do you guys think about UA so far? Izuku asked, attempting some sort of small talk. The four of them fell into somewhat comfortable conversation while they all ate lunch. You'll be great, Ida. Ochako, as she had requested she be called, said, patting Ida on the shoulder. Yes, but I'm afraid I might not be as qualified as everyone makes me out to be. Ida sighed. Ida, you're more than qualified, you wouldn't have won if you weren't. A sudden sharp alarm cut Izuku off, and the four of them along with every other student in the cafeteria jumped to their feet. An automated voice came from the speakers. Warning. Level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate the building in an orderly fashion. The cafeteria immediately devolves into chaos, with all the students rushing to the exit. The four of them made their way to the hallway where they were pushed against the window overlooking the UA grounds. They all zeroed in on the open gate and the press attempting to make their way past the pro heroes guarding the entrance. Ida sighed against the window. I was afraid that it was some kind of attack, but there's no need to worry. Ida. He looked to see Shinsu and Midoriya being swept away by the crowd. Midoriya. Shinsu. How would Midoriya handle this, or my brother? Ida whispered to himself under the noise. I've got it. Touch my hand. He reached his hand out to Ochako, who was still next to him. Make me float so I can tell them it's okay. Oh. Ochako clued into his plan and slapped his hand. Ida began to float up into the air and his head brushed the ceiling. He used his jets to propel himself towards the doorway people were trying to get though. Listen up, everything is okay. It's just the media outside. There's absolutely nothing to worry about. Everything's fine. We're UA students. We need to remain calm and prove that we're the best of the best. The students in the hall looked at him with wide eyes and the chaos began to die down. Principal Nezu sat looking at the teachers of UA after the school day had ended. How were ordinary members of the press able to bypass our security systems? Someone else must be behind this. Aizawa, what do we know exactly? Aizawa walked over to the projector at the front of the room and pulled up a picture of the mob from that morning. At about 12:40 today the press broke down the UA gate looking for All Might, but after some closer inspection of the gate we determined that the gate wasn't just broken through or pushed down, it was disintegrated. He swayed to another picture taken only an hour ago, of where the gate should have been, but in its place a pile of decayed concrete and dust sat on the ground. This was intentional. Whether it was a distraction or whether someone used it as an opening to sneak in we don't know, but we did a sweep of the school and didn't find anything. That is all. The conference room broke out into arguing and shouting. We're UA, we're the most secure school in the world. That can't be right. It must just be the media, I'm sure. Oh no. Enough. Hisashi bellowed. Even without his quirk his voice commanded respect from his co-workers. Arguing like this won't get us anywhere. And the idea that just because we're UA means that we're infallible invites challenge. We can't assume we're invincible just because we're pros. That's a fool's errand and we'll end up putting civilians in danger with that kind of attitude. The teachers around him nodded and voiced agreement with his statement. Class 1A stood lined up outside a school bus. Ida blew a sharp whistle and gathered everyone's attention, trying to organize everyone into having a seat buddy. However, the bus's open layout ruined his plans. Tough luck, Ida, sorry. Izuku patted Ida on the shoulder and boarded the bus. In the end, Izuku sat on one of the long seats in the middle, with Hitoshi on his left and Okako on his right. Ida sat beside her, and on the opposite side of the bus Gyro, Kaminari, Asui, and Kirishima all sat shoulder to shoulder. The rest of the class sat in the double seats at the back and Aizawa sat in the front. Kaminari laughed. Ida, dude, you really need to chill. If we're pointing out the obvious, then there's something I wanna ask you. Asui gestured to him. Oh, sure Asui. Izuku said, smiling in her direction. Call me Zu. Izuku nodded and she continued. You seem to not really like All Might, what's that about? The bus was still, everyone was listening to the two of them talk. Izuku tilted his head, thinking about an answer to give her. He would like to tell her the truth, that he's an idiot for not saving his time right, for saying what he did to Izuku, for the terrible post-rescue etiquette he showed after saving him from the sludge villain. But he didn't, because people love All Might, because he's Japan's sweetheart, and America's too. Because when it comes to heroes, All Might inspires hope, and as much as Izuku hated the man, he wasn't going to spoil everyone else's opinions of him, not yet. Izuku simply shrugged. He's never really been my cup of tea. I always preferred rescue heroes and underground heroes anyway. That started the class on an entirely different conversation, one about their favorite rescue heroes specifically. Zu had her eyes narrowed slightly at Izuku, but Izuku just stared back. The two sat like that until the bus stopped. We're here. Everyone off the bus. Aizawa called, herding all of them out of the vehicle. The class walked toward a person in a large spacesuit. Next to him Okako squealed and grabbed onto Izuku's arm. He immediately started to pull away before remembering he was wearing his costume and had his undersuit on. Oh my Kami! That's Space Hero 13. They lead everyone inside. The class entered the giant dome and found themselves staring at the large building with their jaws on the ground. This is gonna be awesome. Holy CRP. It looks like some kind of amusement park. 13 gathered their attention and the class listened to them speak with rapt attention. A shipwreck. A landslide. A fire. A windstorm. Etc. I created this training facility to prepare you to deal with different types of disasters. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. But you can call it USJ. Like the Universal Studios Japan. Kaminari asked. Sure, Kami, sure. Kirishima said, patting his shoulder. Aizawa and 13 drifted to the side and began to speak in hushed voices. Hey, shouldn't All Might be here already? Know what, let me guess he probably booked another interview. Aizawa grumbled. Actually, it's something else. 13 sighed and glanced over at the students. Apparently he did too much hero work on the way to school this morning and used up all his power. He's resting in the teacher's lounge. He sighed. Well, we should be okay with just the two of us. We should get started. All right. 13 drew the class's attention back to themselves. Before we begin, let me just say one thing. Well, maybe two things. Possibly 3, 4, or 5. Listen carefully. I'm sure you're aware that I have a powerful quirk. It's called Black Hole. I can use it to SCK up anything and turn it into dust. It's great and disastrous, but my quirk could also very easily be used to kill. Some of you also have powers that can be dangerous. In our superhuman society, all quirks are certified and stringently regulated, so we often overlook how unsafe they can actually be. Please don't forget that if you lose focus or make the wrong move, your powers can be deadly. Even if you're trying to do something virtuous like rescue someone. Thanks to Aizawa's fitness tests, you have a solid idea of your quirk's potential. And because of All Might's combat training, you likely experienced how dangerous your powers can be when used against other people. Carry those lessons over to this class. Today, you're going to learn how to use your quirks to save people's lives. You won't be using your powers to attack enemies or each other, only to help. After all, that's what being a hero is all about. Ensuring the safety of others. 13's words tightened around Izuku's throat. It was true, any quirk could be used that way, but Izuku's was worse. He was ripping something out of another person's body. Destroying something so intrinsic to their very being with a single touch. He felt almost sick. Hey, what's that? Kirishima shouted. The class immediately refocused on a swirling black and purple mist near the fountain they passed when they walked in. The mist began to warp and change around itself, growing bigger, until it stopped and people began to pour out of it. 13. Protect the students. Aizawa pulled his goggles over his eyes and grabbed hold of the capture weapon around his neck. The class murmured. Many asked if the people were real or part of the exorcise. Stay back. This is real. Those are real villains. Izuku's eyes focused on the 3 figures at the back of the pack. A person made entirely of mist, wearing a suit and a metal braced around what would be his neck. His body, Izuku noticed, was made of the same substance as the portals. A skinny man stood next to him, with shaggy bluish-gray hair and preserved hands connected to him at every place they could be. And finally Izuku's eyes began to scan the hulking beast beside the two of them. Its skin was a dark blue and its face was almost all beak and eyes. Its squishy brain was exposed and the look of it was enough to make anyone nauseous. The misty villain began to speak to Handy in a voice made of silk and felt. The only real heroes I see are 13 and Eraserhead. Perplexing. According to the schedule we retrieved from UA, All Might should be here as well. What? No. I want All Might, and we went to all this work to get everyone here. Handy began to whine. Izuku rolled his eyes, classic spoiled man child. Aizawa growled and took a step forward before addressing 13 and the class. 13, get them out of here. Kaminari, use your quirk to try and contact the school. He stepped forward again before Izuku grabbed his wrist. What are you gonna do? You can't fight them on your own. There's too many of them. Even if you can nullify their quirks, your fighting style is not suited for this. Your power works best in stealth and one-on-one fights. That's not gonna help with a group. Izuku explained, trying his best to keep his voice steady. Aizawa's face spread into something akin to a smile. You can't be a pro if you only have one trick. Izuku let go of his wrist and Aizawa immediately rushed into the crowd of thugs, taking them out with speed and efficiency that the rest of the class gaped at. There's no time, let's go. 13 shouted, trying to move them away from the fight. There is no escape for you. The misty villain appeared in front of them. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Kurogiri. We are the League of Villains. I know it's impolite, but we decided to invite ourselves into this haven of justice to say hello. And besides, isn't this a fitting place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to take his last breath? Kirishima and Katsuki nodded at each other and charged at the villain. He tutted and opened a large portal under them. They fell through and the portal was closed right after. The class gasped. Kurogiri waved his hand and multiple portals opened up and swallowed more than half of the class whole. Izuku opens his eyes to blue. He's in water. It all comes flooding back and he immediately starts swimming to the surface. Villains, it just had to be villains. We're only 1 week in. Izuku feels the water shift and looks to his left to see a giant shark-like person swimming towards him at incredible speed, their mouth wide open and ready to take a bite out of Izuku. Just as he opens his mouth in panic, he feels something wrap around his middle and yank him up out of the water and throw him to the ground. He looks around to see the USJ still, only now he is standing on a ship with Zu and Hitoshi. Surrounded by villains. One of which just tried to eat Izuku. You with us? Hitoshi asked. Yeah, I'm good. Just contemplating my choices. He gets up to find chaos. He zeroes in on Aizawa fighting through the horde of villains, though there are significantly more on the ground than the last time he saw them. He looks at the water to find multiple people swimming around and taunting threats at them. Hitoshi snaps his fingers in front of Izuku. Hey, what's that brain of your thinking and preferably, does it have to do with getting out of here? Izuku crouched down and the other two followed him, out of sight of the villains. They sent Zu to the shipwreck zone. There is no way they know our quirks. If they did they wouldn't have sent her here. That works for us. Most of the villains are cannon fodder. The big bads we need to worry about are Hand Guy, Big Bird and Kurogiri. He sits there thinking for a moment before actually giving them a plan. They don't know your quirk, he says to Hitoshi. Use it and have one of the villains attack the rest. Zu can jump us out of here with her frog strength, then we assist Aizawa in fighting the mob. Hitoshi nods in agreement, but Zu looks a little more pensive. I don't know, Kiro. He told us to stay put, and he looks like he's handling it. That was before we got split up and we found out the plan is to kill All Might. They're not stupid, they have something to face off against All Might. My guess is Big Bird, and if All Might doesn't make it then Aizawa is gonna need major help in taking it and the rest of the mob down. Izuku explained. Zu nodded along and finally agreed to his plan. Awesome, Hitoshi, the shark guy, if you wouldn't mind. Hitoshi stood and cracked his knuckles. With pleasure. He leaned over the edge of the boat and 𝐬 and 𝐒𝐿 followed suit, just out of reach of the villains. Hey! Hey fish brains! Hitoshi saw the large shark-like man look up at him, his brow furrowed. Hey, were you born stupid, or did you get dropped on your head as a child one too many times? The shark guy growled. I'm rip your head off, you. He abruptly cuts off when Hitoshi's mind control takes hold. His eyes dulled and he simply floated in the water, not moving. Attack your colleagues. But don't kill them. The villain dived back under the surface of the water and the water began to shift. 𝐬 grabbed 𝐒𝐿 with her tongue and Hitoshi clutched tightly to her waist. She leapt off the boat and to the other side of the fake lake. The three of them rolled to lessen the impact of the messy landing. They hid behind some shrubbery and watched as Handy joined the fight against Aizawa now that almost all his pawns were gone. He traded blows with the teacher at terrifying speeds. He got a hold on Aizawa's elbow and the clothing began to unravel, along with the clothing his skin and flesh began to flake away. You're a bit out of your element, don't you think? Handy said, watching with a grin as Aizawa's legs began to give out. But you still jumped in any way to help your students. You really are cool. He spun the two of them around so they faced Big Bird. What do you think of him, Eraserhead? He's bioengineered to kill All Might, and even has multiple quirks, but you can just call him 𝐿. Say goodbye. He smiled again, even bigger than before. 𝐿. Fetch. He dropped Aizawa and in the same second the creature moved at an impossible speed to grab hold of Aizawa in its massive hands, squeezing his middle. He was so exhausted he didn't even bother to struggle. The three of them gasped and Handy swiveled to look at them. Hello little heroes. He began to speed toward them, his hand outstretched toward 𝐬, ready to disintegrate her. He touched her face with all 5 fingers and the 3 students held their breaths. But nothing happened. He sighed and turned back towards Aizawa. You really are so cool. Handy said, walking back over to where he was, clearly not caring enough about the 3 of them to even kill them. 𝐿, kill him. 𝐿 smashed Aizawa face first into the ground, and began to crush him into the rubble. 𝐒𝐿 stood from their hiding place and began to walk towards the center of the building, where 𝐿 was crushing Aizawa. 𝐒𝐿, what are you doing? Hitoshi hissed, reaching out and grabbing his arm. This thing is extremely powerful. Handy said it was bioengineered. I want to see what's under its quirks. 𝐒𝐿 explained, tugging his arm away. He grabbed a little bit of the plastic undersuit covering his right hand with his teeth and tore it, freeing his hand. I'm gonna see what I can do. He rushed off before Hitoshi or 𝐬 could protest. Hey! The 3 villains looked towards him. He ran and used his staff to spring up on 𝐿's shoulders, placing his palm on the 𝐿. It convulsed slightly but didn't seem too bothered. 𝐒𝐿 removed his hand and tried again, only to find the same reaction. F it! He grabbed his staff from off his back and plunged it into 𝐿's brain. 2 things happened at once. 1. 𝐒𝐿 was thrown off the 𝐿 and the monster began to bat mindlessly at the metal stuck in its head, attempting to dislodge it. 2. Glass shattered on the other side of the dome and All Might stood in the hole, his shadow blocking out the sun. Have no fear. Because I am here. He rushed the 𝐿 but 𝐒𝐿 was in too much pain to notice. He had hit his head when he hit the ground and the light around him had quickly become a big problem for his brain. A steady ringing in his ears started and he could barely hear anything over it. He lies in the rumble, surrounded by noise and light. He could sense movement around him and felt 2 presences at his side. He could almost hear their voices but not quite, it was like he was underwater. He felt someone touch his shoulder and leaned into the contact. Another person grabbed his right hand and squeezed. No. Their quirk. But his thoughts were quickly drowned out by the sensation of the feeling of another person's skin on his. The warmth seeped from their skin into his. He felt the soft texture of their skin and felt the connection between them overwhelm him in the best way. The ringing began to let up and he could hear the faint whispers of, "You're okay. It's okay, I've got you." He settled his pounding head against their shoulder and began to drift off it the sweet abyss of unconsciousness. Hitoshi and 𝐬 ignored the battle around them and ran towards 𝐒𝐿. They kneeled next to him and Hitoshi felt his wrist for a pulse, finding one to his relief. Izuku's eyes were half-lidded and his eyes were wandering around the USJ. Hitoshi put his hand on Izuku's shoulder to steady him. Zu grabbed Izuku's hand and began to squeeze, her anxiety overflowing at the sight of her usually confident and boisterous classmate. Izuku flinched at the contact, but Zu didn't let go, and eventually she felt his hand tighten around hers. Hitoshi zeroed in on Izuku's bare hand. He jolted in surprise to see Zu holding it with no effects. Her mutated body was the same as it always was, frog-like hands and feet, slightly green complexion and her slightly bulging eyes. As froggy as ever, yet she held his hand in hers, skin to skin. If she noticed him staring, she didn't say anything. "We need to get him out of here, Kiro," she stated. Hitoshi nodded and scooped him up in his arms, careful of his hand. They made their way over to where the rest of the class was huddled up, near the entrance. Hitoshi set him down and pulled out Izuku's emergency gloves and pulled them over both his hands. Class 1A watched as All Might beat Nomu and the League of Villains retreated. EMTs began to flood the building and took Aizawa and 13 away on stretchers. Another EMT tried to take Izuku, but Hitoshi held him close to his chest. "Back off," he growled. "I need to take him, he's suffered head trauma." The EMT replied calmly, serving only to PSS him off more. "F off." The EMT sighed. "If I let you come with us, will you let us take him?" Hitoshi glanced down at Izuku's sleeping face. He would look peaceful if it weren't for the BLD trailing from his temple. "Fine. But I'm with him the entire time." Hitoshi stood with Izuku in his arms and walked toward the stretcher to set him down. "I'm only in charge of the ride over, the doctors take it from there," the EMT said. Hitoshi finally had a chance to let himself breathe when he entered the ambulance. He looked at the EMT's name tag. Yu Fujisawa. They began to take Izuku's vitals and check him for other injuries. Fujisawa touched Izuku's arm, then rubbed a thumb over his skin, their brow furrowed. They picked a little at the plastic material before glancing at Hitoshi. Hitoshi simply stared back until Fujisawa looked away, continuing their care of Izuku. Izuku woke to the sound of steady beeping. He cracked his eyes open, then closed them immediately, the light overwhelming him. He opened his eyes slower this time. He took in the room around him and knew immediately he was in a hospital room. He felt the bandages around his head and winced when he felt a shock of pain in his forehead. The door opened and Hitoshi's face brightened when he saw him awake. He rushed over and threw his arms around Izuku's neck, careful of his face and injuries. "Hi," Izuku whispered. "Hi." Hitoshi responded in an equally soft voice. He let Izuku go and sat down in the chair next to his bed. "What do you remember?" he asked after a moment. Izuku thought for a moment before answering his friend. Jumping the Nomu and trying to take its quirk, then sticking my staff in its head. It threw me off, then it got all fuzzy." Hitoshi nodded and sighed. "Asui and I came to help you when you landed. She touched your hand." Izuku jolted, remembering the feeling of her hand in his. "Where is she? What happened? Is she okay?" Hitoshi gently took Izuku's hand, Izuku now wearing gloves. "She's fine." He sighed and thought about the way to tell his friend the news. "Your quirk didn't affect her." "What?" He leaned back in the uncomfortable hospital chair. "She took your hand and I was about to push her away, but nothing happened. You said with your mom it was almost immediate, and with Slimy the effects started almost as quickly. But Zu still has her quirk." Izuku stared at Hitoshi with wide eyes. "How?" "I don't know, your quirk works on mutations, so that's not it. And your eyes were open so you were still conscious. I don't know why it didn't work," Hitcha said. The two of them sat in silence for what felt like hours, though it was only a few minutes. There was a light knock on the door and a call of, "Kiro." They glanced at each other and Izuku called back, "Come in, Zu." She opened the door. She was in her hero costume still, but with a thick sweater on over it. Her hair was disheveled and Izuku noticed a hospital bracelet on her wrist. Zu came in and closed the door behind her, walking over to Izuku's other side and sitting down. The three of them sat before Zu broke the silence. "Are you really quirkless, Kiro?" The boys stared at her with wide, shocked eyes. 𝐬 simply stared back, awaiting an answer. Izuku sighed and sat up more, tilting his body more towards 𝐬. No. He could feel Hitoshi wince behind him as his attention remained focused on the girl in front of him. She stared at him for a long moment, her eyes not wandering and her conviction not wavering. Okay. She finally answered. They held eye contact before Hitoshi interrupted them. Hi. What the F? They both turned to look at him. The bodysuit, the gloves, almost no contact with other people, the way you looked at me when I touched his hand. Some sort of dangerous touch-based quirk. 𝐬 explained. Hitoshi stared at her but Izuku just grinned. A woman after my own heart. You are spot on. His expression turned quickly from jovial to serious. It goes without saying this is my biggest secret and you can't tell anyone about this, not even Aizawa. 𝐬 nodded. Can I ask what it is? Izuku nodded and explained his quirk to her, starting with its discovery to the mystery of why 𝐬 still has hers. That is certainly interesting. I can understand why you'd want to keep it hidden. 𝐬 said after Izuku finished. And you knew this whole time? She asked Hitoshi. Yeah, pretty much. He responded. The door opened and a young nurse with brown hair stepped in. Oh, you're awake. Good, do you mind if I check some of your vitals? He asked, stepping in and taking a pen light out of his pocket. Yeah, sure. The nurse inched past Hitoshi. Do you mind putting on some gloves? Izuku asked. The nurse looked at him puzzled but complied. Sure, may I ask why? Izuku responded immediately, with practiced ease. I'm a bit of a germaphobe. He clicked the pen light on and shone it in Izuku's eyes. Yeah, I get that, nasty stuff. He leaned away then pulled out a BLD pressure cuff and put it around Izuku's arm, squeezing the pump lightly. He wrote down some things on a clipboard, before pointing to a button on Izuku's bedside table. That's the panic button, it'll call someone up to help you, the doctor will be here in a minute. Then he turned his attention to Hitoshi and 𝐬. I'm going to ask that you leave while the doctor checks on Midoriya-kun. Plus visiting hours are almost up. Eventually the doctor came and Hitoshi and 𝐬 had to leave. Izuku drifted off with the thoughts of warm human skin against his own. Izuku woke up to the early morning sun shining through the blinds of his hospital room. Good, you're awake, we need to have a talk. Izuku jumped out of his skin at the sound of the voice. He whipped his head to the side to find his teacher covered in bandages, slouched in one of the plastic hospital chairs. Izuku stared at the man with wide eyes. There had been an underlying fear when he woke up that Aizawa hadn't made it, but in the moment he was so caught up with 𝐬 and Hitoshi he didn't have a chance to ask. Though his teacher was looking worse for where he was still sitting in front of Izuku, and lifted a weight off his chest. Oh, what about? Izuku asked, attempting to keep his voice free of any nervousness or relief. Aizawa stated in his chair with much struggle. You jumped in to fight the 𝐿 when I told you not to. Izuku kept his body still and his face impassive but internally he was screaming. Aizawa knew he fought 𝐿, which means someone probably saw Izuku and told him about his bodysuit and touching the monster, which means now he knows about his quirk and he's going to kick him out of school. No. Izuku calm down, figure out what he knows then panic. What about it? Izuku felt his glare through the bandages. I told you not to go after the 𝐿, that was an order. He felt the urge to roll his eyes. Yes, well given that it was a stupid but order I decided to ignore it. He knew that Aizawa still saw them all as rookies and though it's true for most of his classmates, Izuku's skill goes beyond what his teacher assumes. I took a calculated risk. He answered instead. But boy am I bad at math. Even though he couldn't see Aizawa's face he knew that his face was contorted into some combination of annoyance, frustration and he would hope concern. Aizawa leaned back in his chair. All right, take me through your thought process. He requested. Izuku thought for a moment on how to phrase it. After Asui, Shinsu and I got clear of the shipwreck zone we hid behind some decorative shrubbery, and you saved Asui, before Shigaraki ordered the 𝐿 to kill you. I couldn't let that happen. You saved her life. If you hadn't, Shigaraki might not have ordered the 𝐿 to kill you, and I think you know that. So when he had his back turned and the gnome was busy with you, I attacked it. A couple hits in and it didn't notice me at all. I had noticed the exposed brain the first time I saw it, and a living creature like that can't function without some sort of brain and nervous system. I couldn't get to the nervous system, so I went for the brain. Stabbing it with my staff caused it to go berserk and it threw me off, but that gave some of the other students time to grab you. Izuku explained his version of events as concisely and impersonally as possible. He scanned Aizawa's movements for any kind of giveaway to what he was feeling but found none. Aizawa nodded after a moment of silence. All right, I'm almost impressed with that report. But I shouldn't be surprised, you figured out my identity the first day, so you've certainly set a principle for excellence. He stared at Aizawa with wide eyes for a moment. You knew. He watched as Aizawa slowly set one of his arms on an armrest and began to tap on the plastic with his bandaged index finger. Dash. 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 Dash dash. Forward slash dash. 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 Forward slash dash dash. Dash. Forward slash. Dash. Dash forward slash dash. Dash. Dash forward slash dash. Forward slash. Izuku stared at him. Aizawa simply continued speaking. I was actually very impressed with that. He sighed, in the way adults often do. You cannot throw yourself into danger like that. It was stupid. Beyond that, it was reckless. You could have gotten yourself killed. Promise you won't do something like that again, at least not while you're my student. Izuku was tempted to protest. Eraserhead couldn't tell him what to do. Couldn't tell him how to act. Mrs. Sakura couldn't even do that, and she's his legal guardian. No adult gets to tell him what to do anymore. But he knew that's not what Aizawa wanted to hear. He knew that wasn't the right answer, because there was always a right answer when it came to teachers, parents, and every adult Izuku has ever met, and that answer now is, all right, I promise. Aizawa nodded. Of course Izuku was lying, and Aizawa seemed to know that, but he also knew he couldn't actually stop Izuku unless he said he was going to do something, so all he could do was keep his eyes open. Aizawa went to the door using a cane Izuku hadn't noticed when he woke up, but before he left he said to Izuku, your doctor asked me to tell you, you're free to go once your guardian is here to pick you up. Then he left Izuku to contemplate this strange interaction. Mrs. Sakura fussed over him when she got to the hospital, bringing with her a change of clothes and some snacks. He changed in the small washroom in his room. He stared at the mirror. There's thick bandages around Izuku's forehead and a bruise was beginning to form on his chin. He had had to ditch the wrecked bodysuit, adding buying a new one to his to-do list. He pulled on a pair of sweatpants and a baggy t-shirt, silently thanking Mrs. Sakura for bringing some of his comfiest clothes. Then his jacket and gloves, and he was ready to depart to the home. Mrs. Sakura signed him out and he waved goodbye to the various doctors and nurses who had treated him. Waiting outside was Yuki, leaning against a blue Mustang. He stared at it. It was a gift, she said, in lieu of a greeting. Get in. Izuku sat in the back as Yuki and Mrs. Sakura sat in the front, making idle chatter. They got to Mrs. Sakura's house and all three of them got out. The woman in question headed in to make sure nothing had been broken in her absence. Yuki and Izuku stood on the front porch as he waited for her to say whatever was clearly on her mind. Are you happy? She asks finally. It wasn't the question he was expecting. He expected something like, are you sure about this, or do you really think you can do this? He knew his answer though. Yes. Okay. Okay. That's it. Izuku asked incredulously. She raised an eyebrow. Were you expecting something more? He shrugged. I don't know, more of a fight, or something. For you to convince me that hero work isn't for me, I guess. She smiled at him. We were in a cafe downtown. I had to break it to you that the Ayokos were moving into an old-age home and you'd have to move. Her eyes shone with mirth as she spoke to him. We weren't that close yet. We were making small talk and you seemed so empty inside, talking about school and how things had been, like you were just going through the motions. So I asked you about that notebook you were always carrying around. You lit up, and 2 minutes later I saw you smile for the first time. A real smile. Talking about heroes and villains, and their quirks. That gave you something I can't quite describe, but it was wonderful. I thought to myself, it's okay, I can tell him tomorrow. Why would I ever try and take that away from you? Izuku stared at her with wide eyes. His vision was beginning to blur as tears filled his sight. She really cared. She cared. Can? Izuku began. Can you stay still? What? Can you just not move for a minute? Okay. Izuku moved forward, closer to her than he had ever been before. He slowly wrapped his arms around her middle and hid his face in her soft sweater. She relaxed at his embrace but made sure to keep her body as still as she possibly could. Then as quickly as he had embraced her, he let her go. She stood, stunned for a moment, before smiling softly at him. I'm really proud of you. He smiled up at her and walked to the door. Goodbye, Yuki. Just as he was about to open the door, she said, You never actually answered my question. Are you happy? He thought, but only for a moment. As happy as someone like me can be. She smiled, satisfied with his answer. Have a good night, Izuku. Izuku sat on the ledge of a skyscraper, clad in his vigilante costume. Technically, the doctor said he wasn't supposed to do anything too strenuous for the next week, but what he didn't know can't hurt him. He let his legs dangle over the side. He felt a presence behind him but didn't turn around. He knew the sound of those obnoxious leather boots anywhere. Present Emissy, to what do I owe the pleasure? Izuku said, letting his swan dive persona slip into place. Present Mic cautiously stepped forward, closer to him. I'm here on behalf of Eraserhead. He has a job for you. He states. Swan dive hummed, patting a spot beside him. Present Mic sat down slowly, telegraphing his movements. Shota had told him that the vigilante was skittish. What kind of job? Swan dive inquired. He needs some information. Present Mic said. He put a piece of paper, folded several times over, in the space between them. After he retracted his hand, Swan dive grabbed the paper, opened it and scanned what was written there. He then folded it back up and put it in his hoodie pocket. All right, I can work with this, but there is the issue of payment. Swan stated. Present Mic pulled a wad of cash out of his costume and handed it to Swan. That's half. You get the rest when we have substantial information. Sounds fair. Swan counted the bills meticulously. When he was satisfied, he stuck it in his pocket with the note. All right. It's a deal. The two shook hands, as per Swan's request. Just as Present Mic was about to leave, Swan called out, How is Shota? Present Mic froze. Shota had told him that Swan knew his identity and probably his own too, but hearing Swan so flagrant about it was disorienting. His okay, a little injured, but okay. He tried to be as vague as possible without being suspicious. Swan nodded. Tell him I say hi. Just as Present Mic was about to say something, Swan leapt onto the next roof and began to run away. Hisashi sighed, resigning himself to going home and telling Shota he now understood the appeal of the vigilante child. Izuku went home, through the window as he always did, and swayed from his vigilante outfit to a pair of sweatpants and a t-shirt. He settled onto his bed with his computer on his lap. He had stashed the cash and had the note out in front of him. He gave it a once-over. The handwriting wasn't Eraserhead's, someone else did it for him. The paper itself gave nothing away, standard color, finish and stock. He then moved on to the actual information Eraser had requested. Anything on Shigaraki, Kurogiri, the Nomyu, and anything he could find on the USJ incident that the staff didn't already know. Doable. Izuku swayed tabs and ordered another bodysuit, and a backup in case the next one is wrecked. He closed his computer and set it aside, letting himself fall back onto his pillows, letting his mind drift off into sleep. Class 1A had the next week off, but eventually the Monday they returned rolled around and the students were back in class. Zu intercepted Hitoshi and Izuku on their way to class. The three talked about their days off and mostly meaningless things, but Izuku and Hitoshi did give Zu their numbers, to make sure that they could stay in contact. They walked into the classroom and were bombarded with questions about their experience at the USJ. The three of them kept to a pretty consistent story and stayed close to the truth while being as vague as possible. The class eventually settled into their seats and waited for their teacher. There was talk of a supply, but Izuku's suspicions were confirmed when a still heavily bandaged Aizawa entered the classroom. The class exploded into shouts of concern and confusion. Aizawa put up a hand to silence his students and a hush fell over the room. "I may be injured, but I can still teach, and that is what I intend to do." The students nodded in understanding. "Good, now the UA Sports Festival is coming up and you all need to start preparing." Mina stuck her hand up and Aizawa gestured to her. "Even after what happened?" Aizawa nodded. "Yes, apparently it's to show that UA is still standing strong." He didn't sound too pleased, but no one was brave enough to point it out. He went on to explain how the festival would work and what they would need to do to prepare. He ended his speech with, "This is going to be the worst 2 weeks of your life so far." Izuku guessed, without a doubt, that he was grinning under his bandages. Izuku found himself sitting next to Hitoshi with Zu, Ochako, and Ida sitting across from them. Zu had originally sat down with them, but soon after Ochako and Ida followed her over. Izuku quite liked them, actually. Though he appeared standoffish, he liked most of his classmates. But the three of them especially. Zu is strong-willed and has shown herself to be trustworthy, especially regarding his quirk. She is also quick to tell people what she thinks and rarely sugarcoats anything. He can appreciate that. Ida, much like Zu, sugarcoats very little, and is clear about what he expects from people in his social circle. He's a lot rigid, but Izuku sees the potential for him to loosen up, if given the chance and the right push. Ochako is probably the outlier of the three. She is bubbly and excitable. She's happy to cheer on their classmates and makes an effort to be kind to everyone, especially when she needs to SCK up her feelings. She reminds him the most of himself before his life went to SHT. All in all, three very pleasant people to spend lunch with, along with Hitoshi of course. Ochao and Ida carry most of the conversation, with Zu as support, and Hitoshi and Izuku throwing in their 2 cents when they see an opportunity to. A heavyweight sits down next to him and steals something off his plate. "Hi, Mai." Hitoshi and Izuku say in unison, Izuku pushing his tray closer to her. She leans over him to grab something off of Hitoshi's tray before returning her attention to Izuku's food. She hums but doesn't really acknowledge them or the three extra people. She begins to build something akin to a food tower before eating downwards. Once she is down her tower of food, she turns her attention to Izuku. "I need one of your notebooks." Izuku grabs his bag from near his feet under the table and opens it, pulling out 3 identical notebooks, all of them with property of Izuku Midoriya, one on the front. "Which one?" She scanned the books before picking the one on the left, tugging it out of Izuku's hand lightly. She flicked through it before nodding. "I'll still need their measurements." Izuku nodded. "I'll ask, I just haven't gotten a chance yet." "Good, have them come down to the support room when they have time." "Bye." Mai got up and sped out of the cafeteria without a second glance back, flipping through Izuku's notebook again. Izuku and Hitoshi returned to their food, and shortly after Zu did too, but Ida and Ochako stared at the empty seat Mai had left. What just happened?" Ida inquired. Izuku looked up from his food at Ida and Ochako's bewildered faces. "Oh, that's Mai. She's in the support course. Sorry, sometimes I forget people aren't as accustomed to her shenanigans as we are." They nodded, but both of them still looked dreadfully confused, though to be fair, Mai had that effect on most people. The next day, as Class 1A was preparing for lunch, Izuku caught Yorozu and Hagekyo before they left. Izuku's other friends had left, so it was really just the three of them. "So, I noticed neither of you seemed entirely thrilled with your costumes, and I was wondering if you wanted to meet a friend of mine. She's in the support course and I think she could help you with this," Izuku said, nervously wringing his hands. Yorozu smiled at him. "Thank you, that is such a kind offer. I would love to meet your friend." Hagekyo jumped excitedly at the idea. "I would love to. I kinda hate my costume, especially considering it's just gloves and boots. There is no protection at all." The three of them walked to the support classroom Mai usually works out of. Izuku stopped them at a large metal door and Yorozu made to open the door, but Izuku stopped her. He positioned the three of them just next to the door and counted down on his fingers. Just as he hit one, the door exploded outwards in a cloud of smoke. Orozu and Hagekyo started to cough violently, but Izuku simply let out a small cough and ushered them into the room that was slowly being cleared of smoke. They found Mai being lectured by Power Loader. You have to test these things before just turning them on and letting them go willy-nilly. Power Loader said, trying very hard to keep from yelling. Mai simply waved him off. Mild calibration issue, I'll have it fixed in no time. She grabbed a wrench and began to take apart whatever it was that caused the explosion. She turned to find the 3 Hero Corps students standing awkwardly there, well, 2 standing awkwardly and 1 looking like the picture of grace and beauty as always. Izuku! She squealed, rushing to throw her arms over him, careful of his face. She untangled herself from him just as quickly and turned her attention to the girls beside him. And you two must be Yorozu and Hagork. It's a pleasure. She was instantly in their space, poking at them and asking all sorts of questions. Mai. Izuku pulled her back and made introductions, before explaining what they were there for. Eventually, he left the 3 of them to get acquainted and start working on costumes. Zu, Hitoshi, Mai and Izuku sat outside in the sun, their lunches on the ground with them. So this is what we have so far in terms of theories. Mai said, showing Izuku a list jotted down on a spare piece of paper. Izuku read it, then turned back to the group. My quirk works on mutant quirks, number 3 is out. I was still conscious, number 7 is out. It's any skin, not just 5-finger contact, number 11 is out. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10 just blame this whole thing on aliens. I think that's pretty implausible. He returned to munching on a lettuce leaf. Mai grumbled but crossed out the numbers as ordered. What about 5? Zu asked. That one is plausible, Izuku conceded, but I still don't understand why we are even entertaining the idea of testing this. There is still a very real possibility that it was a one-off thing. How do you know it's not? Hitoshi asked. Izuku sighed, I don't. But it's a risk I'm not willing to take. Izuku set down his food and looked at his friends. I've always known that this was how life is going to be for me. I knew the moment my mother put the gloves on my hands and told me to never take them off. I knew I'd never have secretary. I knew I'd never have children. I knew I would always be scared to touch other people, but I managed. We can't risk someone else's quirk just because it would make my life easier. The answer is no. Mai rolled her eyes. Fine, but what I'm curious about is the Nomu variable. Why didn't your quirk work on it? My quirk did work on it. The group looked at Izuku with much confusion. Shigaraki said Nomu was bioengineered to have multiple quirks. That's not the type of thing that can be done all at once, you'd have to do one quirk at a time. My quirk is a virus, and it attacked the first and biggest thing it saw. Nomu's original quirk. The jolt was my quirk working. It only works on one person quirk at a time. The trio sitting with him nodded. The class trained for 2 weeks before the sports festival rolled around. Class 1A stood in their waiting room, buzzing with nervous energy. He had requested permission to have a face mask and a pair of goggles. He was afraid of people touching his face and didn't want to risk it. In the meantime, the mask was pulled under his chin and the goggles were pushed up to his hair. He was fiddling with his gloves when Todoroki walked up to him. Midoriya, he said, gaining his and most of the room's attention. Looking at things objectively, I think I'm stronger than you. Izuku tensed up, and Hitoshi rose from his seat, prepared to fight his red and white classmate. I'm going to beat you, Todoroki said stoically. Kirishima stood and put a hand on Todoroki's shoulder. Hey man, why are you picking a fight all of a sudden? He simply shrugged Kirishima's hand off. We aren't here to play at being friends, so what does it matter? He begins to walk away before Izuku calls out to him. Todoroki! Izuku stood still thinking about what to say to someone like him, someone so headstrong and closed off, someone with fire and passion burning beneath the surface, even if they themselves didn't see it. I'm honored that you think of me as competition. But make no mistake about the fact that I'm going to do my best to beat you. I might not win, but if I lose I will do so spectacularly. I'm not going to roll over and give you or anyone else an easy victory. That wouldn't be fair to me and it wouldn't be fair to them. The class stared at him before Iida's watch beeped and he began to rush them all towards the arena doors. Near the end of the pack, Izuku and Hitoshi walked together. Dude, that was badass. Izuku laughed lightly. Yeah, I guess. It's hard to get a read on him. He's kind of an enigma. Hitoshi stared at Izuku for a long moment. You're gonna try and be his friend, aren't you? Regrettably, I think so. The two laughed and entered the massive arena with their class. The arena was bright and loud, noise and light coming from all sides. Midnight stood on a small raised platform and announced the various classes of UA's first years. Izuku noticed that the business students didn't participate, only about half of the general studies students did, and most of the support course did, but Mai explained it was mainly for kicks and a good rush of adrenaline than anything else. He waved at the girl when he saw her come out with her class. Alright, it's time for the athlete's pledge. Ladies and gentlemen. And because he had the highest score on the entrance exam this year, Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A will be representing the students. Midnight said into her mic. She gestured from Izuku to join her on stage and he reluctantly did, with some prodding by Hitoshi. He walked up the steps and to the mic on stage. Midnight gave him an encouraging smile. He looked out over the stadium of people, watching him like vultures, waiting for him to slip up. Then he looked at Mai, watching with her crazy grin stuck in place. Then at his class, strong and brave, waiting for their classmate to speak on their behalf. Then at Hitoshi. Appealing, lovely, fearless Hitoshi. The shone over him and gave his purple eyes a blazing, burning effect. Izuku smiled at his friend. Hi. The feedback from the mic was atrocious, but it eventually died down. If you had told me just a year ago I would be at UA representing all these wonderful people, I wouldn't have believed you, but I am overjoyed to be wrong. In my very short time here I have made wonderful friends, met incredible people and had the most amazing teachers. And today we are going to do our best to prove that UA is the best school out there. Today we are going to go beyond plus ultra. The crowd erupted into cheers and the students of UA looked more excited than ever before for the coming challenge. An obstacle course. Izuku stood beside Hitoshi and Mai in the crowd of students. The three of them huddled together and began to discuss what they knew before the timer went off. I've got one pair of hover boots for me, some fog bombs, and a small EMP that covers about 7 meters. Mai said, I've got control for 5 minutes over one person as long as they're not shook out of it. Hitoshi went after her. Izuku, give us the lay of the land. The entrance bottlenecks, they are trying to get us stuck. We either need to be the first people through or go over everyone else. I think the second is our best bet. Hard hitters for this would be Todoroki, Yorozu, Bakugo, Denki, Kirishima and Ochako. Izuku pulled his goggles down and his mask up. The three of them nodded and turned their attention to the clock, counting quickly down to 0. When it got there, Izuku felt a chill fill the air. Jump! He hissed at his friends. They did so, and in that split second most people were frozen to the ground. The three were still so packed in that they had to go over most people, jumping on heads and shoulders to get through the crowd of people. They finally made their way free of the passage and began running through the open space only to be stopped by a giant claw crashing down before them. The robots from the entrance exam. Izuku felt the strong urge to flip the cameras off, knowing Nezu would see. He instead said, Mai. On it. She slid the EMP in front of them, taking out a good chunk of the robots. The remaining ones were busy with other students. They ran forward only to stop short at a canyon with tightrope spread across it. Izuku looked down to see blue mates at the bottom. Give us a lift. Hitoshi asked. Mai put her hands out and Hitoshi and Izuku grabbed on. It was immediately clear that the boots weren't meant to carry that much weight, but they were already halfway across the canyon. The boots gave out right at the edge of the canyon, and Mai swung the boys so they landed on the edge. She let go of their hands and felt gravity pull her down. At the last second, Hitoshi and Izuku grabbed her wrists and pulled her up. The three of them scrambled up and began to run towards the final stretch of the race. They stopped short when they noticed people being blown sky high by pink bombs, It looked like no one was hurt, but they were covered in pink powder and were 2 days to continue in a lot of their cases. Split up for the final leg. Izuku asked. The other two nodded and they split up, Mai and Hitoshi taking the mines head-on while Izuku stayed back to observe. He noticed a stray sheet of metal, maybe from the robots. He picked it up and then began to dig up the pink bombs, putting them all into a hole in the ground. He stood back and took a running start, angling the metal under his stomach. He landed directly on the bombs and was blown into the air. He felt the air rush around his head and the wind deafened him. He soared past the other students and quickly caught up with Todoroki and Bakugo, who were neck and neck right at the front of the pack. He let the metal fall away and rapidly approached the boys in front of him. He angled himself just right and landed on both their backs, pushing off to give himself some extra space. He landed on the ground and rolled to lessen the impact. He started sprinting, the finish line in his sights. However, in that moment he gave himself space to think and stopped short of the finish line. Two figures rushed past him, and after he stepped over the line. What's this? Izuku Midoriya had the chance to take first place but has instead settled for third. Which means Katsuki Bakugo has taken first place and Shoto Todoroki has taken second. People began to cross the finish line rapidly. At some point Mai and Hitoshi joined him on the other side of the line. Dude, what the hell? Why would you let Bakugo beat you? Hitoshi hissed, glancing at the student in question, who had begun to gloat as soon as he had crossed the finish line. Because I have a feeling this is going to blow up in his face. Izuku said, not elaborating beyond that. The first years reconvened in the center of the arena, with Midnight standing on the stage. The R-rated hero announces the next competition will be a cavalry battle and that first place is worth 10 million points. The student body immediately turns their attention to Bakugo, who looks almost unfazed. He just glares back at them. Told YA. Izuku whispered to Hitoshi. DMN, alright. Hitoshi whispered back. The students were told to find their teams. Izuku immediately grabbed Mai, but Hitoshi split off from the two, finding his own team. In the end he had Okako, Tokoyami, and Mai on his team. He relayed to them the plan that was forming in his head and they immediately got to work. Eventually Midnight called for the battle to begin and Izuku climbed on top of his teammates. The buzzer for the battle to begin went off and the team shot up into the air. What's this? Team Midoriya is soaring above their competition. What do you think, Eraser? It looks like they used Okako Uraraka's levitation power to float Hatsune and Tokoyami up while she uses the hover boots Hatsune used in the previous round. Present MIC and Eraserhead commentated and for a second the crowd and competitors simply stared at the team in question before the ground devolved into chaos. Most teams went for Bakugo's 10 million, while Bakugo kept leaping up to try and knock Izuku off, not caring about his headband. They simply swerved out of his path and eventually he turned his attention to Todoroki. They stayed above the crowd for 6 out of the 10 minutes allotted. Izuku stood from where he was perched on his teammates' shoulders and back. He cracked his neck and hands before saying, I'm going for Bakugo's 10 million. Before his team had time to protest, Izuku leapt off of their backs and down into the chaos. What's this? It looks like Midoriya is leaving the safety of his team and going for more points. Izuku landed on the shoulder of someone, though he wasn't sure who. Sprung quickly from them before they had time to react and jumped to the next team. Jumping and hopping quicker than anyone had time to react to, he was quickly within range of Bakugo's team, who was battling with Todoroki. He used the distraction to jump and land on Mina's shoulders. She shrieked and tried to warn Bakugo but wasn't fast enough, as Izuku stepped from her to Kirishima. Izuku reached for the headband but Bakugo caught his hand. Deku. Before Bakugo could push Izuku off he set off a smoke bomb and leapt towards Hitoshi's team. Hitoshi! He yelled. Hitoshi widened his stance and laced his fingers together. Izuku planted his foot in Hitoshi's hands and leapt up towards his team where Dark Shadow caught him and pulled him up. Bakugo laughed, just another failed attempt to be better than me, Deku. Izuku smirked from where he sat safely atop his horses once again. He held out the piece of fabric he had stuffed into his back pocket, revealing the 10 million headband. You sure? Bakugo reached up to his head and found the headband gone. He roared and prepared to shoot up and attempt to get his headband back, but Kirishima stopped him. "We don't have time for that, we need to go after someone else." Bakugo huffed but turned his attention back to the teams on the ground. The bell went off right as Bakugo snagged enough points to scrap by. The teams were all told to dismount and relax. Midnight announced the teams that made it through and gave her condolences to the teams that didn't. They were then released for lunch. Hitoshi, Mai, and Izuku sat up against a wall in one of UA's many hallways, talking about the competition. "It's not even really about winning, it's just about proving to myself that I could if I wanted to." Izuku sighed. "Yeah, I get that." Hitoshi said back. "You two are both so gloomy." Mai said, cheerful and manic as ever. "Think of all the fun you're gonna have in these one-on-one fights. You get to kick but with basically no rules, and I get to show the world my babies." Hitoshi and Izuku brightened, if only a little, at Mai's words. "Yeah, you're right." Izuku got up to go to the washroom and had a very uncomfortable run-in with Endeavor, followed almost immediately with Todoroki ambushing him in a dark hallway. Izuku leaned back against the wall and sized Todoroki up. "So, what did you want to talk about?" Todoroki's eyes narrowed. His glare was sharp, much like his infamous glacier, but there was an intensity, a fire burning so bright Izuku almost wasn't sure what Todoroki would do with it. Almost. He knows what Todoroki does with his intensity, his fire. He squashes it down, like a bug. "Midoriya," Todoroki begins, "you seem to be the odd one out of our class, you have an impossible amount of skill, more than most first years, and your fighting style is very reminiscent of underground hero fighting techniques." Izuku had a feeling he wasn't going to be happy with whatever Todoroki said next. "Tell me, are you Aizawa's secret love child or something?" Izuku felt his own tension loosen as Todoroki asked his question. "No, Todoroki, I'm not Aizawa's son. He's only 30, you know, he's too young to have a kid my age." His words only seemed to make Todoroki more suspicious, but he let the subject drop. "Endeavor is my old man." Todoroki leaned against the wall in a similar position to Izuku. "I'm sure you know he's been stuck as the number 2 for years now. Have you ever heard of quirk marriages?" "I have. He married my mother so he could have the perfect child to surpass All Might. In his eyes my siblings were failures and I'm the masterpiece he's been waiting for, but I refuse to use his fire for what it has done to my family." Todoroki reached up to touch his scar lightly. "My mother gave me this scar, she poured boiling water on my face, because of how much my left side looks like my father. I will beat you Midoriya, without using his fire, and I will win the sports festival without it as well." Todoroki turned to leave, but Izuku called out after him. "You're more than just the sum of your parts, Todoroki. You're more than what people perceive you to be. You are more than you perceive you to be." Izuku quickly walked back towards the hall he left Hitoshi and Mai in, not bothering to look back at Todoroki's confused face. The 1v1 battles were announced. Hitoshi and Izuku glanced at each other but didn't need to say anything. They nodded to one another. The fight would be fair, 1v1, neither of them would go easy on the other. After all, that would be an insult to both their skills. They were chosen for the first fight. Hitoshi stood at one end of the arena and Izuku at the other. Midnight called for the fight to begin, and the two of them rushed each other. As soon as they got in fighting range, Izuku went in for a kick to Hitoshi's stomach, which he dodged and tried to return only to be blocked. "I doubt I'll get a response out of you, here?" Hitoshi asked. Izuku simply grinned and jabbed him in the ribs. Hitoshi jumped out of Izuku's range, but he simply followed the purple-haired boy and jabbed him again in the side. When Izuku went in a third time, Hitoshi was ready for him and grabbed his wrist, spinning Izuku and tugging his arm behind his back. Just as he was about to push his opponent to the ground, Izuku hooked his foot around Hitoshi's ankle and pulled his feet out from under him. He pinned Hitoshi to the ground, and Midnight counted to 3, before Izuku let him up. Look at that wonderful show of hand-to-hand combat between Hitoshi Shinsu, Class 1A, and Izuku Midoriya, Class 1A. Tell us about the fight, Eraser. Not much to tell, they both use techniques common in street fighting and underground heroics, quick and efficient. Izuku and Hitoshi walked out of the arena, their arms linked together, leaning on one another as the adrenaline left their bodies and they made their way to the student stands. Midnight then called for the next fight. The next two fights went on without much fanfare, though Todoroki's finishing move did leave the crowd stunned. However, the move did mean they could move on quicker, and it was safe to say Izuku was getting antsy. Shiozaki finished off Kaminari fairly quickly as well. The fight after that, however, was quite the spectacle. Mai paraded Ida around the arena, talking about her designs and inventions, before walking out of the arena herself. Izuku noticed Ida looked quite hurt as he left the arena. Izuku made a mental note to remind Mai to look into some actual support gear for Ida, as an apology. Izuku watched as Bakugo and Ochako walked out into the arena. There had been calls to have the fight cancelled because of Ochiko's gender, or something. Izuku wasn't actually sure, he had tuned the crowd out as soon as they started complaining. He knew that Bakugo was going to win, there was no way he wouldn't, but he also knew that Ochako was going to take him down a peg while he did. He watched as they both walked toward each other. Two people on a warpath. Two people with everything to prove, and everything to lose. He got out his notebook and began to write as the fight was called. Izuku walked into the arena, his jaw set and his hands balled into fists. Todoroki was going to beat him. Even with everything he had, Todoroki was going to beat him. And he was not okay with that, but he was resigned to it. It was okay. Because he was going to make sure that Todoroki got it through his thick skull that he was worth more than what everyone thought of him. Izuku was going to prove it to him. Even if he lost the sports festival. Todoroki stood on the other side of the arena. He looked as relaxed as someone like him could be, but Izuku saw through it. That wasn't the face of someone relaxed and unconcerned, that was the face of a man who was questioning his world. Izuku could work with that. Midnight called for the fight to begin, but not before making a rather snide remark about Todoroki not freezing the whole arena. He took her direction apparently, and instead of freezing Izuku entirely sent a block of ice to knock Izuku out of the ring. Izuku jumped and used the ice to kick off, leaping towards Todoroki. His opponent sent another block of ice and Izuku went low, sliding under it. By that point he had gotten too close for Todoroki to use any of the long-range attacks he was so fond of. He and Izuku fought hand-to-hand, and thought Todoroki had been training for longer. Izuku had been training far harder, he had no crutch to rely on. Come on Todoroki, you're better than this. You really think you can beat me with only half your power? Izuku taunted, jumping out of the way of one of his punches before kicking him in the shin. Todoroki grunted but did not go down. I will not use his power. Todoroki went in for another hit, this one striking true on Izuku's stomach. He dodged another hit. You wouldn't fight with one hand tied behind your back, or one eye covered, so why would you fight with only one half of your quirk? I will not use his power. But it's not his power. It's your power, Todoroki. Izuku shouted, hitting him in the face. He cringed at the sickening crunching noise that Todoroki's nose made. Todoroki stumbled back, holding a hand over his bloody nose. Izuku repeated his words once more. It's your power, Todoroki. Todoroki charged at him with a new vigor, his fist bursting into flames. It ended shortly after that. Izuku and Todoroki were both taken to Recovery Girl, Izuku smiling the whole time. And, when he was lucky and caught a glance at his face, he would see that Todoroki was smiling too. As Izuku walked to school from his train station on the dreary morning of his first day back at school, he couldn't help the heavy dread that had settled in his chest. Things had changed, even if it was the little things that he hadn't even seen yet but knew of. Todoroki had joined the class group chat and had visited his mom. Bakugo had won the sports festival, along with the unfortunate bit afterwards that had been unnecessarily publicized. Ochako had gotten the chance to show that country just what female heroes could do, and Ida. Izuku's mind stayed on Ida that entire walk from that point. Ida, strong and capable, kind and dependable, honest and hard-working. Ida, whose brother had been paralyzed by a famous serial killer that is still running around. Izuku walked into the school and into his classroom. It seemed the class had also sensed the mood shift and had kept their return pretty low-key. The door opened behind Izuku and he turned around to find Ida standing there, for the first time the last student to arrive. The class's collective attention shifted to him as they watched him walk over to his desk and set his book bag down. He seemed perfectly content to sit and read, waiting for Aizawa to show up as always. Izuku followed his lead and sat down, giving Hitoshi a greeting smile. Aizawa walked into the room shortly after, with midnight in tow. She smiled down at them. She began handing out packets to the students, which immediately rang in his head as a list of heroes that had invited them for internships. He was disappointed but not surprised at the amount of offers he got. Only about half a page worth. Guess once they realize you're quirkless they don't want anything to do with you. There were some offers though, and many agencies needed the extra help. He read them and reread them but nothing sparked his interest. Midnight stood back up at the front of the class and all eyes fell to her. Today you'll be choosing hero names. The class lit up. These can be temporary if you'd like to change them later, but there will be hell to pay if you choose a poor name. Excitement sparks in Izuku and he turns to Hitoshi. What are you thinking? No idea. Hitoshi sighs deeply. I'm going underground, I don't really need anything flashy. Yeah, but it should still be something fun that you like. Izuku debates a lot of names over the next 20 minutes while everyone brainstormed. He already has a name, but Swan Dive isn't really a hero's appropriate name, and Aizawa would catch on immediately. Eventually they get up one by one and introduce their names. It gets to Hitoshi and he chooses the name Mind Blank. Izuku gets up in front of the class and explains his name. I had a lot of trouble deciding but in the end I chose the name Poison. They go to lunch and start talking about the agencies immediately. I'm thinking of going with Gunhead. He's really good with combat and hand-to-hand. Uraka says. Hitoshi hums at her words. True, I might think about going to Gunhead too. I'm good with hand-to-hand but I could be better. I heard he's really strict with his students, and really serious about his training. It can't be worse than training with this little psychopath. Hitoshi gestures to Izuku. The brunette elbows Hitoshi. What about you, Ida? Pardon? Where are you thinking of interning? Izuku repeats. Ida had been off all day, though that was to be expected, but it is truly unusual for Ida to not listen when his friends talk. Oh, yes, I'm thinking of interning with Manuel's agency. He states. Hitoshi and Uraraka carry the conversation for the next 10 minutes. Izuku stops talking and just stares at Ida, who doesn't notice, too focused on pushing his food around on his plate. He knows exactly where Manuel's agency is. And the thought that comes into his head is not a pleasant one. Before he can allow himself to dig too deep a hole, he spots Todoroki in the cafeteria for the first time since school has started. He puts his hand up and waves, catching Todoroki's eye. Hey! Come sit with us. Todoroki looks startled, but wanders over nonetheless and sits down next to Izuku. Hello, Midoriya. Hiya, Todoroki. The others at the table sit in shock as Todoroki pulls out a bento box and begins to eat, but Izuku takes the new addition in stride. If you don't go to Gunhead, then what do you think of Hitoshi? The boy in question looks startled at the question, but answers, I was thinking Eraserhead if he's willing to take me. That's great, his fighting style would really complement the skills you have. Lunch continues much the same, Uraraka, Hitoshi and Izuku talking, dragging Ida into conversation from time to time, and Todoroki sitting in comfortable silence. The week continued in much the same way, with the classes mostly centered on choosing a hero agency. Uraraka did end up going with Gunhead. Hitoshi asked Aizawa but was turned down. Aizawa told him that 1, he wasn't really accustomed to taking interns, 2, his work could be a little intense for the first internship of the year. Hitoshi went with Gunhead as well. Aizawa also told him that if he felt like it, he could ask again about their work studies and Aizawa would reconsider. Todoroki, much to Izuku's surprise, took Endeavor's offer. When Izuku asked, he had this to say, if I am going to learn to use and better control my power, then I need to learn from the best. There is no one better to show me how to use my fire than the flame hero himself. Izuku agreed with him, and told him that he was doing something really impressive, getting through so much in such a short amount of time. In the end, Izuku chooses to work at Manuel's agency. At lunch, the day forms were due, Uraraka asks him why. Laughing a little, he tells her, well, he is the normal hero. That gets a round of laughs at the table. But Ida catches his eye. His deep red eyes narrow, but Izuku just smiles brightly and continues to eat his food. He had seen Ida give his form the day before, catching Manuel's name on the top of the paper. Izuku trusts Ida. Trust him with his life. But he knows, from first-hand experience, that grief can make people do foolish things. If he's wrong, then he gets to spend more time with Ida and learn from a solid pro hero that could definitely have a lot to teach him. And if he's right, then he can stop Ida from making a big mistake. The train ride to Hosu is mostly spent in silence. Izuku thinks about starting a conversation, but thinks better of it every time he sees Ida's face, carefully hidden anger under his usual calm facade. It's clear to see that Ida is unhappy that Izuku is coming with him. But the greenette doesn't really care, too focused on the way his friend's hands clench around the strap of his bag, like it's a neck about to snap. Overall, the ride is nice, aside from the tension. When they get to the train stop in Hosu, Izuku spots Manuel waiting for them. They both bow politely to the pro and he laughs the formality off, shaking Ida's hand. He nods at Izuku, and the boy assumes Nezu and Aizawa must have called ahead and spoken to the pro about his aversion to touch. He sends a silent thank you to both of them and he and Ida follow Manuel through the city, to his agency. My agency is mainly run by interns. It's a really good stepping-off point, coming here right after high school, getting some experience, then trying for a bigger agency or even starting your own. Manuel explains, as he introduces them to the many interns at the agency. This is Achilles, Manuel says, gesturing to the young man with sandy blonde hair and handsome Greek features. He'll show you to the rest of the agency. Achilles smiles and waves. Izuku and Ida once again bow and follow him. As you can see, we're not a very big agency. Small but mighty though. The top floor is intern housing, for us heroes fresh out of high school and still trying to make a name for ourselves. Heroics don't pay that well for the first couple of years. He takes them to the top floor. They pass doors with names and decorations before coming to one of the only empty rooms on the floor. You two will stay here. He opens the door to 2 twin beds and 2 drawers. It's pretty plain, but does have windows with a pretty decent street view. I'll let you get settled, and someone will come and get you for orientation and your introduction to everyone's favorite part of hero work: paperwork. He chuckles and leaves them. Once again, silence falls around the 2 UA students as they unpack their things. Well, Ida does. Izuku leaves his bag at the end of the bed and watches Ida unpack. Ida does eventually tire of being stared at. Can I help you with something? He doesn't say it meanly, but without the warmth that he usually talks to his friends with. Yeah, actually, you can. Don't do anything stupid. Izuku states. Ida turns to look at him. I understand that you feel angry, I do. But you have to think about what your brother would want you to do. Izuku explains. Before Izuku can say any more, Ida huffs, storming out of the room. Go to Hosu, I said. It'll be fun, I said. Izuku grumbles, lying down on his bed. Kami gives me strength. The first 2 days are spent with Ida and Izuku learning how to fill out forms, file documents, and researching different crime statistics and criminal activity in the city. Overall, pretty boring, but Izuku thinks boring might be the best for them, given Ida's mood. He's jumpy and snappish, not with any of the heroes at the agency, but with Izuku, giving short, snippy answers to his questions, and barely talking to him. Izuku knows he may have overstepped when they had gotten there, but he doesn't think it too much to ask your friend not to go chasing after a dangerous murderer. But despite the unfairness, Izuku takes Ida's bad mood without complaint. If he's being shitty to Izuku, then he's not running around Hosu like an idiot. The 3rd night they're in Hosu is when things go to hell. Manuel tells them to get their costumes on. Izuku eagerly suits up. As much as paperwork and research are important parts of hero work, it is terribly boring, and Izuku gets restless. Usually when he needs to move, he climbs out his window and does some highly illegal vigilante work. But the dorms of Manuel's agency are locked down at night. They go out at 5, early enough that they probably won't have to deal with any violent crime, but late enough that they might run into a few muggings or pickpockets, so they can observe Manuel in action. They leave the agency and Manuel begins explaining his patrol routes and how they intersect with different agencies in Hosu, and how they keep all parts of the city balanced with their hero presence. When he smells the smoke, he knows the universe is laughing at him. Let's move. Manuel starts running towards where the smoke is coming from. Izuku and Ida both freeze when they see the Nomu wreaking havoc on the city and the hero trying desperately to restrain it. Manuel turns back to them, "You stay far away from that thing, help civilians, do not try and fight," he orders. It's weird to hear him speak so seriously given that he'd been so laid back. They both nod sharply and Manuel rushes off to help the heroes. Izuku and Ida start running around, clearing the area of civilians with the help of some other interns working in the city. Once the area is clear, Izuku turns to ask Ida what he thinks they should do next, only to find his classmate gone. He asks one of the rescue heroes he was helping if she had seen where he went, but she just shook her head. His mind started racing, thinking of all the terrible things that could have happened to him. No, stop thinking about him like he's your friend. Think about him like he's a criminal. You're a vigilante, you're a detective. Stain. Izuku starts looking closely at the ground where he last saw Ida, spotting the gravel that looks like it's been shredded. He follows the path of damaged concrete to a secluded alleyway. Hearing shuffling from the alley, he peeks his head around the corner. Stain is standing with his sword over Ida, and a hero that Izuku doesn't recognize leaned up against the wall bloody and breathing heavily. Panic is ready to overtake him, but he stays focused on the issue at hand. Stain, as far as they can tell, has some ability to paralyze people. They don't know how it works, what the activation requirements are, or how to combat it. Izuku is going in almost entirely blind, with 2 lives to save, one of whom is his friend. Stop it. This is another night out as Swan Dive. You don't know these people, they're just people who need to be saved. The guy with the sword is just another criminal. Beat him, move on to the next fight, rinse and repeat. You've done this a million times. No more space for thinking. Move. He runs in, vaulting over a trash bin and using the momentum to catch Stain hard in the jaw. He sends the villain stumbling, Izuku somersaulting back towards Ida. As Stain recovers from the hit, Izuku grabs Ida under his armpits, dragging him closer to the mouth of the alley. Midoriya! What are you doing here? Ida exclaims, a mixture of anger and indignation in his voice. Saving your butt apparently. He hisses through his gas mask. I don't need saving. Can you move your hand? When Ida stays silent, Izuku says, then you need saving. It's only his quick instincts that save him from a knife to the spine. He drops Ida and rolls out of the way. When he's in vigilante mode, he uses a lot of sass. So tone that up, right? Hey Mr. Stain, what you doing here trying to murder this child? Stain scowls, but surprisingly answers, he is a false hero, he cannot be allowed to continue. Izuku narrows his eyes at him. He's 15. He dodges Stain, throwing another knife at him, then rushing him. He rolls out of the way again, pulling his bow staff off his back. So we're not gonna talk about you trying to murder a child. Izuku takes one of his own knives, aiming for Stain's shoulder. He dodges quickly, the blade only catching a bit of the fabric on his scarf. Stain scowls, Native and the boy deserve to be called, to be eliminated. Native. Yikes. Izuku responds. That is a bit dicey. Stain growls, brandishing his sword. But I gotta ask, what did the kid do? Izuku asks. He tried to kill me, he came for vengeance, not justice. That's not the mark of a hero. He's a fake. Stain runs at Izuku, who meets him face on this time, using his bow staff to parry his katana. Usually a blade like his would cut a bow staff in half, but his reinforced staff was made by Mai, and she doesn't make sharty weapons. Stain bears down with all his strength, but before he can break the staff or Izuku's hold on it, Izuku ducks, sliding under his blade. He kicks the back of Stain's knee and catches the other with his staff. Slipping his hand quickly into one of his pockets, he goes to the class group chat and sends a ping on his location. Before he can even slip his phone back in his pocket, A knife catches him in the shoulder. He cries out and grabs the knife lodged in his shoulder and pulls it out with a shriek. He tosses it to the side and dodges out of the way of Stain's lunges once again. "You missed," he said, pushing through the pain to hold his staff in a threatening manner. A dangerous and unhinged smirk stretches across Stain's face. "Did I?" In his hand he holds the knife covered in Izuku's BLD. His long snake-like tongue pokes out of his mouth. A million thoughts race through his head at once, but the most prominent is that Stain most likely has a BLD paralysis quirk. The amount of blades on his person are mostly impractical, given he seems to be a speed fighter, but it would make sense for a quirk that needs BLD to work. His tongue is another huge indicator. "No!" he shouts. But it's too late, and Stain likes some of the BLD off the flat of the blade. For a second Izuku feels his limbs lock up and his body go numb, before it fades away. Stain's eyes widen in panic and shock, but before he can demand what Izuku has done, an unyielding heat fills the alleyway. At the mouth of the alley, Todoroki holds his phone, with Izuku's location pinging on the map. "Next time you need backup, be a little more specific." He shoots a spike of ice out at Stain, who dodges. In the moment of distraction, Todoroki lunges. Izuku goes to native first. If Stain's quirk is gone, then Ida may be able to go on his own, but native looks far too injured to move. He's knocked out with too many injuries to count, but Izuku hefts him under his shoulder and drags the unconscious pro to the mouth of the alley, then around the corner. Running back in, he spots Todoroki and Stain fighting. Even without his quirk, Stain is ruthless and deadly, but he's clearly off his game, confused and unsure why his quirk feels gone. Izuku runs to Ida. Ida, come on, stay awake." He hisses at his friend. "If you die, I'm gonna kill you." "Why did you come?" "This was my fight." Ida says, struggling to stand. "I came 'cause you were gonna get yourself killed." "Ida, I get it, I do. But you won't do anyone any good dead." He whispers, dragging a struggling Ida to the corner around the alley. "Stay here, don't die, maybe try and treat native's wounds." "I'm going back in." Todoroki can't keep him busy forever. He runs back in, deaf to Ida's complaints. Todoroki has a large gash on his forearm and a small cut on his cheek, but is overall uninjured. Stain looks much worse for wear. His blades are covered in BLD, but he doesn't seem to be liking them anymore, probably having realized his quirk isn't working. He runs to Todoroki's side. "Are you ready to end this?" "Sure." They tag team it, quickly exhausting Stain. Seeing he's got no chance of winning the fight, he turns tail and runs. Just as he gets to the mouth of the alley, a blur comes from around the corner, and a fist hits him so hard he goes down. Izuku and Todoroki stare wide-eyed at Ida. "I figured I should at least clean up my own mess," Ida says bashfully. Izuku smirks. "We'll talk about it later." Ida go find the heroes. Todoroki try to stop native's bleeding. The two nod at him and Izuku pulls zip ties out of one of his pockets. In Stain's dazed state, he can't do much to fight Izuku as he rolls the villain onto his stomach and starts restraining his hands behind his back. "What did you do?" Stain hisses. "I don't know what you're talking about." Izuku says coolly. "Yes you do, there is something in your BLD, something, poison. No one would believe you." Stain falls silent. Izuku drags him up and throws him at one of the cops that Ida had rounded up. "Are you three alright?" Manuel calls, running over. "Yeah, we're okay." The world turns and claws dig deep into his arm as a giant winged Nomu grabs him and hauls him in the sky. He grabs one of his knives and jabs its claws repeatedly with the blade. He hears shouting from below him but is too focused on freeing himself. He hears the sound of a second blade cutting through flesh and he begins to fall. Someone leaps to catch him and he realizes the claw is still gripped tight around his arm, but it had been cut with a blade. Stain barrels into him, catching him mid-descent. The villain lets him down and begins speaking, a news crew already filming the chaos. Before he knows it, Endeavor has knocked Stain out and the three of them are ushered into an ambulance. And then it's over. They are all put in one hospital room. Izuku wakes up to a stifling silence. Todoroki is sitting in his hospital bed crisscrossed and looking vaguely annoyed. Ida sits, staring straight ahead at the door. Oh, you are up. Todoroki deadpans when he spots Izuku looking at him. They were waiting to question us until we were all up. As soon as he asks, the door to the room bursts open and Aizawa-sensei, Detective Tsukochi and a police chief with a dog head walk in. It sounds like the setup to a bad joke, and he has the feeling he's the punchline. What were you thinking? Aizawa hisses. It reminds him of the first time he went out as Swan Dive with a broken arm. He was furious, and told Izuku to go home. Izuku, being exhausted and a bit loopy from the painkillers, had been convinced to take a nap on one of the many secluded rooftops while Aizawa kept watch. It had been one of the first times Izuku had put his trust in another person since his mom died. Ida, predictably, speaks first. Aizawa-sensei, it was my fault. I went after Stain in revenge for my brother. Midoriya and Todoroki saved my life. If someone needs to be punished, please let it be me. The detective steps up and takes off his hat. Punishment might be the least of your worries. What you three did was highly illegal. Vigilantism is a serious matter. Immediately, Izuku raises his hand. The adult's attention turns onto him. He needs to be smart about what he says. He had done some research on Detective Tsukochi and on his quirk. His words need to be chosen carefully or he could land in even deeper trouble for lying to the cops. Sir, if you'll check my file, you'll see it says that I am quirkless. I understand that this situation is complicated, but if someone needs to take the fall, I think it should be me. Todoroki cuts him off before he can say more. Nonsense, as the son of the number 2 hero, I would get off much easier. My father has an army of lawyers for this sort of thing. Izuku catches Todoroki's eye. He hadn't meant to start a whole I am Spartacus thing, but given they're in pretty deep SHT, it might work. This is preposterous. I am the one that ran in there without a plan for my own personal gain. Ida interjects. He's pretty sure that Ida isn't actually helping them on purpose, he is playing his part though, so Izuku lets it go. In the eyes of the law, Izuku starts, I would most likely be in the least trouble out of the three of us, plus I could play the whole weak quirkless kid thing up for whatever judge or jury looks at my case if it does that far. Endeavor deals with all kinds of legal stuff like this all the time. One call to my lawyers and this will be dealt with. It was my decision, they had nothing to do with it. I could just start crying. No one can resist this face. Enough. Aizawa's sharp tone cuts them off and the room falls silent. No one is taking the fall. Exactly, Woof, the dog chief says, we understand the circumstances were extenuating, and we spoke with Todoroki-kuen's father, who has agreed to take credit for the hero killer's capture. He says that like it's a big inconvenience, but what are the chances that Endeavor is thrilled the arrest goes to him? Todoroki seems to think the same thing, but wisely keeps quiet. We'll leave you to DSPL and your students, Aizawa, Woof. The chief and the detective leave and the room's temperature drops about 50 degrees. He just stares at them for the first few minutes. Ida looks away immediately, bowing his head in embarrassment and shame. Todoroki lasts longer, adept at dealing with the disappointment in his father's piercing glare, but he too looks away after a minute. Izuku is the last one left looking back. He has experience dealing with Aizawa's terrifying eyes. His eyes flash red, but Izuku keeps carefully still. When most people have their quirk turned off, they flinch. He must keep the illusion that there is nothing to turn off. He looks away eventually. Not because he has to, but because he feels bad for Ida, who he can practically hear having a freak out 5 feet from him. Aizawa sighs. What in the world possessed you to try and fight the hero killer? They stay silent. That was not a rhetorical question. Ida. Ida sits bolt upright. Sir, I wanted revenge for my brother. I acted without thought and almost got myself and my peers killed. Todoroki. I got a location ping from Midoriya. Saw the fight. Tried to light Stain on fire. Concise and to the point, like Todoroki, Izuku muses. Midoriya. We were helping with evacuating the civilians from the Nomu attack. I noticed Ida was gone. I followed his trail and saw Stain about to kill him and Native. I couldn't just do nothing. Izuku stated. In an uncharacteristic display of rudeness, Ida asked before Aizawa could say anything, I leave a trail. depending on how fast you're going. Go fast enough and you shred the gravel. I followed that. He told him. Fascinating. Hey, knuckleheads, you're lucky you're not expelled, talk about this some other time. Aizawa snapped at them. Wait, we're not expelled. Izuku asks. No. I wanted to give you all the boot, potential be DMN'd for a stunt like this, but Nezu said to wait. This is a one-time thing though. Pull something like this again, and you're gone, regardless of what will make Nezu the most entertained. Do you understand me? He says angrily. Yes, sir. Is the response he gets from all three of them. I'm glad we understand each other. He turns and walks to the door, but before he leaves, he glances over his shoulder and says, you have detention for 3 months. Have fun. He leaves after that. Immediately Izuku lets out a thankful breath. I thought for sure we were gone. Same, Todoroki says, my father would fight it, but I doubt he would win. Especially against Mr. Aizawa. Ida. Izuku looked over at the blue-haired boy, who has his fist tangled in the hospital blanket. Are you okay? His head shoots up and he stares at Izuku. Am I alright? How could you ask me if I am alright? I almost got you both killed. You heard Aizawa, we were almost expelled. You two should be furious. Todoroki and Izuku looked at one another, but there wasn't any anger that Izuku could see in his bicolored eyes. Ida. I am furious. I am furious that you would rather kill yourself than accept my help. What? Ida looks truly confused and perplexed. You told me to leave. You would rather be skewered by Stain than let me help you. You would rather fester in anger and grief for a week than talk about your feelings with your friends who love you. I am furious that you value yourself so little you would be willing to avenge someone who isn't even dead. Tenya cries. Izuku and Shouto let him. He wonders how long it has been since someone just let him cry. Ida's parents come to pick him up first. His father looks just like him, but he has his mother's striking red eyes. Mrs. Ida looks ready to cry or to slap him in equal measure. Instead she just brings him into her arms and holds him tight. Todoroki's sister comes next. Her snowy white hair and red streaks are a perfect complement to Todoroki's hair. Her eyes are the same icy gray. If she was a little older, Izuku privately thinks she could pass for his mother. Especially with the way she touches his face, with gentle hands and a kind smile, that would look weird on her brother's face despite how much they look alike. She extends an offer for dinner at their house to Izuku. Behind her back Todoroki violently shakes his head. He smiles politely and tells her he'll think about it. Mrs. Sakura comes to get him a little while after they are gone. Her stern face gives away her worry, but he doesn't say anything about it. She brought him a bag of clothes and one of his bodysuits. When he had first gotten them, she was curious, but didn't ask any questions. That is something he really likes about her. A lot of foster parents and guardians feel the need to ask too many questions. Mrs. Sakura asks very few. She takes him home. Sir. Yes. We're finished running our physical tests on Chizome Akaguro. We've found something strange. What is it? His quirk factor, sir, it's been completely destroyed. Dear God. Izuku felt a little bad, but he had barely looked at the file present MIC had given him. To be fair, most of it wasn't anything he didn't already know. The only new information was that they had gotten a hold of some security taps from the second day, when the press had broken in, that showed Shigaraki warp into an empty office and access the teacher schedule before warping out. He had been assigned bed rest after Hosu, but with the healing quirks they had access to at the hospital, he was pretty much back at full health. He suited up and climbed out his window. The red light district and the slums are usually where Izuku goes for information. But tonight he had a different idea. He headed to the scummy side of town, not quite the red light district, but not much nicer. He headed straight for a dive bar, where one of his informants hangs out. Slipping in through the side door, that's technically only for staff, he slinks through the bar, to a booth in the back with only one occupant. Two-toned skin, deathly pale and a sick purple shade, spiky black hair and a white tank top with burn holes dotted over it. His patchwork black duster is next to him. Izuku slides in the booth across from him. The man doesn't say anything, just keeps sipping from his glass of whiskey. They're caught in a staring contest before a waiter comes over and asks what they would like. "Cherry Coke, please." The waiter looks almost taken aback at the polite vigilante but simply nods. The ravenet across from him just hands his now empty glass to the waiter and says simply, "Whiskey." His voice is gravelly when he speaks. The waiter grabs the glass and hurries off. "What do you want, Swan?" he asks. "Can't I just drop in on a friend?" he chirps. "No." "Fine." Izuku grabs a hard drive from his pocket and slides it across the table to Darby. "I want information on a group called the League of Villains." Darby raises his eyebrow. "The ones who broke into UA?" "The very same." He confirms. The waiter comes back with their drinks. He had thankfully brought a straw with him. Izuku maneuvers the straw under his mask to drink. "Yeah, I might have heard some stuff." Darby responds cryptically. "Hey, don't play games with me, you burnt patchwork mothif. We have a deal." At the reminder of their deal, Darby sighs and sits a little straighter. Rumor is, the boss Shigaraki, the one with the hands, isn't the boss. He's a front man. Darby leans forward. There is talk of a boogeyman. He's got the power of a god. Apparently, he can steal quirks. "You got a name for this boogeyman?" Izuku keeps his voice steady, but the thought of a man who could take someone's quirk unsettles him. The irony is not lost on him, but he is an anomaly. His quirk is a mutation. A man with control over his quirk, with years of practice. He doesn't like that idea. No, people who don't think he's real just talk about him in passing, like a bad ghost story. The ones that think he's real won't say his name. Too scared. Darby leans back, smirking into his glass. "I think it's all a load of ST. You don't think he's real?" Darby shrugs. "I think that if I did know his name, I wouldn't be so scared to say it." "Even if he took your quirk?" Izuku asks. Darby gestures to the large burn scars covering his face. "Look at me, I don't think it would be that big of a loss." Izuku's eyes widened. "Darby, you're not going looking for him, are you?" "No, too much work still to be done." He smiles viciously. "I still have bridges to burn, heroes to cremate." He nods along to his companion's words. "You know, I met someone recently." "Who?" "Your brother." Darby chokes on his drink briefly. "He seems like he misses you." Darby is silent for a long time, drinking his whiskey and looking at the patrons of the bar. His eyes look far away, before they settle back on Izuku and his face hardens. "You better get out of here while I'm still in a good mood. Alcohol is very flammable, you know." Izuku gestures to the flash drive still on the table. Darby takes it and slips it into one of his pockets. "I'll take a look at this, see what I can find." Izuku nods and disappears into the night. Getting to school on Monday is kind of weird. The school itself hasn't changed, but it feels like Izuku has. Maybe he is different. This is the third time he has used his quirk on purpose. First the slime villain, then the Nomu, and now Stain. It feels gross. Even if they were villains, it feels wrong to take their quirks away, but at least they are off the street. He does worry a bit about what Stain might say to the police. He knows whatever happened it was Izuku, but he doesn't know how. And he did say that Izuku is a worthy hero. Maybe he won't say anything. But then what will the heroes think when they realize he doesn't have a quirk anymore? Maybe they'll think it was the boogeyman. He thinks of the boss Darby mentioned. Whether he can actually steal quirks is still up in the air, but it would make sense that Shigaraki isn't the big bad. He's immature, impulsive. The man reminds Izuku of the pickpockets and petty thieves that don't think their crime through, that jump in, partly because they think they can't get caught, partly because they are just stupid. He's so lost in thought he almost trips on a loose stair. He prepares to faceplant and is just thankful nobody is here early enough to see him. But the pain never comes as a hand shoots out and grabs him by the scruff of his neck. "You should watch where you are going," Todoroki says, pulling Izuku upright. "Todoroki. Thanks." Izuku says, "Want to walk to class together?" "Yes." They walk in comfortable silence, the school almost completely empty. They walk into class to find Ida at his desk. "Ida." Before they had left the hospital, Aizawa had told Ida he would be suspended for a week for risking his life and natives. "We thought you were suspended." Ida sighs, looking almost disappointed to be at school. "When my parents were informed, they made a big fuss to Mr. Aizawa, even though I had asked them not to. I didn't think they would be able to do it, but they wore him down. I feel terrible that they bothered him after all the stress I caused him." He hangs his head in shame. Izuku had not been happy with Ida, he's still not, but he feels bad for the way Ida seems to be so ashamed. He should be, but Izuku still feels bad. "Ida, Mr. Aizawa wouldn't let you come back if he didn't think it was the right choice. No matter how much your parents bothered him," Izuku assures him. Todoroki nods along next to him. "Thank you, Midoriya," Ida smiles. "Please, we almost died together. I think that warrants you calling me Izuku." He smiles widely at Ida. "Then you may call me Tenya." They both look at the bicolored boy next to Izuku. Any excuse to not be called Todoroki. Izuku snorts and Tenya smiles lightly. The door opens and Yorozu walks in. "Oh, you're all here. I heard about what happened." She rushes over and pulls Tenya into a tight hug, and Izuku is reminded that as high-class children the same age, they would have known each other a long time. She pulls back and pulls Shoto into a hug as well, though she doesn't squeeze as tight. When she pulls back, she looks at Izuku and he pauses. She doesn't look expectant, just questioning. His aversion to touch is well known in his class, but if he initiates it, it's usually fine. He quickly goes in for a hug, but pulls back before she can touch him. She smiles at him. "If any of the three of you need anything, please let me know." That is one of the things Izuku likes most about Yomomo. She always wants to help, but when she offers, she doesn't make you feel patronized or pitied. Just cared about. They shuffled into their seats and waited while people began to come into class. Everything three people had apparently heard about their run-in with Stain. Or rather, what they were led to believe. Ida was attacked by Stain, Izuku and Todoroki helped him hold out until Endeavor came to save them. People compliment Shoto and ask him about his dad. He scowls and doesn't say anything. Eventually they all get the hint. Hitoshi comes in. He immediately zeroes in on Izuku. His eyes narrow and he walks over, ignoring all their other classmates. Izuku notes that he is wearing a pair of gloves and thinks that can't be good for him. He stands up and opens his mouth to explain, but before he can get the chance, Hitoshi slaps him. "Whoa, dude. What the hell? You moron!" Hitoshi shouts. "You're away for less than a week and you pick a fight with the hero killer. What were you thinking?" "Whoa, wow. They didn't pick a fight, he attacked Ida." Kirishima cuts in. Hitoshi rolls his eyes, but doesn't fight him. It's clear, to Izuku at least, that Hitoshi knows the story was fabricated. But the purple-haired boy can at least tell he should keep his mouth shut until he can get Izuku alone, so he sits and broods, much like Katsuki 2 seats in front of him. The uncomfortable air caused by Hitoshi's outburst is dispersed when Mr. Aizawa walks in the room. The students rush to their seats and Izuku catches Hitoshi's gaze in the reflection of the window. His eyes clearly say, "We'll talk later." When lunch rolls around, Izuku and Hitoshi split away from their regular group, Izuku telling them they are spending lunch with just the two of them. Ochako wiggles her eyebrows at him, but Izuku can't for the life of him figure out what she's trying to tell him. They set themselves up in a shady spot near the gate outside and Hitoshi immediately turns to him. "Okay, tell me everything and don't even try to lie to me." Izuku does, of course, and Hitoshi listens easily. "You used your quirk on Stain, on purpose?" Hitoshi asks, bewildered. "Yeah," he sighs, "it felt weird." Hitoshi gestures for him to go on. "It felt bad to take something away from him, but good to know I was helping by doing that." "Izuku, that's how it feels to use your quirk as a hero. You're hurting criminals, but you're also helping people. But it's gone. A broken bone can be healed, a black eye goes away on its own, but this doesn't come back. It's gone. Forever." Izuku nearly shouts, struggling to keep his volume down. "He was gonna kill Ida." Hitoshi reasons. "I don't regret stopping him. I don't regret taking his quirk. I just wish it hadn't been our only option." Izuku sighs, the anger draining quickly, leaving only exhaustion and sadness. I wonder what Tenya and Shoto might think if they knew what I did to save us. Izuku sets his lunch down and lays down on the grass, pillowing his head on his arm. You could ask. Hitoshi responds, lying down next to Izuku. Yeah, maybe. Izuku replies absently. Just ask them. They'd look at me like a monster. I don't know if I'd be able to handle that. Yeah, I know. So basically we're back to where we started at UA. Just you and me, and a big secret. Not just us, we have Zu and Mai. Toshi reminds him. Sometimes I like it when it's just you and me. Izuku whispers, not looking at Hitoshi, but instead his eyes are rooted on the sky, following the clouds. Yeah, I like it too. Shota is finally back on duty. After less than a week he was unbearably restless, so the rest of his leave was nothing short of awful. But Recovery Girl has finally removed all the bandages and declared him fit for active duty again. When he looks in the mirror, he notes the scar under his eye from where the Nomyu almost killed him. After years of hero work, another scar doesn't mean much to him, but he knows his students, with all the guilt they feel after he risked his life to protect them, would look at the scar as just another reminder that he was almost killed for them. But he will wear it with honor, like he does all the others. He suits up and heads out at around 11. He had gotten word over the last few weeks of sightings of Swan while he was away, but no one except MIC has been able to talk to him. When he had first met Swan, he would have felt about paying him to look into the League of Villains, but knowing the kid now, he knows he would have looked into them either way. This way Shota can keep track of his progress, and gain some information on the group threatening his students. Running across the rooftops, he breathes in the smell of the city, grinning under his scarf. He had missed the feeling of the wind in his hair, and the drop in between the buildings. He beats up muggers and petty thieves, working his way through the city with precision and a rabid energy that comes with not being out for nearly a month. He's taking a brief break when he spots a flash of green across the rooftops. The figure spots him too, raising their hand in greeting. In lieu of a greeting, he moves toward the figure and they do so as well, meeting in the middle. Eraser! Swan Dive says, he voice neutral. Swan. Shota says back. He nods towards the ledge and they sit together. He hands him a protein bar. Like usual he slips it into one of his pockets. How have you been? He shrugs. Oh, you know, good and bad. Certainly better than you. Shota holds a laugh. Yeah, I would expect so. MIC says he got in contact with you. Find anything interesting so far? Some rumors. I should have something more concrete in a few days. He pauses before saying, there is one thing. Shigaraki, he's not the top dog. There is someone above him. Shota brings his hand up to rub his chin in thought. Makes sense, given the way he acted. Immature, childish. To gather that many villains in one place and get them to fight together is a big task. It would take patience he obviously doesn't have. He brings a gloved hand out and pats Swan's shoulder before taking his hand back. Swan doesn't swat him away, or flinch, so he takes it as a win. I'll let my superiors know, thank you. They fall into silence for a moment before Swan says, almost inaudibly, I'm glad you're okay. The words stun him before he smiles softly, hidden in his scarf, and he says, yeah, me too. Shota's radio clicks to life and a voice cuts through the static. Officer Taizai requesting backup on a drag deal going down on Madison and 4th. I repeat, Officer Taizai requesting backup on a drag deal going down on Madison and 4th. Shota grabs it from his utility belt and speaks into the receiver. This is Eraserhead, responding, ETA 3 minutes. He stands and glances down at Swan. You coming? The little that he can see of the vigilante's eyes, he can tell he is smiling. Absolutely. Officer Taizai loads the criminals into the back of the cop car and thanks Shota and Swan for their assistance. She smiles gratefully at Shota, and she smiles down at Swan. He can see that Swan is a bit nervous. Even after the cops in the district had learned to accept Swan as one of their own, there was still some separation, and in some cases even animosity. What Swan doesn't know is that among the beat cops, he's a bit of a celebrity, given how often he does help them on their cases and arrests, even when they try to arrest him after. Shota expects Officer Taizai, who looks to just be a recently minted police officer, to get back to the station and immediately tell her fellow beat cops just who helped her with her arrest tonight. It's a little funny. Older cops and detectives aren't fans of Swan at all, given he is technically breaking the law. But the new detectives and cops are all very enamored with Swan and his work. Last he heard from Tsukuchi, the beat cops in his precinct have a running tally for who has run into Swan the most, along with sightings of him. It's quite funny, and Shota almost wishes he could show it to him. But he knows the vigilante would rather drop dead than set foot in a police station. While he is lost in thought, Swan slips away. He goes home after helping that police officer. He's had a long couple of weeks, and turns in early. Izuku feels kind of bad about ditching Aizawa, but he figured he would see him tomorrow. Not that his teacher would know. Sometimes, in class Aizawa will look a little too long at Izuku and he'll think he's been figured out, before his teacher looks away and his eyes land on another unlucky student. The man is terrifying, but Izuku feels a bit of comfort in that fear. It's the thing he is most familiar with, after all. He strips out of his clothes and changes into a pair of pajama briefs and a hoodie Hitoshi had left when he moved. Izuku glances over at the other side of the room. Barren, with clean gray sheets and plain walls. If he looks closely he can see the outline of the posters Hitoshi had. From the sun shining into the room and bleaching the walls. A deep breath helps to banish the loneliness, though not much. Cracking open his computer, he looks into the rumor of a man who can take quirks. He starts with a general search engine, though he doesn't expect to find anything useful. He finds only conspiracy theories and nut jobs. He scrolls through a couple of them but none of them are reputable. Next he dives deeper into the dark web, private forums, and the like. He finds a bit more, but nothing solid, just rumors, like Darby said. There were a lot of rumors though, too many to be a coincidence. Lastly, he starts digging through the HPSC's files. He tries to avoid looking in their files because they have programs to flag unauthorized accounts. His coding and hacking are good, but he doesn't want to take the risk too much. He finds it. Buried under layers of encryption and passwords is a file. All for one. Hello Boogeyman. Yes, what is it? Our computers have something. An outside source has accessed our files on All for One. What he finds is way more than what he was expecting. All for One. A man who can give and take quirks. One for all. All might is thing quirkless. That hypocrite. He hisses. He exports the files and logs out of the HPSC's servers. A legacy of heroes going back to the beginning of Quirks, and the villain they have dedicated their short lives to stopping. All for One is labeled as deceased. But a man that powerful, he might have survived. Izuku wonders about their similar quirks. Maybe the man is a distant relative. A cousin or an uncle, the quirk skipping a few generations. Does this mean he could give quirks back? He shakes his head. It doesn't bear thinking about. He might not be able to. He wouldn't put someone else at risk like that. He didn't sleep at all that night. Too restless and wired to shut his eyes for more than 2 minutes. He texts Darby, tells him to be careful, but doesn't elaborate. Pacing the floor, he wonders whether or not All Might knows his old rival is still alive. And more importantly, if he were asked, willing to admit to any of this. Good morning, Hellspawn. Good morning, Mr. Aizawa. They all say in unison. It would be creepy if he hadn't been the one that taught them that. It freaks the hell out of the other teachers, though, which Aizawa thinks is hilarious. You all just finished your internships, so I want a 3-page essay on the things you learned, what you observed about hero work, and what you improved on over the week. The class groans in response, but Aizawa just ignores them. Secondly, it is closing in on the end of the semester, which means it is closing in on exams. You will have a standard written exam, then a battle exam, where you and a partner will fight an opponent of our choice. Immediately the class energy spikes. Mr. Aizawa. Who will we be fighting? Ochako asks. Undisclosed. You'll need to prepare for every eventuality. He says with a bone-chilling grin, enjoying the absolute fear on some of his students' faces. You all better get to work. He moves to leave the room, but before he closes the door, he stops and turns back to them. Oh, by the way, whoever fails their exam won't be going on our summer training camp. Shouts fill the room, but Shota is already gone. Izuku sits with his usual group of Hitoshi, Ochiko, Tenya, Yoromomo, and Shouto. The conversation moves around him comfortably, Izuku being too worn out to talk. They chatter about what the exam might entail, and Tenya and Yoromomo suggest a study group. They all smile and start to work out when to meet up. While they talk, he makes off looking up when he feels eyes on him and locks eyes with Bakugo. The blonde glares at him before Kirishima pulls him back into the conversation they were having. Izuku has the really bad feeling that the exam is not going to work out well for him. So he was right. He and Bakugo sit on opposite ends of the bench in the ruck, All Might sits across from them. Anyone else, he thinks, anyone but these two. But it's too late. They're already driving to the fake city, where he'll need Bakugo to get along with him long enough to beat or escape All Might. He's so fed. They get a 5-minute head start into the city. He swallows his fear and starts talking as they walk. So, I think we should probably use one of the gauntlets as distractions. Then he is predictably cut off. Shut the F up, Deku. I'm winning this. And not with any cheap tactics like you. I'm gonna beat All Might. Izuku held back a scoff. You're going to fight the greatest hero in the last 50 years. Yes. That's insane. He can't help but say. He doesn't like All Might, but that's for personal reasons. He can at least recognize his strength. If they try to take him head on, he'll crush them. And then he'll have another reason to think Izuku can't be a hero. Bakugo whirls around to glare at him, and Izuku knows he's made a mistake. Eno, you know what's insane? Thinking some quirkless piece of SHT could possibly be a hero. Hands tighten into fists at his sides, but he tries his best to keep his cool. It won't do to start fighting his partner, even if he's really asking for it. Deep breaths, Izuku. Deep breaths. We need to work together. He reaches out to stop Bakugo from walking away from him. His hand barely brushes his shoulder when he turns sharply and punches him in the jaw. The force and action are so surprising that he falls back. Stay out of my way, Deku. He storms further into the city. Izuku hears the alarm go off, signaling the start of the exam. He knows what he has to do. It's not very heroic, but he's got to pass this exam. With or without Bakugo. He has to admit, when Bakugo isn't freaking out or rushing into a fight unprepared, he does have an excellent battle strategy. He has his back to the wall, which might be a bit impractical if not for the fact that the building is short enough that with a few blasts he could land on the roof. He has a few miniature bombs set up close to where he is, assumedly to disorient All Might. But Izuku knows it's not going to work. He comes in like a storm. Of yellow, blue, and red, the bombs going off but barely phasing him. Bakugo puts up a good fight, but there is no way he'll win. There's a small, almost evil feeling part of him that would love to stay, perched on one of the tall buildings nearby and watch Bakugo get his SHT rocked through the mini binoculars he keeps in his costume. But he doesn't. As soon as he spots All Might and Bakugo engage, he's off, headed for the gate. The sounds of fighting fade as he runs. He knows Bakugo will keep All Might busy, but only for so long. He needs to be quick. Leaping across buildings, the gate eventually comes into his view. But by that point, the sounds of fighting have stopped completely. All Might is coming. He hates it, but it's best if All Might still thinks him a weak little quirkless boy, a coward. Not brave enough to go for the gate, instead hiding, waiting for the exam to be over. Jumping off the last building, he rolls to absorb the impact and keeps running, just 50 feet from the exit. Young Midoriya. He hears bounding footsteps from behind him, the wind racing and warping around All Might's quick movements. But it's too late. He crosses the finish line. He glances back to see that bright smile tainted with the hint of a scowl. Izuku grins viscously at the man. Looks like I passed. He says much more confidently than he feels. He turns his back on the man and walks back to the bus. Aizawa-sensei predictably calls him into his office the next day. They sit across from one another, both unwilling to start the conversation. He knows exactly what Aizawa wants to say. Why didn't you try harder to work with Bakugo? You ran away, didn't even try to fight All Might, you took the coward's way out, you're expelled. But he knows Nezu will have his back. The rat will most certainly recognize that Izuku did exactly what was asked of him. The exam parameters were very clear. Either capture the hero, or make it to the exit before the exam ends. They both pass, even if Katsuki did jack SHT whatever. Point is, Aizawa can't expel him, at least not for that. He's sure the man could find something else to crucify him over, but not this. Observing that he's getting lost in his thoughts, Aizawa finally breaks the silence. I watched the footage from your exam. His words hang in the air before he follows up with, I'm impressed. Izuku can't hide his surprise, his head shoots up and he locks eyes with Mr. Aizawa. What? He squeaks. Aizawa leans back in his chair. When deciding who to pair you up with and who you would fight, I wanted to give you a challenge. I have noticed you're incredibly versatile, you can work with just about anyone. Todoroki and Ida, you've proven the three of you are a powerhouse. Uraraka, Shinsu, Tsuyu, Tokoyami, Yorozu are all your friends, they'll follow your lead. They trust you implicitly, and they trust your plans. Everyone else in class is happy to follow you as well. You've made a name for yourself, first at the USJ, then the sports festival, and then with Stain. Even if they don't know the whole story, they know your brains are what saved you, Todoroki and Ida. You seem to excel in every class, in every exercise. There are only two real hang-ups that I'm worried about. Bakugo and All Might. It was up to me who you would be paired with and who you would fight. While the All Might issue is not resolved, I have some things to ask you about your relationship with Bakugo. He's surprised that Aizawa is openly praising Izuku. He doesn't do frivolous compliments. He is the type of person that if there is even the tiniest thing that can be improved, he'll tell you. He doesn't sugarcoat or give compliments without really meaning. But a different dread has begun to fill Izuku's stomach. He doesn't want to talk about Katsuki. He never wants to talk about him. But he also has the feeling he's not leaving this office until he tells Aizawa everything. But he still has to try. Really, it's nothing. An old rivalry. He knows that's what they think, that he and Bakugo are rivals, both seeking to outdo the other, racing to that #1 spot. But Izuku doesn't want it. Not anymore. All Might was like him, years ago. Just a quirkless kid who wanted to be a hero. All Might got lucky, Izuku didn't. He thinks the years All Might has spent with his quirk, the years being told his God's gift to the world has made him forget where he came from. Izuku doesn't want to be #1 if it means forgetting who he is. He doesn't want to have this conversation with Aizawa, so he'll tell him what all the teachers think. Rivals. Never bully and victim. Never former best friends that have been warped by the society that raised them. Aizawa raises an eyebrow. That didn't look like a rivalry. And trust me, in this industry, you become very familiar with rivalry. Even Endeavor wouldn't sabotage a mission to get one over on All Might. Izuku has to admit he does raise a good point. The rivalry between the #1 and #2 heroes is infamous. The only one who doesn't know about it is All Might himself, which is pretty hilarious. But Endeavor wouldn't put the mission at risk to spite All Might. Not because of anything noble, but because it would tank his popularity. Besides, Endeavor has other problems. Either way, Izuku just shrugs. I don't know what to tell you, must have been the stress. He meets Aizawa's glare head-on, refusing to look away. We passed, didn't we? The teacher begrudgingly nods. Can I go? Aizawa waves him away, and Izuku rushes out of the office. I just don't understand why you would protect him like that. Hitoshi whispers as they walk at the back of the pack at the mall. Mina had suggested it, and no one could say no to her for long. Except Katsuki apparently. He's still home sulking, despite still passing his exam. Because in terms of net good, him becoming a hero is what's best. Izuku explains, for what feels like the 100th time to Hitoshi. The purple-haired boy grumbles under his breath, but doesn't try arguing. The group decides to split up, much too big to go into any stores altogether. Hitoshi needs hiking boots, so Izuku tells him to meet near the fountain and they can get food after. Izuku's list is very short. He always packs light, a side effect of being a foster kid, he supposes. He picks up bug spray, sunscreen, and a new windbreaker, then heads to the fountain. Hey, Are you that quirkless kid from UA? That's great. His classmates are the awesome hero class that faced off against an army of villains at the USJ. He was there too, and he's the quirkless kid. He plasters a smile on his face and turns to the person, ready to answer questions about his amazing classmates. He doesn't mind, he loves talking about his friends. It would just be nice if someone thought he was cool for once. Izuku, you're getting off topic, focus on danger. He comes face to face with Shigaraki Tomura. The villain grins down at him, and in Izuku moments of hesitation, he throws his arm over Izuku's shoulders, wrapping his fingers around his throat, leaving just his index finger hovering over his skin. He manhandles them to sit on the edge of the fountain. We're just two friends having a chat. Nod if you understand me. He doesn't say it like a question, but Izuku nods very slightly. Good. Izuku takes stock of the situation. If Shigaraki were to put his final finger down, he wouldn't decay Izuku, only his bodysuit, but that would still leave the civilians open. He would massacre them before Izuku could get a finger on him. Their quirks are eerily similar in that moment. What do you want to chat about? Izuku risks asking. Thankfully, Shigaraki seems satisfied with his question. Stain. He spits the name like it's acid on his tongue. I mean, what is so great about him? I released multiple Nomu in Hosu, they nearly leveled the city. But all anyone can talk about is the stupid hero killer. Answer me, hero, why do people follow him but not me? He squeezes Izuku's neck a little tighter. People like to have something to believe in. Shigaraki seems confused, which is good. If Izuku can keep his attention for long enough, then he can figure out a plan. Explain. Stain has ideals. He wants to tear down the fake heroes to make room for true heroes, like All Might. He believes in holding heroes accountable, in not letting them escape punishment for their mistakes just because they are heroes. And he's willing to kill to get his point across. People respect the hardcore dedication he has. Even when being led away by the police, he held his head high and stuck to his ideals. What Izuku is about to say next is a gamble, but he needs Shigaraki's attention away from the civilians. You are certainly recognizable and dangerous, but what are you fighting for? What do you want? I want All Might dead. Shigaraki states. Yes, but after that. Shigaraki is silent for a moment, so Izuku continues. After you've killed All Might, what will you do? You've killed the symbol of peace, great, now what? Do you just pack up and go home? People can't get behind something that is so impermanent. You have something to fight against. All Might. But you don't have something to fight for. He stops and holds his breath. You're right, little hero. I'm what? He choked. You're right, I need to show the world what we're fighting for. Shigaraki smiles down at Izuku and surprisingly, releases his iron grip. Izuku stumbles away from him. You've been a great help. A swirling purple portal opens next to the fountain and Izuku gets a sudden shock of déjà vu. At the portal, people finally start panicking, recognizing the description from the USJ, most likely. Shigaraki slips away in the chaos and Izuku is finally able to take a breath. Izuku! He turns to find Hiyoshi standing with a shopping bag 5 feet away, his face paler than normal. Hitoshi, he breathes out, ignoring the chow. He runs to him and embraces him tightly, burying his face in the taller boy's shoulder. We should cancel the trip. What? They've worked so hard. They need to be kept safe. That would make us cowards. Please, enough of this senseless arguing. Nezu pipes up. Vlad, Aizawa, what do you think? These are your students. Vlad King huffs angrily. If they lose one more thing this year, my class just might go on a rampage, and 1A will be their first stop. I say we go on. Aizawa. He slouches more into his chair, hating the eyes of his co-workers on him. Sure. That settles it, the field trip will go on as planned. Nezu grins and Aizawa has the feeling he's made a mistake. Oh well, no takebacks now. They load onto the bus, Tenya and Momo organizing everything. Izuku sits in the back, between the window and Hitoshi. The taller boy had barely left Izuku's side since the mall incident, even sleeping over with Izuku for the last few nights. The worry he's showing Izuku makes butterflies light up in his stomach. Izuku is excited for the trip. He loves the group home as much as anyone can love a group home, but it's nice to get out of the house for a few weeks. The bus jostles him softly to sleep. Hitoshi feels a slight pressure on his shoulder and looks down to see Izuku leaning on him. He smiles softly down at him. Click, his head shoots up and he looks in front of him to see Mina with her phone out and most of the class looking at them. Delete it. He hisses at her. She smirks, tucking her phone in her pocket. Delete it. His voice raises slightly, the flush on his cheeks burning. Her grin only grows and she shakes her head. She makes a zipping motion with her fingers over her lips and gestures with her head to the sleeping Izuku on his shoulder. You're dead, Ashido. He whispers. From the seat across the aisle, Momo leans over and speaks with a small smile. You and Izuku-kun are very cute together, Hitoshi. The blush that had begun to fade rises up once again at her words and he grumbles in response. She laughs and goes back to reading her book. Hitoshi glances back at Izuku and smiles. Yeah, we are pretty cute together. Shouter grins wickedly as his students go over the edge. You're a real tough cookie eraser. Pixibob smiles. You would be too if you'd had the year I've had. He sighs. They drive the rest of the way to camp and Shouter peels off to set up his temporary office and go over the lesson plans he needs to look at. The little office at the back of the compound is sparse and bare bones, usually for guests. Mandalay had given him the directions and said if he needed anything while they waited for the students to arrive, he only needed to ask. He's thankful to have the help of other pros for the next 2 weeks. He's an incredibly competent teacher, but with his Hell class this year, it'll be nice to have some extra help. Looking over his long list of notes on his students, he sighs. Usually they would be much farther in the curriculum. But with all the disasters, they haven't had the time. Despite this, his students are far beyond that of years past or Class 1B. Given the tragedy and danger they have faced, it doesn't surprise him. But they haven't had the real time to get to actually practice with their quirks. That's what the next 2 weeks will be about. When he had told the class this, he had seen Midoriya give Shinsu a self-deprecating smile. But he was going to be sure this trip wasn't a waste of time for the green-haired boy, nor was it going to be a chance to slack off. No way. Eraser, they're almost back. Ragdoll shouts from somewhere outside. He glances at his clock. He had not noticed how much time had passed. Though not as much as would have been anticipated. They've made good time. His students stumble out of the woods, all of them looking exhausted and dirty. Tiger presents lunch to them, and tells them they'll need to make their own for the rest of their time there. Once again, there is a myriad of groaning and complaining, but they sit down and begin eating, quickly cutting off any complaints. They eat like animals. Which he guesses is fair. A few of them go over to talk to Kota, leading to Ida getting punched in the PP. Shouter winces in sympathy. His friends lead him away. Shouter sees the rest of the class decide to steer clear of the temperamental young boy, but he spots Midoriya with a contemplative look in his eyes. He has a feeling that won't end well. The next few days are hell. And Izuku knows hell. The training is brutal, even worse than Aizawa's most sadistic days. They are all up at 6 a.m. sharp for a run around the compound, then breakfast, then they split up for training for the rest of the day, with a quick break for lunch. They have dinner, clean up in the onsen. That is especially difficult for Izuku. To actually be clean, he'd need to take off the bodysuit, and he just can't do that comfortably around other people. Hitoshi is very helpful covering for him. But they are slowly running out of excuses, and it's not even been a full week yet. Though, Tenya and Shouto both seem very ready to shut down any discussion of why Izuku is always gone, even if they don't know why. I have the best friends. He's almost disappointed he missed the first night. Kota had been tasked by his guardians to guard the wall separating the girls and boys, but ended up falling. Hitoshi catches him, and brings him to his aunt. Hitoshi told Izuku in the dead of night, when everyone was asleep, what had happened to Kota's parents. Like a punch to the gut, Kota is cast in a whole new light for Izuku. Most kids don't dislike heroes that much without a reason. Every night after, when Kota disappears to his little hideaway, Izuku follows him with a bowl of whatever's for dinner. He had tried to talk to him, but got the hint quickly enough and simply started leaving the food for him. Despite the ruthless training and exhausting days, Izuku is so happy to be at the training camp. He had 101 questions for each of the PP cats, which they were all happy to answer. Well, except Tiger, he answered a question every time Izuku completed a task or exercise. It's actually a lot of fun. So, of course, things immediately go to hell. A test of courage seems like a great idea. Until they smell the burning. Izuku spots it, right when his group is about to head into the woods. The trees out in the forest go up and they can see smoke. Villains, a lizard-like man and a tall woman holding a large metal magnet, wander out of the shadows and begin attacking the teachers. Midoriya, Uraraka, get inside. Tiger yells. Wait! Where's Kota? Mandalay screams. Izuku's breath catches in his throat, and he starts sprinting. He hears the others call for him to come back, but disregards them. He knows where Kota is. Running up the mountain is difficult, but Izuku has lots of experience with difficult terrain. He turns the corner to find a man, bigger than Izuku, bigger than any villain he's ever faced. The man's muscles wrapped around his arms, giving him a grotesque, fleshy visage. He knows who stands there. Muscular. Kota cowers before the hulking man. Neither of them seem to have noticed him. He fades into the shadows like he has 100 times before. Muscular gloats, outlining the details of how the water hose heroes died. Izuku's anger spikes. This man, this absolute monster, not only took this child's parents away, but is going to kill him. He moves around the edges of the shadows until he's positioned just right. Crouching down, he leaps out of the shadows. Dual-wielding a pair of knives in his hands, he uses them to scale Muscular's massive frame, digging the blades into the muscle. Muscular screams and begins swatting at Izuku like a fly. Kota! Run! But the boy is frozen in terror. What the hell? Muscular shouts, finally throwing Izuku off. He skids backwards. Muscular's eyes widen at the sight of him. You! He glares at him. Look kid, you and the blasty one are supposed to be taken alive, but no one said anything about being unharmed. Come quietly and I won't hurt you. Too bad. He snarls. Funny. I was about to say the same thing to you. Izuku grins, and lunges at the man. 1,000,001 thoughts shoot through Izuku's head. One of them being that apparently he and Katsuki are to be taken alive, possibly as hostages, or for some other reason. Either way, the rest of the class doesn't have the privilege of being wanted alive. Izuku is fast. When Muscular reaches out to grab him in his gigantic hands, Izuku leaps up and out of the way, landing on his arm and beginning to climb up once again. As he goes, he cuts through tendons and muscles. He wished desperately for his hero costume, or even his vigilante outfit. The pair of cargo shorts and baggy t-shirt that says breathes over his bodysuit doesn't do much for his movement. The reinforced shoes or brass knuckles in the gloves of his hero costume would be rather helpful, but alas. Go to the training camp, they said. It'll be fun, they said. If he doesn't die, he's pouring all of Nezu's tea down the drain, DMN the consequences. Muscular grabs his arm with just his thumb and forefinger, pulling Izuku off of him. The force of his hold snaps his arm and he lets out a blood-curdling scream. A stream of water hits Muscular in the face and in his surprise he drops Izuku to the ground. The furious blonde villain turns his attention to Kota, who has finally stood up, but instead of running, he has shot water at the man. I'm gonna kill you, ya little twerp, and I'm gonna enjoy it. He snarls. Before he can take more than a step towards Kota though, Izuku runs forward, sliding in between his legs and slashing his Achilles tendons. He falls to the ground. Izuku scoops up Kota and takes off running down the path, back to camp. His broken arm has gone numb, but at the moment it gives him the advantage of not having to deal with that pain. He can hear lumbering footsteps behind him. No doubt Muscular used his quirk to compensate for the damaged tendons. Izuku's not actually sure if his quirk works on his tendons. Muscles and tendons are similar, but very different. Hey, dummy, not the time to speculate. He can see the camp, and can hear the faint sounds of Mr. Aizawa fighting someone. A large rock soars over his head, landing in their path. He glances back, to see Muscular lumbering towards him. Looking down at his ankles, he can see he was right. Swaths of muscle have wrapped around where the tendons are, keeping Muscular upright. Kota sobs in his arms. "I'm going to let you down, run," he whispers to Kota. The little boy nods against his shoulder and Izuku sets him down. Kota makes off around the rock and towards the sounds of his teacher and the PP cats. Izuku stands tall and faces Muscular. His face is contorted with rage, turning his skin an ugly color of blotchy red. Muscular opens his mouth, probably to spout more threats, but Izuku beats him to the punch. "I'm going to tear that other eye out of your head." Muscular rushes him, but Izuku is prepared and dives out of the way. Muscular crashes into the rock, but doesn't seem at all affected. Izuku leaps on his back, jumping up once more and landing with such force that he smashes the villain's face into the rock. Suddenly, Muscular seemed to deflate. Izuku glances up for just a moment to see Aizawa staring at the villain with his intense red eyes. Izuku grins feral and uses the butt of his knife to knock Muscular out. "Good to see you alive, problem child." Aizawa takes out a pair of reinforced zip ties from somewhere in his pockets and starts restraining Muscular. Normally, Izuku would stay and banter. But right now, he's not sawn dive, and Aizawa isn't a razorhead. And there is more than just the cash in a bodega's register at stake. "They're after Bakugo and I. Muscular said they wanted us taken alive. I have to warn him." With that, Izuku rushes deeper into the woods. "Wait, Midoriya." But he's already gone. He runs through the woods, intent on finding Katsuki. Katsuki finds him first. Katsuki is having a bad time. First, he had gotten paired up with If Deku for the finale exam. Then he had his butt handed to him by All Might, and the only reason they passed is because Deku is a coward. Then somehow his idiot friends found out about that little fact and started talking about how smart Deku is. But he's not. He's a coward. Then the stupid test of courage had been derailed by villains he totally would have won by the way. None of those 1B losers had a chance of scaring him, and Mandalay sent out a message telling them that the villains are after him and Deku. Why does it always have to be him and Deku? Now the stupid people he's grouped up with won't let him go take down the villains. He could beat any of them one-on-one, no problem, but in a group they would overpower him. They had rescued the girls from some knife-wielding psychopath, now heading back to camp, picking up anyone they find on the way. Bird Brain had exhausted himself in that fight with Moonfish, but Katsuki had to admit, if they came across any more villains, they had a good group. But they don't come across villains. Who do they come across? Deku. He appears from behind a goddamn tree, running right into Icy Hot. Shoto. Izuku. Katsuki. Deku. Izuku. Okiko. Izuku, Kiro. Zu. Okay, we all know each other's names, but we've got to keep moving. Shuja's words are the last thing Katsuki hears, before all sound around him is shut off and he blacks out. Izuku opens his eyes, his vision blurry and unfocused. He's tied to a chair and next to him is Katsuki, still limp in his bindings. They are in a bar. At the counter, drying glasses is Kurogiri, who glances his way for a moment, before turning his attention back to the glasses. There are booths and a couple stools, along with a couch facing a beaten-up TV. A face enters his vision. A blonde girl with messy space buns and a school uniform stands before him, nose to nose, not quite touching. "Hi." He stares at her, not saying anything. She reaches up to touch his bare face and he does his best to lean away from her. Just inches from his skin, she stops when Kurogiri calls out, "Miss Toga, Sensei was very clear about his expectations. No one is to lay hands on Midoriya." She whispers around to face him. "I thought that meant we weren't allowed to hurt him." "No, we are not to touch him at all." Toga huffs, but does wander away. She tries to poke at him several more times over the next half hour, but each time she tries to get close Kurogiri scolds her. Eventually all the noise and activity wakes Katsuki, who immediately tries to explode his way out of the chains. But the manacles cover his hands. All he succeeds in doing is burning his hands. "Deku," he growls. Before he can proceed with any more verbal abuse, the rest of the league walks in. Yuku knows all of them, though most only through word of mouth. Magna, Spinner, twice, Mr. Compress. His eyes widen when Dabi walks in after them. He glares at Katsuki like a proper villain, but his eyes widen in surprise when he sees Izuku. Izuku gives him a subtle look, trying to convey a message of what the S are you doing here, you stupid son of a bitch. Dabi keeps a straight face, but nods in a way that lets Izuku know he won't tell them anything he knows about him. Thankful for that, he almost misses when Shigaraki comes in. The man grins down at Izuku and Katsuki, all yellowish teeth and menacing aura. He pulls up a chair to sit across from the two of them. You may be wondering why you two were taken. Looking at the smile that sits on his face, Izuku might have an idea. The League is a powerful, but small force. They could use some heavy hitters. You want us to join your league? Izuku guesses. The attention turns to Izuku and he almost shrinks under it. Things are tense, before Shigaraki breaks into laughter. See, I told you guys he's smart. You always need a strategist in your party. What? No way in hell am I about to join you shitty villains. Katsuki shouts. Yeah, sorry guys, we kind of have a pretty sweet gig with UA. Izuku shrugs, making his chains clink. Shigaraki stands up and gestures to Magna and Spinner. Take them to their room, let them think it over. The two nod and drag Katsuki and Izuku by the backs of their chairs to a storage room. Izuku sees stamps marking some of the boxes as alcohol and other things for the bar, but all out of reach. Magna and Spinner set them so they are facing each other, then leave, closing the door. Izuku takes one more good look at the room, then waits until he can't hear footsteps or voices anymore. He turns to look Katsuki head on. Okay, Spinner's got a pretty standard mutant quirk, definitely a stain fanatic, given the attire. Magna has a pretty strong magnetism quirk, plus she's a real heavy hitter, we want her out first. Twice is straight up unstable. If we can get his mask away from him, we'll have a major advantage. Compress is a bit of a wild card, so are Dabi and Toga. If we want to get out of here, we'll need to make sure Kurogiri doesn't catch us, otherwise we'll end up right back here. Shigaraki, shut up. Katsuki yells at him. Shut the F up, it is your fault we're here. How the F is this my fault? He hisses. You just had to sit and have a nice little thing chat with that Pisco out there. They still would have taken you dumbass, given how you acted at the sports festival. Izuku snaps, you would rather be here alone. As long as it's not with you. At his words, they both fall silent. After a while of silence, Izuku finally asked, why do you hate me so much? Katsuki looks surprised at his question. You're a useless thing, Deku, that's why, he answered defensively. You're lying. His ruby eyes narrow and he growls at Izuku. What is the real reason? That is the reason, you piece of SHT. No, Izuku looks at him, stares right into his eyes. That's a lie. Why, what did I ever do to you? Why do you hate me? Because I know what you are. He finally yells back. What am I? Izuku asks, still staring. You're not quirkless. Katsuki says. Izuku's eyes widened. How? He doesn't bother with denial, with trying to evade or deflect. The way Katsuki says it tells Izuku that it would be no use. Because you took mine. Before Izuku can ask, Katsuki continues. You don't even remember. It was years ago, but I remember like it was yesterday. We were in the park. You were past when you were supposed to get your quirk, but we didn't know that then. You grabbed my hand, to pull me to some bug or worm you found. You touched my skin and something left me. I felt like I was dying. You looked so worried when I dropped to the ground and started crying. My parents took me home. I tried to use my quirk for days after that, but I couldn't. Then we were at school and you tapped my arm to get my attention and it was back. Just like that. Like it never even happened. Katsuki looks at Izuku, like he's expecting him to say something, but all he can do is stare as his lips quiver. I thought I was crazy for the longest time. Then you stopped touching people and wearing gloves. We were over at your house for dinner when I realized Auntie wasn't using her quirk. What kind of monster would take his own mother's quirk? Izuku says nothing. How could he? What could he say to that? What kind of monster would take his own mother's quirk? Would it make Katsuki feel better if he knew that late at night Izuku asks the same thing? No, it would probably just make him angry. But something does break through the fog. That he had taken Katsuki's quirk. And yet, here he sat, an explosion on legs. He had said Izuku touched him again, and his quirk was back. His head is filled with cotton. He is thrown back to the many memories of shying away from his mother's touch, wearing long sleeves, not even brushing against her. Izuku, honey, you won't hurt me. It's okay. He remembers tears in her eyes as he refused to let his mother hold him. The door to the little storage room opens and he feels like he's going to throw up when Darby walks in with Magna. They each grab one of the boys. Darby grabs Izuku and leans in while they drag them to the main area of the bar again. Don't blow my cover, be cool. He whispers before setting him next to Katsuki. Shigaraki strolls in and grins at them. Have you two hero brats changed your minds yet? Katsuki just growls in response, and Izuku stays silent. Shigaraki rolls his eyes like he's dealing with two particularly difficult dogs. That's fine, my sensei wants to see you too. If I can't change your mind, he definitely can. His grin grows, cracking his dry skin. He gestures for Kurogiri, who opens a portal beneath them. And then they are falling. They land heavily, the impact rattling Izuku's bones, but the chair somehow doesn't break. His eyes adjust to the stark light and he finds them in this cold warehouse-like space. In the middle sits a hospital bed and medical equipment. Cold fluorescent lights hang over them. A man stands over a table, hunched and wearing a lab coat. At the sound of them landing and Katsuki's shouting, he turns around. And Izuku knows that man. He knows the bald head and the ratty mustache. He even recognizes the cold grin that stretches over his face. It's the doctor who had diagnosed him quirkless. The mad glint in his eyes only grows when he sees Izuku. Ha ha! Look at you, so big. He says it the way a family friend might, but there is no friendliness in his voice. By the look on Katsuki's face, he recognizes him too. Before he can start yelling again, a deep chuckle fills the room. Izuku and Katsuki both WHP their heads to the side to look at the source of the noise. Stepping out of the shadows is a man in a well-tailored suit. He is tall and broad, with some sort of mask or helmet covering his face. Even if he can't see his face, Izuku can hear his grin when he says, "Leave us, doctor." The man does so immediately, scurrying out one of the doors, farther into the factory. The man pulls up a chair and sits in front of them, one leg thrown over the other, his hands clasped in front of him. "Hello, boys." Katsuki doesn't growl or scream. He doesn't make a sound. Izuku can understand why. The force of the terror this man radiates is so oppressive that he can't even think about opening his mouth. As a vigilante, Izuku has faced hundreds of terrifying villains, but none like this. He knows who this is. This is All for One. All Might's nemesis, born hundreds of years ago, at the dawn of Quirks. He sighs at their silence. There is no need to fear me, boys. You two are investments. Katsuki works up the courage to say, "We're not villains." All for One turns to him. No, of course you're not, Katsuki." He spits the blonde's name like it's personally offended him. "You were simply bait for the real prize." Bait? Real prize? What's? Oh. It seems All for One sees the look on his face as he realizes what exactly they are doing here. Very good, Izuku. What the SHT is he talking about? Katsuki hisses at Izuku. "It's me," he says, numbly. "They were never really after you. They want me." Normally Izuku would never say something like that, given it's bound to get him punched in the stomach, but he knows it's true. All for One chuckles once again. Yes. Katsuki is all well and good in terms of temper and power. He has the energy of a villain, but you, Izuku. You were born for this. He speaks to Izuku like Katsuki isn't there. He speaks with what might sound like affection. I don't like that SHT one thing bit. Izuku takes a deep breath. I am a vigilante, I am a hero student, I am a hero. F this guy. Well, like we told Shigaraki, I'm good. He forces out a snarky response. They are silent once again, before all for one burst out in uproarious laughter, like Izuku had told the funniest joke he ever heard. The sound echoes in the enormous warehouse. Oh, he sighs happily, oh, you have your mother's sense of humor. Izuku jolts forward in his restraints. Don't talk about my mother. He snarls. The man could crush his skull in one hand, but he won't let anyone talk about his mother. Still chuckling, All for One reaches up to his large helmet. I suppose it's fair that you don't recognize me when I look like this. Hissing fills the room as his helmet is removed. Someone with a weaker stomach might have lost their lunch. The entire top half of his face is gone. All that remains is his ever-grinning mouth. All that's left of his eyes and nose is a large collection of scar tissue. It's gruesome and terrifying, and Izuku finally understands why the commission was so sure he was dead. Still in shock, Izuku barely notices when the man reaches into his pocket and pulls out a folded-up photo. He holds it gently in his large hands. He snaps his fingers with his free hand and Izuku's restraints fall away. A million thoughts run through his head. The one at the top of mind is that he needs to run. But he glances back at Katsuki, who is still bound tightly. All for One doesn't seem to want to hurt him. He stands from his chair. All for One reaches out, handing the photo to Izuku. He takes the picture with shaking hands. The photo has hard creases on it, from being kept folded and tucked away for so long. It's faded out, but the picture is still clearly visible. A man with shocking white hair and striking red eyes. His features are softened by perfectly mundane freckles. Next to him is a woman with dark green hair and a kind face. In between them grinning at the camera is Izuku. Izuku about 7 years ago. With his parents. He hands the photo back to All for One silently. He is numb with shock. In the end, it makes more sense than he wants to admit. Where he got his quirk from. The fact that his dad died the same time All Might fought All for One. It's not like he could come home with the top half of his face missing. Dad! His whisper echoes through the warehouse. All for One steps closer to Izuku and pulls him in for a hug. Izuku stiffens. This is a dangerous criminal. This is a supervillain who's been alive for hundreds of years. This is a psychopath who crippled All Might. This is my dad. A sob breaks through his throat and he rests his head on his dad's chest. It has been so long since he had felt his father's arms around him. He should run, or fight. He should scream, or start asking questions, but all he can do is settle back into the embrace of his father. What the SHT? Katsuki bits out behind him. All for One, his dad, lets him go. Even without eyes, he glares down at Katsuki. Right, you. He turns his attention back to Izuku. I've been watching. I had eyes everywhere, to take care of you and your mother. I know what he's done to you. Don't you want to get back at him? Make him suffer as you have suffered. He stares up at the eyeless face before him, then looks at Katsuki. Who looks like he's having a hard time holding the fear in. It's okay, it's good to want to hurt people who have hurt you. He pats Izuku's head. You've put all your hurt and anger into training, being a vigilante, into being good. I think it's finally time to put that anger where it belongs. On him. He grabs Izuku by the shoulders and turns him around, facing Katsuki. What? Katsuki exclaims, but his words fall away as Dad keeps talking. He thinks being quirkless is the worst thing in the world. Why don't you show him how it feels? You want me to take his quirk? Izuku asks, tearing his eyes away from the terrified look on his once friend's face, looking up at his dad. He nods kindly down at him, grabbing Izuku's hand gently, and walking them over to where Katsuki is still bound. This is what you've been waiting for. You are good and polite and always follow the rules set out for you. You're waiting for permission. You don't need permission. No one can tell people as powerful as us what to do. If you want it, take it. He adjusts his grip to hold Izuku's wrist, reaching out to Katsuki's face. He had ripped away the LTX covering his hands in his fight with Muscular. There is no barrier. Not taking Zoo's quirk was strange, a wild card event. This is very different. But he has an idea. There is only a moment where Izuku and Katsuki make eye contact. He tries to display his intentions, what he is trying to do. For this to work, he needs Katsuki to play along. The skin-to-skin contact is jarring and uncomfortable. Katsuki's skin is clammy and Izuku recoils slightly. He focuses on all the good he can remember from their childhood. That he loves Katsuki as much as he hates him. That they had been more than just a bully and victim once. That maybe they could be again. If they survived. Say what you will about Katsuki Bakugo, he's one hell of an actor. All for One's lack of eyes certainly helped them out. Anyone else might have been fooled, but Izuku does know Katsuki better than the boy knows himself. No. No. No, that's not fair. He screams. All for One chuckles behind Izuku and finally drops his arm. What do you think should be done with him, my son? His father asks. With all the hate he has, and it is a lot, he says, let him go. Let him crawl back to the heroes. See how well he likes being the weak link. All for One nods and snaps his fingers. The ropes and chains fall away from him. Katsuki stands. He looks ready to blow their cover, but Izuku catches his eye again. Not yet. He doesn't look happy, and it makes him furious to let Izuku take the lead, but the smallest of nods and Katsuki is running to the nearest exit. He stumbles and looks back in fear a few times, just for good measure before he leaves. All for One grabs Katsuki's chair and spins it around so it's facing Izuku, then sits down, gesturing for Izuku to do the same. He does, looking at his father. That was a good display of power, almost instant. You have much potential. Izuku senses his father is waiting for something. Thank you. His father smiled kindly. He begins to explain things to Izuku, so that he already knows, along with some new information. As he does, Izuku's mind wanders, still keeping an ear open for his father's words. All for One is very different from the man Izuku knew. For one thing, he was taller. He stands just a little taller than All Might. Hisoshi only stood at 5 foot. He has no freckles, which marked him distinctly as Izuku's father. You look so much like your dad. His smile is less the boyish grin Izuku had also inherited, and more villainous smirk. His voice is deeper. And his hands look bigger. The father Izuku remembers wouldn't be caught dead in a suit, he was more partial to graphic tees and cargo briefs. Again, much like Izuku. I take after a man who does not exist. Hisoshi Midoriya, he had been a cover. Another way of avoiding detection from the heroes. Hisoshi Midoriya had been a family man, a partner at a marketing firm, a doting husband and an excellent father. Hisoshi Midoriya did not exist. He interrupts his father's story. He had just gotten to the 7th user, Nana Shimura. Did you love my mom? Pardon me. My mom. He enunciates his words. Did you love her? All for One sighs, I held affection for her. When you have been around as long as I have, you stop falling in love. I liked her. I liked her company, her quick wit. She was always willing to challenge me. Aside from me, she was always the smartest person in the room. I liked her. Which is a lot more than I can say for most people. Did she know? He shook his head. God, no. I think she suspected something was amiss, but she didn't prod. As long as I was there for you, and I did my part in supporting our family, she didn't much care what I did as long as I was faithful in our marriage. Were you? He chuckles once again. Izuku is starting to hate that sound. Of course. Like I said, I don't like most people, I barely tolerate most of them. Right. Not that I'm not enjoying this, but I have to ask what you want from me. It was a big risk to try and grab us. He punctuated his words with a bit of snark. Like what had did his mother to All for One. Yes, right to the point. I like it. All for One clasps his hands and leans forward. You've of course met Tomura Shigaraki. He is supposed to be my successor. He is an excellent villain, full of a rage the likes of which I have scarcely seen before. He will pave the path to a new world. But he is impulsive, reckless. He went to speak with you without my permission. That is why I need a steady hand to guide him. He is going through a bit of a rebellious phase. That is why I need you to guide him, more subtly than I can. Everything I say he takes as an order that he wants to ignore, but you can use more underhanded methods to get him to listen. Okay, just so we're clear, you want me to use the power of suggestion on your temperamental adopted son who doesn't want to listen to you, so that he can pave a new path of villainy, regain one for all, and continue your legacy. Izuku asks incredulously. Yes, exactly. Okay, if I were to go villain. And that's a big if, why wouldn't I go for the top position? Why would I play second fiddle to that man baby? Once again, he injects a heinous attitude into his words. His instincts when he is just himself, not swan dive or poison, is to be meek and polite, at least around adults. But his father seems delighted to see his more vindictive and rude side. And once again, his father smiles wide at him. It's not playing second fiddle, it's playing puppet MSTR. He would only think he's in charge. To be in charge, you have a target painted on your back immediately. That's why the person whispering in the shadows is always the most powerful in the room. He nods along. Okay, but what about Dash? He is cut off by a massive boom outside. His father looks up. They found us. The heroes raise the building to the ground, fighting the Nomus the doctor has released. Sir, we must go. He says. All for One shakes his head. All around them strange ball of goop begin to spit out members of the League of Villains. You must take my son and the rest of my league and go. All Might will be coming. Shigaraki's protests are drowned out by the sound of heroes closing in on them. Go now. All for One. Across the now almost flattened building stands All Might, in all his flexed-up glory. All around them, the chaos stalls, if only for a moment. The two most powerful people in Japan, possibly in the world, stand off. All Might. You're looking withered. He calls back. The doctor begins to herd them away from the fight, trying to avoid the eye of the heroes around them. Izuku is thinking of escape routes, ways to get away, when above them, he hears a shout. Midoriya! He looks up to find Tenya, Yomomo, Shoto, Kiri, and Hitoshi, soaring above him. They look to have taken a running start off the roof of one of the nearby buildings, tying themselves together, then hanging a rope down, assumedly for Izuku to grab. He spares a glance at Darby. You'll be okay if I go. He nods slightly. As they pass overhead, Izuku leaps at Magna, landing on her shoulder, then using the extra height to jump and grab hold of the rope. They land in a heap on the roof of another building. Where's Bakubro? Kiri asks. Already gone. The heroes will probably have picked him up. Izuku responds. Before he can say much more, he is brought into a tight hug. Hitoshi, as always, takes special care not to touch his skin, in case the bodysuit has been damaged. He buries his head in the shoulder of the taller boy. The others are kind enough to give them a moment, before Tenya is telling them they need to get going. They go down the fire escape, avoiding police by the skin of their teeth, entering a crowd of people who have been evacuated. Hitoshi hands him his jacket and a pair of gloves. Izuku puts them on gratefully. The group links arms and holds on to pieces of clothing, to make sure they stay together in the dense and chaotic crowd. Watching the fight on screen is nothing like having seen the beginning in person. But it is terrifying. The crowd stops moving. No one makes a sound as All Might deflates. He puts all his power into one last punch. Izuku doesn't know if All for One is dead or not, but he knows he's not getting back up. He almost can't breathe as he watches All Might raise his fist. His suit is in tatters and there is blood dripping from his mouth and nose. You're next. The sound that erupts is in equal parts screams of anguish and screams of delight. All Might had defeated the villains, but at what cost? Izuku has his father back, but at what cost? Izuku sits in his hospital bed, again. Neither he, nor Katsuki had been injured in any substantial way. Yet they were being kept under observation. Probably to see if there were any lingering effects, physically or mentally. Either way, he's bored out of his mind. He had heard that the students that came to save them got a major talking to from Aizawa, but thankfully weren't expelled. Though it was a close thing. Katsuki is in the room right next door. He knows because he can hear him and his parents talking. The feeling of longing caves a hole in his chest. He sits in his bed, paces the length of the room, rearranged the sparse hospital furniture, and still he is restless. He needs to be out there, looking for the rest of the league. He needs to speak to his father. He turns on his heel, wearing a hole into the ground, when the door opens. "Hello, Midoriya-kun." His doctor, Dr. Nakamura says, walking in followed by Aizawa. Izuku sits back on his bed, and Aizawa takes one of the chairs. Dr. Nakamura goes through his condition, though there isn't much to say. When he leaves, Aizawa asks him to send in Tsukochi. The man walks in, giving Izuku a kind smile. "Hello, Midoriya, you remember me?" Izuku nods. "I have just a few questions for you and then you will be remanded to the care of your guardian, is that okay?" Izuku nods again. Great, he opens his little notepad and starts jotting things down. "Your legal name?" "Izuku Midoriya." "And you are quirkless?" "That's what it says in my file." "That's not what I asked." Tsukochi says. Izuku glances up at him, his face a careful mask. He glances over at Aizawa, who has since not spoken, watching Izuku intently. "What do you mean?" Izuku asks. "I didn't ask what your documents say, I asked whether you are quirkless or not." Tsukochi answers. "Are you quirkless?" Words are stuck in his throat, he cannot think of anything to say. He had expected Tsukochi to move on to the next question, as most people do when they hear quirkless. He asks again, "Are you quirkless?" Aizawa finally says, "Answer him." He bites out. His silence speaks for him and Tsukochi changes his question. "Midoriya, do you have a quirk?" Izuku can't help it. Under Tsukochi's indifferent questioning and Aizawa's burning gaze, he must tell the truth. "Yes." Tsukochi twitches and writes something down. "Are you all for one's son?" He asks. Izuku can no longer do it. He can no longer lie. The untruth has choked him, suffocated him for years. It built a steady wall between him and everyone he had ever met, between his guardians, between his classmates and friends, between himself and the world. He had guarded his truth so fiercely the only person who truly knew him was Hitoshi. He could not ever claim to know himself. "I am all for one's son," he says, full of horror and truth. Aizawa sighs, leaning back in his chair, defeated. Tsukochi continues to jot words down. Izuku could almost respect the professional disconnection he exhibits if it didn't make him want to throw up. "Tell us everything, from the beginning," Tsukochi orders. And for the first time, he bares his soul to someone other than Hitoshi. Hearing the entire story laid out, including the fact that Midoriya is the vigilante he's been desperately chasing, is jarring, to say the least. He excuses himself after his student is done explaining everything that he knows. Heading straight to the vending machine, he pulls out a bill, trying to figure out what he wants. The sound of paws brings his attention to Nezu walking up and standing beside him. "Did you know?" he asks, dreading whatever answer he gives. "Did I know what?" "Any of it. All of it. Some of it." Nezu begins. "I knew of course about Midoriya's familial relation, his quirk, and his vigilante identity. So basically everything. I didn't know All for One was still alive. That was an oversight on my part. If I had known I would have done things differently. As it stands, I think we are sitting on the best possible outcome." Nezu explains. "The best possible outcome. Our students were kidnapped, All Might has lost his power, Midoriya's whole world has been turned upside down, and the League of Villains escaped." Aizawa hisses. Nezu tuts at his employee's tone. "They could have both been killed, All Might could have been killed, and All for One has been captured. I'd say this is far from the catastrophe you are making it out to be. You didn't see that kid in there, he looks like he's totally given up." Aizawa sighs. He pickles out 2 drinks, an iced coffee, and something too sweet for him by a long shot, colored an unnatural blue. "I'm gonna go back in." Nezu nods at him and walks off. Aizawa walks back into the hospital room, to see Tsukochi making a call and Izuku still sitting in the same spot he had been, staring off into space. The further he got into his explanation, the more locked up he got, before he was just speaking on autopilot, with none of the emotion or sorrow he began with. He sits back down in the chair he was in, handing the bottle of the blue drink to the boy, before opening his own iced coffee. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 takes it, but not drinking it, just setting it on the side table. They sit in silence, with all the information laid out. There isn't much left to say. Until 𝐒𝐿, fiddling with a loose thread from the hospital blanket, finally asks, "Are you mad at me?" Aizawa looks up in surprise. "What? Are you mad? Why would I be mad at you?" he asks, sounding truly bewildered. 𝐒𝐿 is almost speechless at his response. "I cannot even begin to list all the reasons you might be mad." Aizawa smiles wryly and sets his coffee down. "I'm angry at myself that I didn't realize the vigilante I've been chasing was sitting 6 feet away from me for the last 5 months. I'm angry that Nezu didn't think it was important to share what he knew about you. I'm angry we couldn't protect you. But I'm not angry at you." "Oh." Before there is any more said, Yuki comes in, holding a duffel bag. 𝐒𝐿's eyes zero in on it. She notices and says to Aizawa, "You didn't say anything yet." "What's she talking about?" 𝐒𝐿 asks, turning to his teacher as well. "For your protection, Nezu thought it would be best if you stayed with the teacher for a while. You're coming home with me," he says. 𝐒𝐿 nods and takes the bag from Yuki, who smiles at him. He goes into the little bathroom attached to his room and changes into a pair of sweatpants and a hoodie. When he comes back, Yuki and Aizawa are speaking in hushed tones, but stop when they notice he is back. They leave the hospital room and he glances in the room beside him, but it is already empty. He follows Aizawa out to a nondescript black car and gets in the passenger seat, waving goodbye to Yuki. They drive in silence until they get to Aizawa's apartment. His apartment building is nice, as is his unit. Immediately 𝐒𝐿 is greeted by 2 cats. One a fat orange cat with irregular splotches of brown and cream. The other is a grey cat with a scar over its right eye that regards him with casual disinterest. Another pleasant surprise is present MIC standing in the kitchenette in casual clothing. He waves at 𝐒𝐿 as he slips off his shoes. He was aware Aizawa and MIC were together, but it hadn't clicked before that they might live together. Aizawa directs him to the guest room and he sets his bag down on the bed. As always, almost everything he owns fits in a duffel bag. Though he hadn't planned to move, considering you usually don't get booted out of group homes. Guess that's just another thing 𝐒𝐿 fed up badly. He falls back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. My life has imploded. Now what do I do? Shouter hears the door to the guest room close and sighs, slumping against Hisashi as he makes dinner. This is such a mess, he mumbles. Hisashi nods. What do we do now? Shouter sighs again. The best we can. The next morning 𝐒𝐿 wakes up and the horror of the past few days washes over him. He gets up and finds MIC and Aizawa in the kitchen, eating breakfast, with an extra plate set out for him. He sits down and begins to eat. MIC and Aizawa glance at each other and Aizawa says, Midoriya, there's something important we have to discuss. He glances up, waiting for him to continue. All for One has been asking for you. 𝐒𝐿 nearly chokes on his eggs. What? He says he'll only speak to you. Oh. MIC cuts in, you don't have to make a decision now, you can take a little time to see how you feel. No, I'll see him. 𝐒𝐿 says. Surprise passes over both of the adults' faces, but 𝐒𝐿 just keeps eating, waiting for one of them to continue. They were hoping you would come today. Aizawa says slowly. 𝐒𝐿 gets the sense his teachers want him to change his mind, to not go, but he just says, okay. They leave after breakfast. Getting to Tartarus is a long drive, taking almost 2 hours. 𝐒𝐿 sits in the back seat, reading a book. They get the bridge to get them to the prison and Aizawa and MIC both show their IDs, before the barrier is lifted. The prison is made entirely of dark concrete, with guards roaming everywhere. When they get there, Nezu, All Might and Detective Tsukochi are waiting for them. The look on All Might's face would be comedic in another situation. The little quirkless boy he had dismissed completely, the son of his greatest enemy. Another half hour is spent going through security. They are led to the deepest part of the prison. His father is brought into a visitation room, the room empty of anything but 2 chairs and a table welded to the floor. Instead of the well-tailored suit, his father is wearing a prison jumpsuit, and has only the bare minimum medical equipment to keep him alive. He imagines his father is in quite a lot of pain. And he can't help but think that's a bit cruel. "My son." He greets Dad. Izuku spits. "You wanted to see me." "Yes, of course, I wanted to make sure you were alright, that fight was very destructive." He says, almost sounding sincere. Sure." Izuku held back the urge to roll his eyes. "But you can tell me the real reason." "That is the real reason." He sounds indignant at Izuku's words. "Right. Izuku, all for one size, you have inherited the world's greatest legacy." Izuku interrupts him, "It's a legacy of death." He shouts. "You are a murderer. That is not any legacy I want." It seems his father loses patience with him, sighing deeply once again and rubbing at the bridge of his nose. "Izuku, you are at the top of the food chain. You are an apex predator." His father tells him, "You are the second most powerful person in this prison. You waste your potential watering yourself down to be more palatable to them. You hid because you did not want to scare them, and that is an admirable pursuit. But you must move beyond that. Power belongs to you. Take it." Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku sees guards outside the door. All for one is right. His power puts him at the top of the food chain. "But I don't hide because I don't want to scare people. I hide because I don't want to hurt people. The people you fear hurting are stepping stones. They don't matter." All for one snaps. Izuku's stare turns venomous, and in a moment of rage at his father's disregard for people, for life. After 200 years he seems to think he's above them. He needs to be brought back down to earth. Lighting fast, Izuku's hand shoots out and latches onto his father's wrist. At first, there is nothing, and Izuku is afraid All for One's quirk outclasses his own. But then, a feeling like a vacuum opens up in Izuku's chest and something begins rapidly filling the space. It feels like gravity leaves the room and Izuku becomes weightless. Something light as air fills him. The door bursts open and guards rush in, along with All Might, Nezu, and Aizawa. The guards pull him away from the shaking form of his father, who sits almost catatonic in his seat. The guards haul him up and begin to lead him back to his cell. Izuku drops, the feeling of helium filling his body gone, replaced with the distinct feeling of rocks deep in him stationing him on the ground. In the commotion he had fallen from his chair and Aizawa had helped him sit up against the wall. A comforting weight settles on his shoulder and he sees Aizawa has set his hand there. His teacher stares intently at him with his quirk activated. Every pair of eyes in the room is fixed on him. An apex predator, indeed. They drive back to the apartment in silence, stifling and uncomfortable. Even MIC, who usually is happy to fill the silence, is quiet. Izuku can't blame them. He displayed what was probably an incredible amount of power. But all he could think about is whether or not his father will die soon. Was it his quirk that had kept him alive, or one of the quirks he had taken, but with them gone, would he start aging normally, or would his years catch up to him quickly? Would the next few weeks be spent rapidly aging? He stares out the window and thinks about what this could mean for his quirk. Is it an exact copy of his father's? It is clearly more powerful, given he was able to take All for One even though his father has much more experience and practice. He had given Katsuki back his quirk, so it's clear that is a possibility, and he hadn't taken Zoo's quirk all the way back at the USJ. But, to really prove it, he would need to test it. Oh, but how could he risk someone else's quirk like that? It would make him a monster if he was wrong. Unless he practiced on someone who had already had their quirk taken away. Midoriya asks them the next day to take him to a nearby prison. Shouter and Hisashi glance confused at each other, but drive him anyway. Midoriya takes the lead, pulling out a slip of paper and reading the name at the intake desk. We're here to see Hidoro Viran. This is a matter of official business. Midoriya gestures for MIC to come forward and show the clerk his license. The hero license expedited the process and they are taken through the various visiting procedures. Midoriya sits at a metal table in a concrete room, Shouter and Hisashi behind him. The guards bring in a man with buzzed black hair and murky green eyes. He is altogether unremarkable, and Shouter has no idea why they are here to see him. He looks as confused as 𝐿𝐼 as he sits down. His voice is a bit gravelly when he asks, "Hey, kid, you might have the wrong inmate." "No, we're here to see you." Midoriya responds confidently. "Oh, got it, what do you need?" He seems casual, leans back in his chair, fiddling with a couple of beaded bracelets and tracing the little doodles on his hands. "Do you remember where you were on May 25th? Midoriya asks. Viran tilts his head. "Yeah, that's the day I was arrested." "Do you remember me?" he asks. The man sits up straight and leans forward, peering at Midoriya's face intently. His eyes widen with recognition. "You're the kid with the pepper spray." Midoriya nods. 𝐿𝐼 is entirely lost, but then the man deflates, looking regretful. "Look, kid, I'm really sorry about what happened. It wasn't anything to do with you. I'm glad you seem like you're doing all right." Midoriya smiles at him. "Yeah, it's all cool." He changes on a dime to business mode, and 𝐿𝐼 curses himself for not recognizing Swan in the calculating little monster in front of him sooner. "You lost your quirk that day." The man nods, looking confused. "Do you want it back?" The man jolts. "What?" "I'm the one that took it, it's my quirk. Originally we thought it destroyed other quirks, but no, we think it simply takes and stores other quirks. I think I can give you your quirk back." Midoriya explains. Viran stares at him wide-eyed, and instead of the relief 𝐿𝐼 might have expected, he looks horrified. "No fing way." "What?" Midoriya asks, startled. "Look, kid, I appreciate the offer, but no way in hell do I want that." He elaborates. "Do you know what it was like? My entire life I was ostracized. I had no friends and my family wanted nothing to do with me. It wasn't a shape-shifting quirk, I was stuck like that. I couldn't find work or a place to live. I dropped out of high school because the abuse from peers and teachers got so bad. I am never going back to that. And look." He puts his hands out, rolling up his sleeves, putting on display painted nails, drawings going all up his arms, rings and bracelets. "I can't do this with my quirk. When I get out of here I have a tattoo appointment." Midoriya looks a bit conflicted. Viran sighs, giving him a tired smile. "I am much happier like this. You saved my life." Before much else can be said, a guard knocks at the door and says, "Pottery class is starting in 5 minutes, you said to pull you for it." Viran nods. "Hey, thanks for the visit. It was great to see you." Viran stands up. Midoriya's gloved hands that had been resting on the table are pulled into Viran's grasp, and he gives Midoriya a firm handshake. "Thank you. For everything." He says it with such sincerity that Midoriya is too stunned to say anything as he is led away. Midoriya is silent as 𝐿𝐼 and Hisashi lead him out of the prison and back to the car. Midoriya thankfully falls asleep, so they are able to speak. "That man didn't want his quirk back." Hisashi says. No, he didn't." 𝐿𝐼 sighs. "I mean, I get it." Hisashi muses. Everything he said was right. Mutant quirks, especially to that severity, are usually not well accepted. How many more people are out there who would jump at that chance? 𝐿𝐼 huffs, who would kill themselves to get away from their quirks. Viran was right, Hisashi says. Midoriya is going to save a lot of people. Izuku barely speaks the rest of the day, but the next day he asks if they can visit the Bakugos. Aizawa and MIC agree to take him, as long as they are there, both because of the danger to Izuku's life, and because of how Bakugo has acted towards him. They drive there and Mitsuki welcomes them in. "Katsuki, we have guests." She yells up at him. He yells something indistinct back before stomping down the stairs. Izuku feels his lips twitch into a smile, at the feeling of nostalgia, knowing the Bakugo house has not changed one bit. Katsuki stops short when he sees who's sitting in the living room. "What are you doing here?" He snaps. Mitsuki yells at him for his rudeness. "Katsuki," Izuku says, "can we talk, you and me?" He glares at Izuku, but the shorter boy holds his gaze steady. In the end, Mitsuki answers for him. "Yes, you and the brat go upstairs and talk." At Katsuki's look of protest, Mitsuki simply glares until he relents. Katsuki stomps upstairs, Izuku following close behind. They end up in Katsuki's room, which hasn't changed much since the last time he was there, almost 10 years ago. "What do you want, Deku?" he hisses. "The sludge villain who attacked us last year, his name is Hidoro Viran," Izuku says. Katsuki raises an annoyed eyebrow at his words. "He says I saved his life when I took his quirk. I saved you too." The glare on Katsuki's face deepens and he takes an intimidating step closer. "You didn't save SHT. He snaps. "You were going to suffocate." Izuku explains. "My quirk saved your life, and it saved his, because now he gets to be a regular person, instead of shunned for his quirk." The blonde scoffs. "Your point, Deku. I'm not a monster," he says. "You think I am, for taking your quirk when we were kids. And for taking my mom's, but I'm not. I'm gonna help people, whether you like it or not." With nothing more to say, Izuku spins on his heel and walks out the door of his room and back downstairs. Mitsuki is in the middle of telling Mic and Aizawa some story about Katsuki and Izuku when they were kids. Mic is smiling and laughing, and even Aizawa appears to crack a smile. "I'm ready to go when you are." Izuku sits down, and Mitsuki finishes her story, then they leave, and Izuku feels lighter than he has in a while. When they get back to Aizawa and Mic's apartment, the door is already unlocked. Aizawa and Mic both prepare for a fight, with Izuku behind them, only to find the president of the HPSC sitting at their table, drinking a cup of tea. Two bodyguards stand on either side of her, back straight and at attention. Madam President, or Sayaka Kinoshita, is a stern-looking woman, with ash blonde hair kept short and teal eyes. She wears a dark blue business pantsuit and a string of pearls around her neck. She looks at Izuku with a critical eye, sizing him up. She gestures for him to sit across from her at the table. He does so and she pushes the teapot and a cup towards him. Izuku politely declines. "Izuku Midoriya," she says. Aizawa and Mic flank Izuku, standing behind him. "I have been wanting to meet with you for quite a while. You're a busy lady. I don't know why you would waste your time with me." Izuku asks. She smiles. "Because you are possibly the most important person in our history." "I wouldn't say that." Izuku sighs. "I would." She responds. "You have taken all for one's quirk, rendering him practically harmless. You have a version of that quirk that we don't fully understand yet. One that could be even more powerful than your father's. It's just a quirk." "It is the quirk," she says. "Midoriya, you will become a great asset to Japan in the fight against villainy. Finding the remaining members of the League is a top priority now, as well as helping Japan transition from one symbol of peace to another." "I don't see what that has to do with me. We have placed dozens of heroes at the top of the charts over the past years. We train heroes to be the very best, at the top of their field. Hawks, for example. We could help you as well." She offers, sliding a few papers over to him. It looks like a contract of some kind. Izuku skims through it, seeing that he would not only have to move into the HPSC training compound, but that he would live there until he turns 18, that they would be in charge of everything he would do. "I'm already going to UA," he tells her. She nods, before continuing. "UA is obviously the top hero school in the country, as you know, but what we offer is a little more specialized. We offer teachers and instructors that will be solely focused on you, whose lessons will be tailored to you. We offer diet plans, future brand deals, the top teachers in the world. We offer you everything a hero in training could want." She pulls a pen out of her pocket and hands it to Izuku. Wait a minute. Don't you need a guardian here? Or a lawyer? He's not 18 yet." Aizawa cuts in, looking like his fury is being barely restrained. As of 3 days ago, Izuku Midoriya has been officially emancipated. Madam President tells them, with something of a smug look on her face. "Wait, what?" Izuku asks. One of the bodyguards behind her pulls out a set of papers and hands them to him. Izuku looks at them, to find fully filled out emancipation forms. He hadn't thought about emancipation, given he needed support for his schooling. Madam President continues, "We wanted you to have as much freedom as you needed with this choice. You are entirely in charge of your future. Do the right thing. Sign here, and become one of the next top-ranked heroes in Japan. Hawks made the top 10 by 22. Imagine what someone with your quirk could do. She slides the contract and pen closer to him. On either side of him, MIC and Aizawa are both impossibly tense. Izuku flips through the contract again, looking at all the clauses. Aizawa is right, Izuku should probably have a lawyer with him, but he already knows what his answer is. He puts the paper down and slides it back. No. MIC and Aizawa both breathe sighs of relief. Madam President's eyes narrow at him. No. No. Izuku repeats. I want to keep training at UA. Thank you for the offer, President Kinoshita. I am deeply thankful to have been thought of for this opportunity, but I'm going to have to decline. Her eyes narrow into a glare and she leans forward, just enough to be menacing. Midoriya, you are a known vigilante, the son of a powerful villain, whose quirk you have inherited. Do you really think you could become a hero without us? Do you really think we would let you be a hero without us? Aizawa and MIC both tense behind him, and he can feel MIC ready to say something stupid. Izuku cuts in before he can. I'll take my chances. After all, I could end up like Hawks. He leans in as well, meeting her glare, or I could end up like Lady Nagant. Madam President takes a deep breath and leans back. Are you threatening the commission, Midoriya? Izuku makes an affronted noise at her accusation. Madam President, I would never. The Hero Public Safety Commission keeps us safe. Why would I threaten that? She scowls at him but leaves, with her bodyguards following behind her without a word. The three occupants of the apartment sit tensely as they listen to receding footsteps. Once they can no longer hear them, they all breathe a sigh of relief. MIC turns to Izuku. Midoriya, you realize you have basically just declared war against the Hero Public Safety Commission. I'm aware.